Hello hackers! We have a really exciting opportunity coming up for you all. Starting June 8th, we'll have a month-long mixed reality hackathon alongside our Dev Days event. And because it's completely virtual, you get to meet and work with people from all over the world, build a community, and take it at your own pace. And through participating, you'll be the first members of the public to see and test out our newest features. You'll also get the opportunity to talk directly to the engineers who built the tools, give us feedback, and help shape the future of developer tools. Now, you're probably wondering, Grace, will there be prizes? And yes, through participating, you can get up to $10,000 in prizes. So sign up now, and I look forward to seeing the amazing things you built.
Hello everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Mixed Reality Dev Days. My name is April Spate, and I lead our cloud advocacy spatial computing team here at Microsoft. And joining again today is our co-host Cassie Breview from our AI Frameworks team. How was yesterday, Cassie?
Yesterday was awesome.
Oh, good.
I mean, I'm biased because I'm here, I think, and I had a session, but it was really cool to see all the improvements and things that are coming and things that are now here. We got to talk to such amazing people yesterday.
Yeah, we had some really good guests. We had Jessie who joined us as well as Grace. We got to learn more about the MVP program. We also had a chance to learn a bit more about just in general MRTK3. And it's great to have that public preview that's available, which is available now. For those of you who want to go ahead and give it a try. Of course, we encourage feedback. We encourage for you to share what you're creating. And then we also learned about the hackathon.
That's right. And how to start contributing to open source.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
like the hackathon theme, which was like a new solution to an old problem, which I just think is really a really cool way to approach it.
Yeah, so really good day yesterday. We had a chance to learn from some of the folks over from the MRTK team, also updates from Unity as well as Unreal. So that's also pretty awesome. And just thinking back to just conversations from yesterday, it's just great to see some of the UI changes that are happening with MRTK3, also some of the UX updates that we have as well. And today we have a lot more that we're going to continue to learn, a bit more deep dives, I would say, within the sessions. And so as a reminder, we're here today to come and just touch base on what we see and observe throughout the different live streams. Some of the different sessions that are happening for Dev Days are going to be video on demand post-event. So therefore, for those who are not tuning in person, but who happen to be virtual, I would say, you'll be able to have access to those videos after the event. So that way you'll be able to see some of the cool sessions that we might have mentioned on camera, but we just didn't stream them yesterday. So you will get a chance, just like Cassie's talk.
Like my talk yesterday.
Yeah. How was it?
It was really good. It was really fun to hear all the questions people had too. So it's interesting. So my talk was how to use Unreal Engine with deep learning models. So Onyx Runtime, the team that I work on, partnered with Epic Games to create this neural network inference plugin, this new experimental plugin. And so we went through like different interesting ways that AI and deep learning is being used in gaming and like from the neural network perspective of AI. And and it was interesting because you have game devs aren't necessarily, or the XR people a lot of them aren't doing AI right now or doing machine learning. So it was kind of showing them like there's all these really great models, like on the Hugging Face Hub or on the Onyx Runtime Model Zoo that you can just go grab and use and start using in your project. And now with the Unreal plugin, you can get efficient inferencing with Onyx Runtime.
Yeah, I saw one of your scenes start to change when I stopped by for a little bit yesterday. I saw it, so that's pretty cool. Just looking really quick at yesterday to see if there's anything else. Oh, Stereokit had a lot of sessions. Nick had 3 whole sessions on Stereokit yesterday. There was a lot of interest, and more important, he'll be joining us later today for a conversation to learn more about Stereokit, and we'll be talking about a recent release that he just pushed this week. So for those of you who are familiar with Stereokit, awesome. There's more new things for you to try out, and for those of you who are brand new, there's still fun things to try out for sure. The sessions that Nick did yesterday, all 3 of them will be on demand. And so again, after the event, you'll have a chance to check those out. However, we do have Stereokit documentation available. And I mentioned early on yesterday that there are also videos that Nick and I put together to get you started with your Stereokit project. And for those of you unfamiliar with Stereokit, it is another option in terms of how you can go about creating your own mixed reality experiences. And you really just need Visual Studio and you need the packages as well. And once you have everything imported into your project, you have the templates, you're ready to get started. There's no need to do any heavy downloads as well, and you can deploy to various devices, whether it's the Hololens, but Nick was showing some things in VR yesterday. So you also have the option to deploy to a VR device as well. So we'll hear more from Nick on that later. But let's see, what else did we have yesterday? In addition to that, we also had a chance to learn some more about the interaction building blocks as well for MRTK. And Finn and Roger, they did go through some of the different things that are available there. We do have some new things that have come down the pipeline. And in addition to that, as I'm just going through what we had yesterday, we had conversation regarding the rich UI for MR and MRTK. And so we had a chance to take a look at some of the UI changes. I really like more of the rounded corners. It's something about a rounded corner that makes me happy.
Yeah.
Of course, that's not like the key defining change from a UI perspective, but it's something about that just really makes me happy.
The corner radius gives like this nice flow. It's not so rigid, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Sometimes you need rigid corners, but not always.
Yeah.
So the new style updates and the usability and that kind of thing is super important. And I think there were some accessibility updates that are important as well that were needed. So
for sure.
Really cool to see those come in.
Yeah, and then one thing that we also learned yesterday is with MRTK3, instead of giving you the traditional, I think we had 4 packages, now things have been broken out a little more, so that way you're able to select the packages that you want to actually include in your project instead of having to add all these different things that might not necessarily be necessary. And so it does help keep things a bit more organized.
Totally.
So I shared yesterday that if you're wondering, well, what packages are there now? Within our documentation for MRTK3, we have things written out that explains an overview what's included in each package, so that way we can ensure you're adding what you need. Now, if you're wondering how can you actually get MRTK3 packages, the Mixed Reality Feature Tool is going to be your go-to place to retrieve those. It has been updated with regards to all the MRTK3 packages. There's also one in there as well for OpenXR as well. And I think we had some conversations and sessions yesterday on OpenXR. But in either case, that's where you can go and find those packages. And within our documentation, we have a link where you can go and download those. And once you have it downloaded and a new Unity project created, from there, you can select your packages and you can bring them into your project. So
I'm excited for today. Like,
Same.
What do we have coming today? Let's see what our sessions are. So
starting off, we have panel.
Panel.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
Developer community. Building developer community. And I feel,
super important,
given our roles that we've had here at Microsoft, we have a lot of familiarity with building community. And
absolutely.
It's great we're going to hear from Sean Ong, and then we have Ivana as well, one of our MVPs.
Yes. So excited that she's here.
Yes, absolutely.
And we get to talk to her later.
We do get to talk to her later.
Yeah.
We're going to have a nice long conversation with her later later today, and so definitely tune into that. We get to hear more about some of the projects she's worked on. I know you were speaking with her earlier as well to get an idea of what she's been doing, so that will definitely be a lot of fun. And then joining also for that panel will be Joe Gabriel. I've known Joe for a bit time now in this XR space, more so when I first started, so it's great to see him earlier today, but you all will have a chance to hear from Joe later on when the panel starts after we do our intro here. And then Jesse. Gotta love Jesse. Jesse's also part of that panel as well, so you'll get a chance to also hear some ideas from him as we go on. After that, we have working with dynamic data and theming in MRTK3. So this is the panel I kept trying to talk about yesterday, but I didn't want to ruin the surprise because this is my newest, my favorite newest feature that we have with MRTK3.
And I don't really know anything about it, so I'm really excited to see that session and learn more about what they're doing. Obviously, I'm a data geek because I work in AI, so I'm all about that data. Show me the data.
Yes, yes. I think for those of you who are pulling in data into your own projects, or if you're looking to have something a bit more customized from a look and feel perspective, then you're definitely going to enjoy that session. Hoff and Yoon have a lot of great things to share as well. And once the session's over, then I can go on and on about it because there's just so much that I want to say about it. But I mentioned yesterday, I've been playing around with MRTK3 for the past couple of weeks, and this is my feature.
And that's at 11:10 Pacific, so make sure you tune in.
But even more exciting, though, we have a full session with Azure Remote Rendering with Andrew, our PM for remote rendering. And I know you had an interest in
Yeah,
that
well,
yesterday.
in the keynote yesterday, he showed
Yeah.
some really cool stuff, and I'm like, I want to know how he did that.
Yes.
As a dev, my mind's always going back and like, okay, how do I pull that apart? How do I make it work? And so he
Absolutely.
showed this like demo, but he didn't go into how it was actually working. It was just after he had used Azure Remote Rendering to show these really amazing scans that he created and was able to render quickly. So I'm hoping that we'll get some more information on how he actually went about creating those models or the 3D models and so.
And more important, he'll be here this afternoon to speak with us.
So we'll get to ask him questions
We
too.
have a chance to ask him some questions about remote rendering. I'm super excited for remote rendering. I had mentioned this yesterday that we do have a module on Microsoft Learn if you're interested to learn some general information about remote rendering and also learn how to render your own model as well. So we did a nice, great write-up for you all, and that's available on Microsoft Learn. But I would definitely say for Andrew's session, although it is just in person, again, it'll be available video on demand, so you all will have a chance to hear more with regards to what's happening over in Azure Remote Rendering.
The other thing too, if you tweet at us and you have questions and things that you want to hear about or you want answers to, we'll check social every once in a while in between, like during the sessions and such, and we can try to incorporate some of those questions. So definitely tweet out about what you're watching, tag Mixed Reality Days, and so we can see what kind of comments and questions you might have.
Absolutely. And the next session after that, I think it's also another one that you're interested in, which is HoloLens in vehicles moving platform mode. And so that's being able to be in vehicle, whether I think earlier we had talked about being on
like an oil freighter.
Like an oil freighter, and being able to make sure the holograms are actually still stable and they're more so oriented in the way they're supposed to. So there's a session with Joshua on that shortly after.
Rogue holograms just doesn't sound like a good idea. So I think this moving platform mode is probably pretty important.
Absolutely. And then that'll bring us into lunch, but during that time frame, we'll be chatting with Ivana at that time. So we'll have a nice long conversation, as we mentioned, with her. And after that, we're getting into open deploy everywhere with OpenXR. So I just mentioned OpenXR a moment ago. There's a package that's available in the feature tool as well. But I think yesterday, as we mentioned with OpenXR, that gives you the ability to code once and deploy to many.
Yeah, which is important. And that's actually something like the product we work on as well is with the same issue with machine learning models. Like it's not specific to mixed reality. Like that's a problem we always have. We have to do all this augmentation to our code or to, to make it more efficient or this and that to deploy multiple places. So having a package that allows you to optimize and do different things that you need to deploy to multiple places is super, super nice. And then that way you can make your games on, mobile or Oculus or HoloLens. Does it work on like VR and AR, right? So it's like literally any. That is so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And so Roger and Curtis will be leading that session. And then also around that time frame, we also have an in-person session that's happening, and it's HoloLens 2, so Power Thermal Notification SDK and its integration into Remote Assist. So I haven't done much with Remote Assist. I will definitely say that, but I do have some friends that do work, that do help out with that here within Microsoft. So Chuck will be leading that session today. Have you done anything for Remote Assist by chance?
I haven't, but I was actually talking to one of the attendees at the social yesterday, and he was showing some really cool ways that they were using Remote Assist and also how they were using different holograms for testing with the HoloLens. So they had these like big robotic arms, and they created these like really cool tests with the HoloLens, and they were able to have physical devices that like the machine works on, and then do testing through holographic display, and then also using Remote Assist for like on the workfloor. So there's the like application and like the innovation that's happening in those types of industries with both actually AI as well though, because they're using AI in order to automate things, and then they're using XR and holograms in order to more efficiently build and test.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see those real world applications of the different things that we're building, or that not we're building, but that the community and that are building.
Yeah, absolutely. And then after that, we're going to have a panel. This one's going to be live streamed, and it's going to be a Ask Me Anything, or I guess Ask Us Anything, with MRTK3. And so that'll be a chance to hear some questions from our audience. And I believe, I think they were also fielding questions from folks who were tuning in during the stream as well for some of the Q&As yesterday. Saturday. So that'll be a chance to ask some questions to the MRTK team. So that's going to be happening. Just before that happens, though, we will be joined by someone as well. Cameron will be joining us for a conversation to speak about graphics tools. So we'll have a chance to chat with Cameron a bit more on that later. And then also to close us out, in addition to that panel for the Ask Us Anything for MRTK3, we also have MR and the web with Babylon JS 5.0. I'm excited for Babylon JS Anything. I know you are.
Yeah. I mean, I talked about it a lot yesterday. I'm such a fan of Babylon JS, and just also it's just the accessibility of using it for different types of developers, right? Because a lot of people they think, well, I have to learn C++, or I have to learn C#, or I have to learn Unity and Unreal, and those are big learning curves to like get into the field. And so I love Babylon JS because anybody that writes JavaScript can go in there and start creating these amazing experiences. So I love what they're doing. I love developing with their product and or with their SDK and API. And so I am probably going to have to check that one out.
Yeah, you should probably definitely go sit in on that one. And so Ronan and Gary will be joining, or will be the ones leading that session. I'm excited for Babylon JS 5.0. I would say historically, not a web gal, but as I started learning Babylon JS, and I've done some workshops within the past 6 months for students, just teaching the basics, and I can definitely say I really enjoy it now. I'm kind of like converted to doing things, which is really great, but we've worked very closely with the team as well over the past couple of months, and one of the advocates on my team, Madoka, she actually co-founded a new Babylon JS community in Japan.
That's so
cool. It's really great times in terms of being a Babylon JS dev, you know, just creating things. And there's some pretty awesome stuff that you can create. And even so, the projects you create, they don't have to just only live, you know, on the web and only access it at a computer. You can also deploy to mobile. One of our interns last year, she did that as well. And the possibilities are endless, I would say.
think, isn't like the native package of Babylon JS supported on the Hololens as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supported.
So yeah, there's a lot of good things you can do within there, and just even that I mentioned the mobile app that our intern Jing created last year. That's also a Microsoft Learn module as well. So if anyone's interested in learning, well, how can I create something with Babylon JS? There is an entire module, but also Babylon JS team, they have done a really great job with their docs as well. And so that's another place where you can go and find a lot of good examples, and you can find a lot of different playgrounds as well.
I love the playground. Like that's where I started, was with the playground and going in, and they have really cool examples in there, and they're like specific to like what you're trying to do. Yeah. And so I really liked the playground. And there's also the Space Jam Learn module as well.
Yes, we worked on that together.
Yeah, and so that one I wrote the Babylon JS one in there, and you wrote the mixed reality headset one. So that's another good Learn module to get started as well.
Yeah, so there's definitely some resources available for folks to get started, and I think today's going to be great. I know I'm kind of sad that it's the final day, and I'm happy to have had a chance to see everyone. Last night we had the reception for in-person attendees, and it was just great to connect with not just folks internally at Microsoft, but folks who we've had a chance to chat with online for me for the past 2 years since I joined. You know.
That's the thing, is like there's so many people that we've seen online or connected with online, or even like employees from other teams, but since we've been remote, we haven't actually been able to meet them in person. So it's so cool to be able to, and it's amazing that we have the online community with us here as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So given what you've seen so far, is there any sort of project that happens to come to mind that you're thinking of potentially trying out once you get back home?
Okay, so it's actually just continuing to build out the thing that I built.
Yeah, what is it?
Because I haven't had time to finish it. I finished part of it. So what it does is it actually does a style transfer model, and it changes the scene style with AI real time. And I did one that kind of looked like a painting, like there's a few different painting ones. But I would like to try to work on one that has a little bit higher resolution. Okay. Because the way it is right now, you probably wouldn't deploy it to a production app. And actually one of the devs after that came and talked to me, she had all kinds of like really cool things that she was like, I want to use this on mobile, and I want to do more photorealism. So photorealism is where you're taking real photos and applying it to 3D models and making them look photorealistic, which is a very similar type of model. It's more complicated than the one I built, so it's kind of really interesting to me, which is usually where I start, where I'm like, how do I do that? This seems really interesting. Like, how do I actually build it to the next level? So I want to do something with that. I'm also interested in doing maybe some mobile things
Yes,
with
absolutely.
with like maybe the MRTK, the new one, trying that out.
Yeah.
I haven't thought of what I want to build next though for like HoloLens or VR. Like that
Yeah.
one, there's so many things to do. You know, I haven't like been inspired yet or not like inspired, but you know what I mean? Like when you get an idea,
Yeah.
like I haven't had the idea yet. So hopefully
Yeah.
it'll come to me soon.
I will say I've been keeping tabs of all the things I want to make in like a notes in my phone. And
Yeah.
speaking of mobile, I was very fortunate. The Mixed Reality team was able to get me access to an Android device. So now the good thing is I think I'm pretty set on devices at the moment to create content.
Yeah.
So what's always important for me is as our team is creating content around anything mixed reality, it's always great to be able to show that you can deploy it to various devices. So that way everything's not just only HoloLens or everything's not just VR. So as I'm creating content, as we're heading now into our new fiscal year, I'm able to create content thanks to OpenXR once and then deploy to the various different devices that we have. So that way I'll be able to provide some examples for folks for iOS as well as Android, as well as HoloLens, as well as MetaQuest, as well as also have another VR device as well. I think it's the HP Reverb. I think so. So I have a couple of devices I can work with, but my goal,
just a few.
Yeah, my goal is to ensure that I'm able to have something for everyone in the community. Just in case you don't have one device, there's another, and hopefully you'll be able to find what you need to actually like create. So I'm excited for that. There's also some things that I'm really interested in doing more in the museum kind of space, I would say. Trying to see what can be created more on that level. From speaking with Andrew a couple days ago about remote rendering, he'll probably talk about it a little bit later, but there's some use cases in education that seems very interesting. So looking into doing that a bit more. And I actually went down to the our little like history area downstairs here in Building 32 in the visiting center. And I'm thinking about maybe putting together kind of a virtual Microsoft History Museum. I don't know.
Oh my
maybe.
gosh, I love that.
I took a lot of pictures and videos, so when I get home, I can go back and create models and stuff, so we'll see. So thinking of doing something like that, maybe in Babylon JS, maybe eventually also porting it over into VR, throwing in some MRTK so that we can actually interact. Because what I really like about MRTK and projects I've created in the past is that because it's virtual, it does add that level of being able to actually manipulate and pick up things. And so when we go to museums and such, 9 times out of 10, you can't pick up whatever's in there, you can't touch it. But then you're also limited in terms of what you can also either read or hear. And so being able to bring in the ability to actually pick up virtual objects, I've added it in the past. I did a Neil Armstrong museum exhibit in VR where I was also able to bring in some text-to-speech and then, text-to-speech, so that way if you press the button, the output was an audio file that read what was ever on the wall for the museum exhibit. So incorporating all these different things that we have available under our nice Azure umbrella, as well as MRTK, to bring a really feature-rich experience. So even though I'm creating those as projects, more important, I'm hoping to turn those into tutorials for you all as well at home who want to create those sort of things. And then that's what I'm looking forward to. I know I got into 3D modeling a lot recently too, so hoping to be able to expand that a bit more. And I think just as a whole, there's going to be a lot of good projects that I can create that have come, not to mention everything with data binding and theming. I have some ideas up my sleeve for that one. So I'm like super excited. I think as you all get a chance to check out Hoff and Yoon's presentation later, Hoff has some really cool demos that he's going to do too. And hopefully it'll get some gears turning in everyone's brains on what you can create. But I'm excited.
And it's like there's no limit. Like that's what I love about like the augmented and virtual reality is like I feel like you can create whatever you can dream up.
Absolutely.
And so sometimes the open-endedness can be like, well, what do I do? And so that's why, I mean, seeing these sessions and seeing what they're doing and what you can do with them are the inspiration you need. I need. And you already have. You sound like you have
Oh,
like
yeah, I
a
have
year's worth
running
of work
list.
already,
Yeah, I have
like
a
just
running
planned out
list.
to go.
Absolutely. But the great thing is we're able to partner with so many folks across our mixed reality team and the Babylon JS team to bring all these different experiences to life. So I'm looking forward
Yep.
to continued collaboration. And everything that we've been presented with today, as well as and yesterday, I will say has been a really big, tremendous work with the MRTK team. So let's head into our first session that we have for the day. We'll see you all soon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Ong. Today, I'm very honored and proud to be up here with some wonderful community leaders. Today, we're going to actually have a panel talking about what it takes to foster and grow a developer community, especially in the mixed reality space. I am Sean, founder of Ong Innovations, down actually just about an hour south of here in Tequila, an app development and innovation agency, primarily focused on mixed reality. Years ago, I was also president of the VR AR Association here in Seattle and have done some community activities. And I'm really excited to hear from Joe and Ivana and Jesse. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have them each introduce themselves, and then we'll get started with some exciting questions that I have here on this paper.
Hey everybody. Whoa. Hey, morning. I'm Joe. I live here like 12 minutes away in Redmond. Okay, so a little story time, I guess, about my background. First kind of experience, the aha moment, for me in spatial technologies was right after graduation, 2013, a friend at work brought in a VR device and was able to do a roller coaster demo. And it just blew my mind what it did, and it got all these wheels turning. And ever since then, I've just been trying to find new ways to be involved in XR, in VR or AR. And I've had a fun background in location-based entertainment with The Void, doing VR esports and organizational kind of event planning. VR esports is a thing. And then dipping into, 2017 was all about Utah VR. This was a total just starting with 5 people, hyper local kind of meetup group, and then growing from there. And then I got really lucky with a local commercial production studio in Salt Lake City called Cosmic. They had a bunch of clients asking for hey, we want VR work, but they didn't have anyone to manage it. And so I got to kind of that was my first step into the developer relations. I wasn't doing the development work, but I had to outsource and kind of find people to make the projects for us. That was a lot of fun. That was my, again, first kind of dipping my toes into DevRel. And then went on to Magic Leap, doing developer relations down in South Florida in Plantation. And then decided to move, sell everything, and drive up to Pacific Northwest and landed here in Redmond, where then I worked with Tilt 5 for a year, doing developer relations with them and getting a bunch of, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to see Tilt 5, but it was all about porting games from Steam over to Tilt 5 using their SDK. And then currently now I'm with Niantic, working on their new Lightship ARDK platform, and also doing developer relations and finding new dev teams to kind of make cool stuff and break the ground with new technology. So yeah, excited to be here, and just thank you. It's 10 a.m. on a Thursday, this beautiful day, and thanks for being here, everybody. Yeah. Oh, you got one.
Hola, hello. Okay, there it goes. I said hola because I'm from Argentina. My name is Ivana Tilka. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm pretty sure you guys already heard about that. It's like an award that Microsoft gives to some of the people that they think they have a lot of understanding on their technology. I also work as an innovation evangelist at a company called 3XM Group. And I'm also going to try to tell a short story of how I started or jump into this. I actually got a gift from a mentor that works on Microsoft, and it was an Azure Kinect. And so that was the beginning of getting into holograms, and then started developing with MRTK, jump into Jesse. And I built a community with a group of friends. We are 12,000 persons in that community. We are streaming online on YouTube the entire year since COVID hit. And every day and every time we have the opportunity, we try to encourage people to start developing in XR. That starting streaming came with a lot of customers to my company, and we are actually right now developing a lot with MRTK for our customers, so that's a plus. And that's it for me.
Awesome. And, I'm Jesse Mcculloch. I actually work here at Microsoft on our developer ecosystem team for mixed reality. And I got my start actually with HoloLens, with the first HoloLens. Brand new product. I watched it get announced. I got super excited. I was doing server-side JavaScript in Enterprise, not exciting at all. But I had no 3D background, no experience with Unity or anything like that. But I applied to get the HoloLens 1 when I saw it, and thought I had no chance because I had no background and no experience and no idea what I was going to do with it. And then lo and behold, I was in the first wave of developers to get it. And so started building a community around it, because when you're like the first 20 people to have a device like HoloLens, there's no like going to Stack Overflow and saying, hey, how do I do this? Because nobody's done it. So started building a community and started working with some of the employees on the mixed reality team at Microsoft to help grow that community and work my way into a job.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you, Jesse. So before I start drilling our panelists over here, I want to take a moment as a mixed reality developer myself and a community member myself to really thank you, Jesse, and also the entire mixed reality team for putting on this in-person event. So yeah, if we could give them a big round of applause, the entire mixed reality team. This is fantastic, right? Being able to come here in person, connect with the mixed reality team, learn about MRTK3 and all the wonderful accomplishments and things that are coming. Really fantastic. So let's start. I guess, I'm going to just ask questions, and it can be popcorn style. So if you feel like you have an answer, feel free to grab the mic and answer. So my first question is, starting something from nothing, I imagine, can be very challenging. Tell us some stories about how hard is it to start a community from nothing? And do you feel like it is more difficult to grow a community that already exists, or to start a community that doesn't yet exist?
Can I kick it off? Is that okay? All right. Oh, man. Okay, so this is kind of fun. It was 2015, and I was coming back from, I had a startup I was running in Denmark. And we ran out of cash and came home. And the next question was well, what are you going to do next, Joe? And I was just thinking through this and trying to figure it out. I found out that there was this company called The Void just down the street from me. This is in central Utah, where I lived at the time. And rather than going in and as a fanboy to be hey, I want to talk to you, I didn't really know how to approach them as an organization, or as someone just trying to break into the space. So I started looking at local meetup groups, and there weren't any. And so me and my buddy, kicked off Utah VR, and that afternoon I called The Void. Hey, I'm Joe from Utah VR, Utah's premier meetup group, the only one by de facto, the largest at the time. And with this, it just became kind of an organization to organization discussion, oh, we'd love to be help introduce you to local developers and talent and animators and designers that are here from the universities and provide value to you. And that got an invitation, for me and my partner to go to their location, check it out, and actually start talking to them. So starting a community is super easy, okay? Is the lesson here. Literally anyone can do this. You can start a Discord server, you can start a Slack instance, you can start whatever your channel is, your medium of gathering and communicating with others. That's the easy part, and there's a beautiful thing, and I'm glad the barriers to entry to doing that are actually really low. The challenge really is in growing the community in meaningful ways. And oftentimes it comes down to really practical things like budget. Do I have budget to actually do programming or do events or do interesting things to provide engagement opportunities? And if you don't have budget, like most people trying to run communities, then it's just time. It's a time commitment, unless it's part of your day-to-day with what you're doing with work. It's an added kind of just, it's something that you just have to kind of build into what you're doing. And that's a time commitment. And I'm really grateful for all the community members out there, large and small, that find ways to do that outside their general job description and are dedicating, part of their lives to just upkeeping, maintaining, building, growing, cultivating meaningful relationships. So in a short answer, yeah, growing communities is definitely a challenge.
From my point of view, I took the same path almost as Joe. We started creating content just because we needed to solve a problem, and we put the content online. And after that, we got a lot of information, comments, mails, and everything on people asking, okay, how do I do this? And then we decided to create the community because, okay, we saw that there was an amount of people interested in this technology that we never thought that there would be, because it was new. In Latin America specifically, you don't have the possibility to reach these kind of devices so easily. So we just started streaming, and the community just started growing and growing. And something important that maybe we can also discuss later is the devices. It's not necessary to have actually a device. So when people joined and started seeing the content, they saw that they didn't need to invest on a device to learn. So that motivated more to get into the technology.
Yeah, again, starting a community, when you consider that you can start it by yourself as the only community member and then start growing it, as Joe said, super easy. And that's exactly what we did with Holo developers. And I think for all of, as developers, that we like pride ourselves on being introverts who don't like talking to other people. We love being parts of communities. And so if the community is there, people will show up for it. And especially if you are providing a space for them to go build relationships, because programming is such a isolating activity. It's just like you and a computer. And so being able to have friends who understand that isolation and those challenges, and can talk through not only the technical challenges, but also just like becoming friends. Like there's so many community members that I become friends of. And then as your community grows and you move into jobs that are doing, dev relations, at a certain point you realize that like you can only personally scale so far. Like you can only run so big of a community. And then it becomes a matter of like, how do you build communities of communities? And that's when we start talking about the real scale of developer communities, is when you can start working with multiple communities and how those grow and spread over time.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Jesse. So as a developer community member myself, I know I have my own selfish reasons for wanting to be part of a community, mostly answering hard questions and getting answers to hard questions. Sometimes I'll type a question and I'll literally just stare and wait for somebody to reply. You want that instant, which we obviously don't always get. But as leaders and organizers of developer communities, what do you feel is the purpose of a community? What are your hopes and aspirations? What do you feel like you really want to see from all of the members that are part of a developer community?
I think, a lot of what I strive for is connecting people together, and as you start managing a community and people start telling you what they're doing, you start seeing patterns or projects that somebody's working on that somebody else is working on something similar or would be a good fit. And it's making those introductions of like, oh, you should go talk to so-and-so. Let me make an introduction for you. Let me start that conversation. And I think that's, the real value of these communities is not like the individual projects and the individual help, but making the connections between people and helping, helping everybody. Like this industry is so new, and as we grow it and people are start building cool stuff and putting it out there on YouTube or Twitter or TikTok or wherever, like that generates interest beyond just our developers. And that's how we move this out of like this niche community that it is and into the mainstream.
In my case, it's more like I have like a lot of objectives. One is to change people's life. I know it sounds like pretty dreamy, but I got into a position in which I was almost bored in my job, and when I jumped into this, I felt that passion of something new, or innovation. I don't know, to create things that were not created yet. And when it comes to the community by itself, it's like Jesse said, they get people, they get into groups, they know each other, and they can share when they have a problem. They just, oh, I know who to call, I know who to chat. And it's like a networking without being together or meeting. Maybe you can meet our MVP community have members from all over the world. And I was talking to Jesse, I get pretty along with someone that is, I know it's in Europe, and that's what it's all about.
This is a fantastic question, and like I think I'll try to answer it in a couple ways, like both from like me as an individual, like what's my purpose, you know, and then like organizationally how different teams kind of try to approach the same question. So for me, I'm a very purpose-driven individual, and by this I mean like I'm highly motivated by, you know, mission statements of companies and like meaningful actions they're taking towards these mission statements. So for me, I love travel, I love languages and cultures, and like putting myself in new contexts that like totally challenge and permanently, you know, positively impact my paradigm on just life, you know, the universe and everything, right? And what that means for me is like Niantic's mission is to inspire people to explore the world together, right? So like the micro version of that for community development is doing that together. Like, how do we build cool stuff together? How do we build meaningful solutions and technologies together? How do we positively impact this world that we live in? Everything you like look around you and see you, everything physical, everything digital was made by somebody no smarter than you and I, you know, or maybe just a little bit than me. And just like, this is the beautiful thing about the technologies that we're playing with is they're incredibly powerful, but like impactful on day-to-day lives, you know? And especially because we're literally hijacking people's perceptive systems in positive ways, you know, like that's a big responsibility to make sure that we're, you know, thinking about these in our creations. So organizationally though, there's a lot of ways like why DevRel or why communities. So one is super practical. Product teams often are just not connected close enough to their end user. There's just like multiple layers of disconnect, time and space, location, region, whatever, and they need feedback loops. The greatest way to get feedback loops is to just be closely integrated, tied in, and have a community, you know, that's providing critical feedback, insights, feature roadmap, wish lists, you know, like here's what's broken in your documentation, people commenting on your docs and on everything. Like that is the life source of any meaningful product, is having a group of humans that are actually using it in real life, not in a product vacuum, right? So I think there's a super practical purpose for communities like from that perspective. A couple other like meaningful business objectives there too are just like growing an ecosystem, period. Like how do you push something towards greater adoption? There are a million tools and solutions out there for all sorts of technologies, software, hardware, and firmware. And like, how do you grow that in a meaningful way? And that's, as Jesse said, is just like this human connection. And so you do that by providing meaningful activities, resources, interactions. And I've just found that like, even the developers that really just want like, just look at these docs. All I want is docs. I don't actually want to talk to anybody in the company. That's okay, you know, but you need docs to do that. You need to be able to communicate to the developer where to find the documentation or how they can add their own thinking to it. And I'm still bummed, like with Stack Overflow today, like, you know, how many years have we been working in XR? But like these like super practical ways that developers often find solutions are just not widespread throughout XR at all. So like finding answers is just such a pain in the butt, you know? And so as DevRel and community members, like I don't have all the solutions, but as a group, you know, we have solutions and we need to knowledge share as best we can. So like that's the beauty of it, right?
When I first started at Microsoft doing this job, I was like, I'm going to go poll our community members and find out like where I should focus my attention. Is it, you know, docs? Is it training videos? Is it workshops? Is it, I'm going to find the one place that everybody wants me to go do all this work. And I get the results back and it's like 20%, 20%, 20%. I'm like, that was super like not useful, but also at the same time, like really eye-opening that everybody's got a different way of like consuming all of your content, and there's no like one place that you get to go focus. Like it'd be really nice if there was like this golden ticket, you know, that, like here's where I'm going to go spend all of my budget to make this super awesome. No dice.
Fantastic. Yeah, great responses. And Ivana, you were saying like changing people's lives. And as you were saying that, it made me reflect back at how the community that I was part of early on, which was the Holo Developer Slack, that really did literally change my life. You know, some clients that I met early on who wanted to do projects, even before I was an agency, back when I was just tinkering around with the HoloLens, I met them through the forum, through the Slack. And then when I grew to the point where I needed to hire people, I went to the Slack. And some of my best friends from the MR industry, I still have, you know, to this day. I met them on the Holo Developer Slack and eventually met them in person. And yeah, just thinking back through, like, that community is so important and literally has life-changing potential and industry-growing potential. So yeah, thank you for that. Great responses. All right, let's change the gears for a little bit and talk about some of the challenges. One of the first questions for challenges I have is, as your community grows, of course, that means more people, which may also mean some interesting characters. So what do you do with maybe some interesting characters or difficult people, and how do you foster a community that is diverse and also inclusive?
I think it starts with the people who are running the community, and they can totally set the vibe, and they can really grow a community, or they can really suffocate a community. And we've seen this, you know, across tech altogether. You hear of communities that have toxic leadership, and you know, you can be the most brilliant person in the world, and that will run a community for a long time. But eventually, people get tired of dealing with it, and so they'll leave. And so I think it's really up to us as community leaders to kind of set that tone for, you know, what's acceptable. And I think, you know, overall tech is changing in this. Definitely not fast enough for my tastes, but we're getting better at being more inclusive, and you know, what we'll tolerate as behavior from our community members. So I think it's important to set the tone and then just be really, really vigilant and make sure that whatever those community guidelines are, that your community will tolerate, that you're sticking to them. I found for mixed reality, generally, I don't know if it's because it's a newer technology and the people who are in it also subscribe to kind of the values that I have, or if they subscribe to the values that I have and that's why we're in the same communities. I don't know how that, like, you know, that chicken and egg problem. But I found that generally I don't have to do a whole ton of moderation, which is wonderful. Like, but when I do have to do it, it's swift, and it's like, okay, you're being toxic, we're done. Like, there's no questions. It's like, we've got to stop this and make sure that everybody knows it's not acceptable.
This is a really cool question. So kind of like how to cultivate or grow diverse communities. Totally agree with Jesse in that companies need to hire diverse individuals to drive that direction. That has like been a game changer in different organizations that I've seen. Oftentimes it's just like without a diverse like team of leadership, it's just, you don't think about, or companies and organizations don't think about diversity often enough. So you need like internal representation to champion diversity, and then that will help kind of create diverse ecosystems. As far as like moderation, bad actors, how do you keep and maintain kind of a positive community? Trying to go into it with like a very positive mindset that like assume positive intent is kind of what I try to lead, you know, my own personal interactions with, and that's led me to some cool conversations with folks I might otherwise have just like slammed that band hammer on, you know. So one, I guess, like short story, and this was with Tilt 5, pretty active like Discord community, and there was one dude that like, you can tell he's like very, very technical, really like is a big fan of the technology, and usually you'll see this in communities where like the most like perceived like toxic individuals are often like huge fans of the technology sometimes, which is interesting. But this also kind of engenders a little bit of a form of entitlement almost, of just like, I'm a community member, I have a lot of voice, therefore I deserve your ear time or you to listen to me, kind of this relationship dynamic that you have to kind of set expectations for. And that's where I think a lot of the challenges come. So this individual was always like, and we were pretty friendly at Tilt 5, and like having our engineers on the Discord server available to answer direct questions. And this guy was really kind of relentless with just like, why isn't this available? When is this coming? What are the timelines? Like, why isn't this fixed yet? You know, and it quickly became like you could see that this was just kind of descending, and it just felt like souring the pool a little bit. And so I had to pull him, like, and this is my tactic. It's not for everybody, okay? But this is like, there's only so much you can really do in a group environment. So really like pulling someone aside and just having like a one-on-one, when possible, even a video chat with somebody, just to be like, what's going on? Like love having you here. There's a positive community, but help me understand what you're really trying to get out of this relationship. And like pulling it away just out of like the message text faceless format into like a personal one-to-one relationship can do wonders, you know? So like sometimes this can help salvage and save relationships and actually create like continued kind of internal champions with better behaviors, you know? So that's made a huge difference for me. And what I found out is this guy's actually just making a wiki. He was just making a wiki, you know? He's asking he's grilling our team members because he's making a wiki and needed to just know all these different facets of details. I thought he was just like some psycho that just wanted to know every freaking detail and was like burning our time. No, he was actually trying to be supportive, you know, and like build a wiki and a meaningful resource for other community members, you know? So, but you can't get that sometimes out of just the text conversation. There's so much missed in translation sometimes. So kind of pulling that out a little bit and then trying to build up the personal relationship can do a lot. It does not scale well, okay? I will say that too, but when possible, try to assume positive intent and then pull that into personal like conversations to see if it's something that can be salvaged. But if not, and if there's repeated behaviors, then as Jesse said, then you gotta, you know, unhealthy relationships and draw boundaries. So, yeah.
Well, from my place, it's not difficult to be a woman in technology. That's something that needs to be said. And in our community, we usually have toxic people that when they see a woman talking to them about technology, it's like, oh, okay, stop talking, let the guy speak because he knows more or something like that. And part of what we give as a tool in our technology is that we need to have soft skills also in order to work as a team. So part of the soft skills is also to be considered with the other. We are all equals. And in our community, I'm speaking or my partners are speaking, but sometimes we let people speak as part of the members of our community. So we are all equals. We only are the owners of the YouTube channel or the platform in which we are talking to them. But that's it. Probably we have people that have more knowledge than us in our community than us, and they are helping us. And when we face a situation in which someone is toxic in our community, we usually put that person aside and we meet with them. So we ask them, what are your goals? What are you trying to accomplish? So we try to get and be a kind of a psychologist with them to help them improve because they are creating a problem in our community, and that might be also happening in their work or in their family. So we usually try to give our community not only technology tools, but also this kind of tool that help them be a better professional, a better person around everyone. Now, if that doesn't work, of course, we have the situation where we have our values on our page and we have everything displayed that this is not something that goes with the values of our community, and that's it. That's not happened until now, but that's the end, I would say.
That's fantastic. Thank you. So this next question's it's a short question, but it's a loaded question. Specifically in the mixed reality industry, what would you say are the greatest challenges for fostering a community or a developer community? And just, you know, thinking about the journey of where mixed reality has come, AR, VR, we've been on a very interesting trajectory over the last 5 or 10 years, right? So specifically for the mixed reality industry, what are your greatest challenges?
I can start with that one. The device. People not having the possibility to experience a device in which they are developing is a huge problem, as I mentioned before. We do have in MRTK and other tools, we have like testing possibilities on the PC, but the feeling of actually having the device is not the same. In my case, for example, I didn't have a HoloLens until a year ago, and I am developing with MRTK for 2.5 years. But I do know, and that's like a plus in here marketing, but MRTK also works in other platforms like mobile. So in our company, we decided, okay, let's start building things for mobile. And then when we get the possibility to get a HoloLens, we will move and try all the things that we did for mobile to HoloLens. So that's the thing, everyone has a mobile phone. So it was easy for our community to test something, at least with a mobile. And then when they get an Oculus or when they get a HoloLens or whatever device they get, they know already the experience, they know already the technology. So it's not a blocker after all, but they do need to experience what is having a HoloLens and touching the holograms, I would say.
I'll go. A lot of challenges.
Yeah, I don't know why Sean thought this was the short question.
No, yeah.
Like, from my perspective, I could talk all day on this point.
To me, it really boils down to like, how do you grow a product ecosystem that's friendly for different use cases and user segments, right? And there's so many to address. I think that's a challenge, is identifying those meaningful user segments and just like catering to these in awesome ways. If you try to make something for everybody, then you're making something for nobody. And so it's this really interesting challenge from like the product development side. How do you prioritize that, right? So like, absolutely agree that with hardware can be a major constraint to community growth. I experienced that at Magically, just having, not a cheap device available was a major barrier. And then like sales were only available in certain countries. Tilt 5 also, as a company, just like in the process of fulfilling Kickstarter orders, you can only do so much sometimes to grow a developer ecosystem with a limited number of hardware that's just available on hand. But I mean, you can do a lot, even with limited hardware. There's still a lot you can do. There's mock and like simulation tools on the software side that can be created to kind of facilitate as a stopgap. Sometimes evangelism teams can take hardware, like 30 kits, and then go on site for like a 2-3 day workshop, at a local like XR hub, and do like trainings and workshops. Like, so there's a lot you can still do to grant access or short-term access to hardware, but it's still kind of slow movement, right? But I really think like, okay, so I have a lot of friends who are web developers, and they look at the XR space like it's another freaking planet sometimes. And it's just like, hey, yeah, all you got to do is download Unity, and it's just like, that is a nightmare for all of my web developer friends. That is just, it's a deal breaker. It's a non-starter for so many talented developers out there. And so like, I'm really pleased to see more groups, companies, organizations like, creating these open standards, and OpenXR is doing a lot for that. WebXR, WebAR, like these are opening pathways for tons of developers to just start making stuff. But without that, you're really kind of narrowing your potential and just like addressable market to a really specific audience. I love what Snap's doing with like Lens Studio in low code environments, and being able to allow access to XR development for like designers and artists and creatives that maybe like code is not their way to express their interests, but they're able to have access to meaningful tool sets to do that. And I see more companies kind of like trying to find ways to also create friendly tooling for, that sweet spot between development and design. Yeah, tons of challenges, but I think at the end of the day, it's like, do we know who our audience is, and are we doing enough to really meet their needs? So like, who's your audience? Who are you trying to work with? And it's okay to say, well, we want all the developers under our umbrella. That's okay to say, but you can't get there all at once. So you really got to start somewhere and then make ground, make adjustments, have that feedback loop from the product, be actively kind of communicating back and forth. Try to expose some of your roadmap to, get sentiment, interest, coming in the next 2-3 quarters. What are the top items here that you'd love to see next to solve your problems? try and inform that roadmap as much as possible, while also kind of having a meaningful strategy internally to drive that forward. Yeah, I just said a bunch of stuff, but like knowing your people is such a key to just growing a community. If you don't know your community and you're not getting these inputs and data information from these relationships, it's just hard to grow a community, period. So get to know your people, and respond to them in meaningful ways. Yeah.
I'm going to come at this from a little bit different angle. And I think one of the hard things is we are such a young industry, and we look at ourselves and we compare ourselves to these really mature industries like the PC industry or the phone industry. And if we actually think back to where they were at the same point in their development, today, web development, getting into web development is like relatively easy. You can do it on a PC, you can do it on a phone, you can do it on a tablet. It takes a browser and somewhere that you can write text in and you can do web development. And it hasn't always been that way. Like those tools had to evolve, and the proliferation of mobile phones. Like when the iPhone first dropped, you couldn't go into a Verizon store and have it like subsidized by Verizon and get it for a couple $100 or $12 a month or whatever it is. Like you had to go buy this $1,500 device to get started with it. And that was like even before they were talking to developers, and it was just like this device that was really cool to have. So the hardware is absolutely an issue, and I think that will hopefully eventually just become something that as it becomes more mainstream and more consumer friendly, and subsidized by telcos or whoever, that will become easier. But today it's absolutely a huge issue, and same issues. And not only that, yes, I can take 20 devices out and do a workshop and get those 20 developers super excited, and then I'm taking those devices home, and what are they going to do? Are they going to make that investment in buying a $3,500 HoloLens or a Magic Leap 2 or whatever device it is? So how do you excite them and then not just leave them hanging and without a path forward? And then once they make that investment, there's got to be a market to sell into, and that's also a really hard thing, is the commercialization right now. So there's all these layers and layers and layers of challenges, and really it's up to us as Microsoft and all these other companies to kind of push the entire technology stack so that all these problems just become a little easier over time. So it's not the instant gratification answer that everybody wants, and when's the next device coming? Because that as soon as the next device gets released, you will have somebody asking, well, when's the next one coming? And hardware is not an easy, fast, every 3 months we're going to release the next thing. So trying to chase those answers is just dooming yourself to failure. And I think that's harder on people who lead communities who are constantly bombarded by that stuff. So just being able to internalize that you're never going to be able to answer that question to somebody's satisfaction, and knowing that you're doing what you can in that moment.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's interesting that the theme here is about the hardware as well. And it actually made me remember one of the first communities that I was part of, MR communities, even before Holo Developer Slack was created. And honestly, I think it was even before the devices started to be shipped out, the HoloLens 1 devices, was the Windows Holographic User Group run by Dwayne Lamb. He's actually sitting right back over there, and they would meet once a month. And I think later when they tried to rename holographic to Windows Mixed Reality, the acronym was going to be Win Mugger instead of Win Hugger. But I remember when I got my first HoloLens 1 device, shortly after that, that Windows Holographic User Group announced that they would have, to support the community, some loaner devices out, HoloLens loaner devices. And right around that same time, I started seeing requests for, hey, number one, it's pretty rare to find HoloLens developer, let alone a HoloLens developer with 2 HoloLenses. But I would see this post, hey, we're desperate, we want to create a multi-user application. Are there any developers out there? And I was like, well, I've got 1 HoloLens, but you can't make a multi-user application with 1 HoloLens. So I approached Dwayne, I'm like, hey, that loaner device, can I get it for a week? Man, those were nights filled with me ripping out my hair, trying to figure out what are anchors. How do you network two people together? Okay, the thing is showing up in the same place, but his avatar. I would approach him like, Dwayne, I need this for another week. And I'd come back a week later, Dwayne, can I have it for another week? Back in the early days, we're always so optimistic, right? When coding our projects, we're like, oh yeah, I can get this done in 3 days. Turns out to be 3 months. But yeah, it just reminded me the importance, what you were saying, of access to hardware and how a community, can be that place where that could be one of the advantages of being part of a community and offering that to community members as well. All right, so for communities that are growing or maybe have already grown, do you feel like communities or mixed reality communities can become stale after a while, or can they die? And what are things that you can do to prevent that from happening? How can you keep a community alive and vibrant?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely one of the bigger challenges that we face is when I started out, it speaks to that optimism of like the unknown. When Hololens 1 first came out, we were so optimistic that like, oh yes, this is going to be mainstream in like 2 years and it's going to be awesome. And so like all these user groups sprouted up all around the country. And now that we're 5 years into this, it's really hard when there's not like constant news for it to be like solely based off of a single technology. So like a bunch of them were like literally like HoloLens user groups. And as Microsoft, I cannot release news to everybody monthly as much as I would love to. We're just not to that point in our cycle yet where we've got something super awesome to talk about every month. And so it's, and I think diversification of the technology that we're talking about and talking more broadly about mixed reality or XR, AR, really kind of helps to be able to have that excitement level and keep it up more than having a single technology. And I think that people always assume that like us as Microsoft, we're competing super hard against Magic Leap and Niantic and all these other companies that are in the space. And to a degree, we are, but we're also super friendly. Like, I've known Joe for a couple of years. I know a bunch of the people at Magic Leap. I know a bunch of the people at Valve and Meta and stuff. And like we talk and we're friends, and we're really more, at least in the DevRel space, our job is to empower developers to go create cool stuff. And so if I can work with Joe and put something on where our developers come together and create cool stuff, regardless of which technology they're using, like that's a bonus for me. Like I'm all about that. And most of the people that work in this space are the same way. So that's where I see like, that diversification and us not being so like, it's got to be Microsoft because, we're whatever. Like that's not the way to build these healthy communities and grow them and sustain them. And I think as a developer, like, going in on a single technology in this industry at this point in this industry is like insane because nobody's got enough market share. So if you're not looking at all the different options there and doing what's best for your customers or your product, you're really doing yourself a disservice. Yes, I would absolutely love if you're using Microsoft stuff in that mix, but it's not realistic for me to think that you're only going to use our stuff.
In our case, we create content and events all the time. And you might have a question on can you put that with your work and how do you balance that?
How do you do that?
How do you do that? I'm a superwoman. No, but actually when we see someone in our community that is developing something or learning something, we put them in the spot. So we give them the opportunity to share something with the community. So I think that not only motivates the person that is speaking and sharing what they are working on, but also the other persons are getting content the entire time. So that's how it flows. And we do have like 2 courses we give free every year. We stream one in March and the other one in September. And this year was the first year we didn't do it because we were with a lot of work. And people are asking, even though it's the same course, people are asking us to give the same course again because they don't only feel comfortable seeing the content, but also they have the skills to meet. So that's it from my part.
There's so many fun ways, I think, to kind of continue to, I don't know, what do you call it? Like, not revitalize, but just to continue pump energy into a community. I've killed a community, not single-handedly, but like it was when I was running Utah VR with a close group of friends, and we were like not very well organized. And I took a job, out of state, and I was not in Utah anymore to work with Utah VR, and it just kind of, fell away. But what's cool is that like new forms and new groups and new individuals kind of step up and try to lead stuff. And that makes me a little sad inside, that there's that. It's not there anymore, but it's okay because I think the community is still being served just through other means. But like a couple cool examples that I've seen. So Magic Leap was a fun experience for like we did a lot of workshops. That was a very like proactive thing that we did. But one thing that we saw was like there was this kind of bottom line metric, like we're getting a lot of like 2-day experiments. We're getting like these short demos, familiarization with our docs is happening, right? But like, how can we get more content onto the store? Because product like cycles, development cycles take a long time for like funded companies and companies trying to build like a product on top of a platform. That's like a, conservatively 6 to 12 month like site development cycle, if not longer. And so something fun that we did at Magic Leap was called Concepts. What we saw is that we were doing a lot of hackathons and jams, but like these would just kind of live and die with the jam. They get judged and then they would just be gone, right? They wouldn't see the light of day. These builds would just pass away, with the ephemeral internet, right? And like, so what we tried to do is create like a fast track where developers could take their builds from these hacks and jams, put it through this kind of fast track publishing cycle, and then get into the App Store with a specific tag called Concepts. And it's like an experimental section in the App Store for Magic Leap. And that was a really cool way to put like way more energy into this ecosystem where suddenly it's like, I'm not just killing myself over a weekend at this jam. Developers definitely do that. But man, I can actually be like a published developer on this platform now. Like that became a really meaningful like way to connect with developers, was to drive towards that. Niantic has been fantastic with programming. And I'm less involved on the programming side, but I still get to do quite a bit here. So on the programming side, it's like, I want to say there's like a monthly challenge, it's either a hackathon or a game jam. There's always a theme. There's always like a meaningful prize, whether that's cash or something else. So it does involve budget. But what this does is a few things. It allows like the marketing team to really like put some energy behind it to try and just get general awareness, spread the message in good word. Here's what's happening in the ecosystem. There's a lot of beats, and a lot of buzz that's happening around these certain things. These create assets that can be reused and shared in other meaningful contexts. It allows us a platform to, like, every team, Jesse, on your team, like there's lots of tools and features that developers can use. Sometimes there's new features that get created by really talented teams, but then developers just don't know about them. And so there's often a disconnect sometimes between product and marketing. And so having active programming is an awesome way to be like, here's a new jam that's happening this month. Here is the new and latest feature with the documentation around it. And then we have this kind of themed prize and event, based on this thing. And that can do a lot to kind of just keep activity going. But really, at the end of the day, it's like meeting developers where they're at, finding meaningful ways to, like, what do you want to do with the technology? What's exciting for you? Is it a hackathon? Is it a jam? Is it something else? Is it just having lunch on campus with us to meet and greet with the team? Is it video tutorials or like live streams? Like every company kind of has a different, way to approach this question. But bottom line, you got to know your people and like know what they want and then try to work with that.
20% of them want lunch, 21% of them.
It's about the food, the free food, right? No, but this topic is dear to my heart because one community that's withered is actually the local Seattle VR community. Prior to COVID, it used to be a very vibrant community. We had, I think, like 4 hackathons a year, hundreds and hundreds of people. We had the Seattle VR meetup, the East Side VR meetup. There were like so many different VR meetups, and it was all the same people migrating to all all the same events. And what I was shocked about is once COVID hit, the community also started to wither away, which I was really surprised about, because of all the communities in the world, you'd think that VR, right, is the type of community that we'd be able to stay together. So it really made me start thinking, do you see a role, as we go further and further into this world of remote work, into this world of Teams and Slack and Discord, and then also the dreaded word metaverse. I don't know if it's dreaded or not, but is there a role that the metaverse can play to kind of help bridge that gap to avoid something like, what we're seeing with the Seattle VR community?
I think that, COVID's really thrown all of us for a loop. And, first not being able to get together in person for a really long time. And I think a lot of when you had those meetups, in this VR, AR, XR space, a lot of it was about like bringing what you had and showing it off and like, hey, here's my headset, go put it on and go test this out, go try this. Like there's always the meetup part, the meeting part, whatever presentation it was. And then usually it like devolves or evolves into demos at the end of the night. And like, I think COVID just made people way more conscious of like, here, take this sweaty headset and put it on your face and hope that everything ends up okay. Which, I think eventually we do get to this place with social VR, social AR, and the metaverse and things where we do have those experiences and we are not necessarily having to be in the same space. But I think that, like everything in this space, we want it to happen a lot faster than it's actually going to. And having to figure out what those social norms are and the ethics and the accessibility and everything that goes around with doing things socially and not ending up in a place where you get toxic behaviors because nobody thought about how to moderate it and nobody thought about putting protections in place and nobody thought about all these things that we figured out in real life in-person stuff, and it just isn't quite there yet for the metaverse and for these online interactions. So yes, we'll absolutely get there. It's just how fast are we going to get there, and what do we have to solve for between here and where we can do it and feel like it's the same sort of experience that we have today in person.
I think it will eventually happen. I mean, we talked a couple of minutes ago that with computer, we face the same, like, who is going to have a computer on their desk? Who is going to have a phone call through a cell phone? The same is going to happen. I know that it's not the time right now, but I know it's coming pretty fast. That's for sure that it's coming faster than with PC and with the cell phone. But I think it's going to happen.
At Niantic, we call it the real world metaverse, not quite the dreaded term, the real world metaverse. And something that I've been really happy to see, not necessarily in the developer community, but just like in the user community, is Pokemon Go Fests are starting back up. There's a huge one happening in Seattle, like next month. Yeah. And like, it's crazy seeing tens of thousands of users gather in a city for like a fun thing to do, like that's a thing. For me, I'm like going on hikes, with like my little family, or like I'll go to the coast to chill at the beach. But like to have like communities of thousands of people going and doing, I mean, you got your Coachellas, you have your concerts and festival series, right? But then seeing like users get together for an app, for a game, like for an activation like that to me is super encouraging that, well, COVID sucks. But we're on this side of it now. We're like, we've come to an understanding of what we can do as communities, and then moving forward, there's just so much fun to be had. So I'm really happy that we're in 2022 and ready for some more fun.
I mean, Pokemon Go is kind of an interesting experiment to just kind of watch how that has evolved with COVID, because when it first launched, I remember like watching videos of like Bellevue Park and like these massive crowds of people all running to go catch this Pokemon that just appeared and like the insanity that was around Pokemon when it launched. And then again with COVID, it is largely about going out and, having these social interactions, with other players, everybody going to a gym to go, try and beat it. And so like some of the improvements that they've made where, you can do it from a little bit further away, or you can do these things remotely, like watching that how the team has thought through those problems and now is like slowly ratcheting those back and bringing out the more social stuff, I think is kind of a great case study for all of us to look at, is like, how do you pivot to these things that are unexpected and really shut down the main way you were doing something? So hats off to the company for sure, for being able to think through that stuff. And if anybody wants to add me on Pokemon Go, come find me afterwards, because I'm definitely still playing.
Fantastic. All right, I think we've got enough time for one more question of the morning, and that's, do you have any inspiring stories from any of your developer communities, whether it's a personal story or somebody you know from the community? Any inspiring stories you'd like to share?
Well, as you know, I'm from Argentina. Latin America has a lot of countries that have difficulties on economics. And there is I was part of an event in a community, and I got a customer that needed to create something with HoloLens, and our company decided to hire people to do that. And there was this student from Venezuela that actually was hired by my company, who learned everything through our community. And now, luckily, he's now earning and working. He's 25 years old. He's just starting, but he's so excited. And nothing. That's something that you think, this is not going to happen. The entire circle that you give training on YouTube, someone is going to look at it, and then it's going to have a work that is going to help feed his entire family. So that circle is something that I am proud of, and everyone in our community, everyone is really proud of. I would say that.
Thanks for asking this kind of wrap-up question. There's so much to be proud of, I think, in every community. One that comes to my mind most recently is we just had our Lightship Summit, our own developer conference, like 2 weeks ago in San Francisco. And it was about 4 months of just like straight planning with a pretty big team. And it was a cool show, but like from the outside looking in, like it was like, oh, that was a smooth conference, a lot of cool announcements. Good job, guys. But like, man, behind the scenes, our hairs were on fire. We had 9 live demos happening. Live demos are the scariest thing for any kind of like on stage, live programming, or like at an event when like press is coming through and they're gonna actually try a demo, not just watch a canned video of a demo, but like try a demo. The night before press came in, we came in the morning, and all the iOS devices that we had been charging overnight, congratulations to iOS 15.5. All of them were set for auto update over the night. So it was just like, oh my gosh, like double check, triple check all the apps, make sure they're all working, nothing's broken. The developers themselves were on site to like troubleshoot with us. And also, like, we have what are called wayspots, and these are like localizable anchors that we can set up. But developers weren't able to go and get the map data or the mesh data for these anchors until like a day before, because the way we've set it up is that like we had to kind of finish the preparation, the props and decoration for the event before the scans were gathered. So they're only able to get them like a day, maximum 2 before. And so just like, it made me so proud to see developers just like being so active and like positive and just working towards this end of like, I'm gonna get my demo working. And like, that is the blood, sweat, and tears of the developer experience, of just getting shit done. Sorry, and just like, and like, smiling through it. And it's just, I love that mentality of the grit, and like, the developers are amazing, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd double down on that, and that, a few things here. So we started off, Sean was asking like why we do this, and Ivana said, to change people's lives. And, it seems like kind of a meta thing and something you don't think about. And it's not something that I'm like, today I'm going to go change somebody's life. But it's amazing how many times like people have come up to me and said, oh, something you talked to me about way early on, I kind of really took that to heart. And now I'm in, this role doing this job, and it's literally changed my life. And I've had that moment too. Like, coming to work at Microsoft has literally changed my life, and it was because of some of the people that I met in this community and whatnot. So, like, to go out and say, oh, I'm going to go change somebody's life is like, okay, yeah, sure you are. But it's the small things that you don't really think about, and it's not something that's even necessarily meaningful to you or you remember, but they absolutely remember it as, kind of this pivotal moment. So making sure that you're kind and welcoming and making sure that there's room for those opportunities to happen is absolutely important. And then to Joe's point, like, so much of like putting on an event like this is about, all this crazy preparation, and there's huge teams behind it that are just behind the scenes and never get thanked. So I'd just like to take a moment to thank all the team behind putting on dev days and, your guys' Lightship stuff, because there's a ton of behind the scenes people who you will never ever see, but are amazing at kind of working to make this stuff happen and pull it off so that it's a great experience for our community, and it all goes off relatively without a hitch. So big round of applause to everybody behind the scenes who does this stuff.
Thank you so much. That's great. And let's give another hand to our panelists here. You guys have been wonderful, amazing. You survived the drill. It's been a great session. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully you had a chance to tune into the panel that just finished on the developer communities. And I would say we spoke a little bit about communities yesterday, Cassie, and I feel that the community is really how I got here into this space.
Totally. And I love how they talked about like the inspiration side of it, and like how they were inspired to start a community, and then they wanted to also inspire other people.
Yes.
And that's kind of like what got them into it. So
that's what it's really all about.
Yep.
Joining now is one of my most favorite friends in the mixed reality team, the creator and maintainer of Stereokit, Nick Klingensmith. How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's been an exciting little event so far.
Oh, perfect. I'm so happy to have you here. And so for the folks at home who are tuning in virtually, Nick has delivered 3 awesome Stereokit sessions yesterday in person, and they will be available on demand. However, we invited him here to join us today to actually speak more to what Stereokit is, as well as some new things that he's added. So to start off, Nick, could you let the folks at home know what is Stereokit?
All right. So Stereokit is pretty cool. It's a mixed reality library that's based on OpenXR for C#. And I spent a lot of time trying to make sure that this is like a really easy to use sort of thing, and it's just kind of succinct. And even better, it's part of the C# ecosystem, so it's something that C# developers can get comfortable really fast. It works really well with the rest of the tools that you already have available to you, and just makes your life easier from that perspective. It's code first, so it's not for everybody, but if you're a programmer, it's great.
Yes, and I would say was it last year or this year we worked together on some videos for Stereokit?
Oh yeah, you made some fantastic intro videos for Stereokit. I don't actually remember when that was, but
I can't remember
they're
when.
wonderful.
All the time is just blurring together. But Cassie, this is your first time learning about Stereokit, right?
Yeah, and I haven't seen any of the videos. So what are like kind of like the key features of the API? Like what are my like first things that I'm going to do with it?
Yeah, so the big thing is it is specifically for creating a mixed reality application. So if you want to create something that you just have some user interface, you're doing something productive, it's really, really fast to create that sort of experience. It has less of a focus on graphical fidelity like games might want, and more an emphasis on productivity and getting started with an application right away. So it just simplifies a lot of the setup. You don't have to configure things for mixed reality because it's already there for mixed reality.
Nice.
And just the iteration time is really quick as well because it's a much lighter weight tool.
That's cool. So does it have some sort of like templating in it then? Is that kind of what makes it quick to start out? Like you start out with like a template that has like the base things that you need in the project, and then you can kind of build on it from there?
Yeah, I have a couple of templates up on the Visual Studio Marketplace that allow you to just get started like right away. It gives you a nice little environment to work in. But the big thing is that like the latest and greatest .NET tools are so good. They're really fast. Like, oh man, .NET Watch is amazing. And Stereokit pairs really well with all of those things. So if you're iterating on desktop, it's like instantaneous. I've even streamlined the HoloLens deploy time. It takes about 20 to 30 seconds, which is pretty great.
That's really fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's fast.
Does it support all .NET versions then, and like .NET Core and like all the latest features and things as well?
So I think I originally started with .NET Core 2.0 and up to 6. So those are kind of the range of what I've tested. I've also used .NET Framework. So the library itself is actually a .NET Standard 2.0. So it has a pretty wide range of compatibility.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, and just recently there was another release, right? What's in there?
So this was version 0.3.6. And I worked on this one for about 4 months, and it actually contains contributions from at least 9 other different people. So I'm really pleased. Like, this was a real community effort. I'm really excited about all of those. But the big feature, the headline thing, was asynchronous asset loading. So this is the idea, like, if you're loading a GLTF, you know, you have this 300 megabyte GLTF that you have to decode, and it takes a little while to load up. And so the new feature allows you to just say load it, and it just starts rendering it right away. And in the background, it'll just progressively load in the details and display it as it comes in, which really unblocks the application and just lets you, load it without having to worry about your assets much.
That is super powerful. Because I definitely know, like, when I've gone into different apps I've created, and then also like waiting for them to kick off because they have all of these different assets they need to load in order to even use it. The application, that you can make it more dynamic and like load it when you need it, and then also continue moving forward with your experience as well. So having that built into, like, async and await used to be really hard, and I feel like the more useful APIs are ones that are just building it in and making it really easy to make the call, and then being able to integrate that type of functionality in.
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned that there are additional folks who contributed to the most recent release, and so this is definitely a community-driven project.
Yes.
If there is someone at home who does want to contribute, what exactly are the steps that they need to follow?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work on the GitHub repository. There's a contributing guide, there's building guides.
Oh, cool.
I check the GitHub issues every morning, like right as soon as I get up.
Told you all yesterday who does that.
And we've got a nice Discord channel as well with a lot of lovely people on there. So if you want to pop in and chat and say hi, ask for help with something, then always happy to hang out.
Okay, cool. And so definitely sounds like a very much valuable solution. I know you can do a lot with a little bit of code.
Yes.
For sure. And just from a project's perspective, what's something that you've been working on, you've created?
So one thing, I like to every once in a while create these test projects to just kind of like push the features a little bit, like stress test them. And my latest has been something called Photogrammetry Explorer, where I basically grab models off of Sketchfab, load them up, and then allow you to walk around in them. So it's this kind of like interacting with these REST APIs, working with really heavy GLTF models, and then interacting with them, moving around in them. So it's nice for the async asset stuff. It's really great for some of the collision intersection stuff.
Okay, all right. And then I recall, I think last year there was a Stereokit Hackathon. Do you recall any projects that like really caught your eye from the hackathon?
Yeah, so there was actually a lot of really wonderful projects there. We had multi-user collaboration stuff. I think my favorite one that came out of there was Jumbly's Idea Engine, which is this kind of mind mapping software. He's on Twitter, and you should check that out. It's really cool.
Oh, cool.
Mind mapping software.
It's more than just that.
What is it EEG signals, or like what? How does it?
More like a brainstorming sort of thing.
Brainstorming,
not
okay.
Quite like mind reading.
I'm like thinking
you were talking
like
about a little bit of that yesterday.
I was watching this documentary on BCI, brain computer interactions, and so like I'm very interested in like everything that's happening around that, and there's a lot of cool things. So I was like, how are they doing this in mixed reality?
More sensor inputs, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's also some Stereokit involvement with this year's hackathon that's happening that was announced yesterday as well. And so are you going to be one of the judges for?
I'm going to be one of the judges. I'm going to be helping out with the office hours. I'll be around. If you need features during the hack, like surface them up and I will work on those for you. So it's going to be an exciting month of hacking.
Yeah, you're pretty good, I would say, with keeping up with the contributions and the feedback. And I think for something that is open source, that's really important. And I really like that about it. And I would say working with you is also a delight as well. I feel like a lot of people feel that about you, though.
Yes.
Yes, you're like magical. So yeah, so I would say for those of you interested in Stereokit, documentation is available at stereokit.net. And that's where you can go find all documentation. I think the videos happen to also potentially be somewhere linked in there as well. And yeah, so coming up soon, we do have another session that will be starting just shortly. And we also have Ivana joining us, and we're going to talk a little bit more with her about community. But I would say overall, things have gone, well so far.
Yeah.
It's been going well in terms of the event. And let's see what else is happening. We do have Cameron coming on later. I did mention Cameron. Cameron will be joining us for a conversation with regards to graphics tools. So that'll be pretty cool. And then later today, joining us will also be Andrew. So thank you all, and we hope you enjoy the next session.
Hello, everyone. It's so amazing to be here in person. Thank you so much for showing up in person, and all of you online. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you are energized after my presentation. Thank you. So we are here to talk about dynamic data binding and theming, and I'm guessing that all of you probably know what that is, but I am going to start with a brief introduction. A little background on me. Well, first of all, I was blown away by the presentations of all the folks on my team. I lead the MRTK team. That's the most passionate folks I've ever worked with. Their presentation was so good. I'm like, man, I need to up my game. So I worked last night and today to make mine a little less geeky and a little more polished. And I just said, forget it. You guys are geeky, I'm geeky. We can handle being geeky together. So it's going to be kind of geeky. So just a little bit about me. I was on the Hololens team right around launch. I worked on the NASA project, the on-site, and worked on the Trimble partnership, the Autodesk, 2 different Autodesk partnerships. So I had some early insights into what's happening in this emerging industry. And I ran off and started one of the very first agencies to build apps for large companies like British Petroleum, Stryker, Zimmer Biomet, you name it. And so I got a lot of background on, thank you for the clicker. I got a lot of background on how to build for enterprise. And so, the market wasn't really favorable to a company that wanted to stay 100% focused on mixed reality and specifically Hololens, especially when we weren't really interested in venture capital. So I decided to come back to the mothership. So here I am leading the MRTK team and bringing all that enterprise focus to what we're building. Everybody else was doing something about their personal life. I don't geek out that much except with my son Kai. We build robots. I made time-of-flight sensors available within Scratch so you could do Scratch programming. But I do woodworking, and I'm just learning how to weld. I summit mountains, I rock climb. That's kind of what I do when I'm not here doing all this cool stuff. Yoon, unfortunately, I probably need to plug this in. I'm just going to do this. I think I can handle that. So Yoon is our absolutely amazing principal UX designer. He makes everything you see look as amazing as it does. He's backed by an incredible team of designers, UX, everything, artists, modelers. And through all of that effort, we always are thinking about what the design needs are as well as the programming needs. Sadly, he's in South Korea. He was not able to be here, but he did record his half so that you can still benefit from it. So I'm going to cover data binding, and he's covering theming. I'm going to introduce theming a little bit before his, just for some bridge context. So what is data binding? Data binding is pretty simple. It's like you've got UX, and you want to present things. And I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of kind of the early, proving out what's possible. You just statically design everything in Unity, and it's just all static. And then you write some custom code to populate text mesh pros with text coming from somewhere else. Well, having been out there building for enterprise, I just absolutely knew that we could add a lot of value by just solving some of those problems for you in the context of Unity, of course, in mixed reality. And so it's really just connecting the UX to where the data comes from. And our commitment is to do it in a way that it can meet a wide variety of needs. And the most important thing is that if the data updates, the UX updates automatically. You don't have to do anything, it just happens. So we had a lot of ambitious goals for this. One that I've challenged the whole team to do is just like, how do you make absolutely everything enterprise ready? How do you think about everything's possible at runtime that's possible at design time? How do you make sure that everything can kind of predict the future and offer ways to make it possible to use it even if we had not implemented yet? And a lot of the feedback we were hearing was that you had to modify MRTK code to meet your needs, and then getting an MRTK update would actually be challenging because now you've got custom versions of MRTK. And we're trying to get away from that model and have it all be highly extensible through dependency injection and derived classes and other ways that don't require you to ever touch our code. Another is data sources come from everywhere. They come from custom backends, from standard backends, from RESTful services, from C# state objects that just give you the state of your application that you may want to present to the UX. And so we want to make sure that was totally open-ended. And then one of our tenets is make the common use cases super easy, but make absolutely certain you can handle even the most sophisticated use cases as well, because we can never predict what everybody might want to try to do with the technology that we deliver. The other thing is we want to make sure that we weren't just like, you're going to start with MRTK and everything's going to be great. We want to make sure that no matter what you already had in play, if you want to use our data binding, you can add it at any time, no matter in your product lifecycle, and it'll just work. It won't require you to rethink how you've done your entire application, which is important for an emerging industry that is starting to mature because there's a lot of stuff out there already. The other is that, in traditional data binding, usually think of images and text. In 3D, it's so much more than that. It's audio clips, animation clips, materials. It's like, you name it. It's so much more that you want to data bind. You don't just want to data bind text and images. It's a lot more than that. Extensible, I talked about that already. And then the other is like, we heard loud and clear that MRTK, pretty much everything takes too much frame time. Like, please, 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 don't use any more frame time. Don't use any more RAM than you need. Don't cause garbage collection. So we have this commitment to making sure our footprint is light. Another is like, data binding without collections isn't really data binding because collections are the kind of the bread and butter of showing data. So we have a really comprehensive collection system that makes it possible to handle the largest collections you can throw out of millions of items, and it all just works. Themable. So this was actually, I have to say that was not one of the original objectives, but we folded that in when we realized the plumbing for theming is very similar to the plumbing for data binding. And like, why don't we leverage all this plumbing to also expose theming? And I'll go into some of the challenges that presented because there are a couple. Data preparation pipeline, this is the one thing I'm talking about briefly here that we don't have yet. It's the idea that, okay, you get data from a database, but you don't necessarily want to show a number from 0 to 1, you might want to normalize that to 20 to 30 or whatever, or you may want to localize to a different language. And that pipeline is on a roadmap. We don't have it yet today, but that is scheduled for GA. And the minimal dependencies tied into what I said earlier about being able to tie it into any existing app. The dependencies are so minimal. You can use data binding with version V2. I mean, it doesn't have any dependencies. I mean, we ostensibly say that we only support 2020 and forward of Unity, but the reality is it is being used in earlier versions. We just are not committing to keeping that fully tested on our journey. We want to focus more in the future, but let it be said that it actually works all the way back to 2018 currently. That may change, but currently it does. So just to give you an idea of how real this is shipping in guides right now, as of, I think, last September. Like, everything you see in here is data bound. All the items in the list, even the buttons. When you type in the text, it's updating the list, which then propagates and updates the contents of the presented list. Those lists can be quite large, and it's only fetching the very thing that you're looking at. We also have something called prefetching, where it's going to prefetch the ones that it predicts you might scroll to so that they're already prefetched and populated. So it's in production quality. That said, we have really high standards. We know from actually having made it into production, we've learned so much about all the things that we haven't done well enough and want to improve. And perf is one of them. We did a lot of perf for this, but there are a lot of things that we still want to do. So we're calling this like early preview, just to set the right expectation. We want to make sure that if you start playing around with it, give us feedback. That's what we want. We want all your feedback. Say, you know, this could be better. One of the big things is I want to refactor out all the collection-related stuff that is currently embedded in like the data source. Only some things are collections. Not everything's a collection. Why should that be in the interface? So just to give you a rundown of some of the key features. I probably should have done my little vocabulary before this because I think these words will all make sense. So data sources on the side of where the data is coming from. Out of the box, we support any C# object, which includes scriptable objects. We support JSON. We just support dictionary. Dictionary is great for just like put a bunch of key value pairs for testing, or use it for runtime state. Like just put stuff in a key dictionary, and every time you change any of those values, they will update whatever is listening to those values. And it just makes it super easy to just prototype things, or even in production code to stand up just a runtime state and make that drive your interface. And the dictionary is string only, so that is a limit. All the others can support any data type, directly or indirectly. Like JSON can say, here's the information it takes to drive the path that will get it from a resource or from a streaming asset. Or even, here's the JSON that is the URL that causes you to fetch the image that then gets put onto a quad. All that plumbing is actually in there already. So any consumer. So we already support quite a few, but the idea is that it's super, super easy to add more. And I'll show you that actually in a little while. But we support collections, which I talked about, text, obviously. Text style sheets for both styling your app and white labeling it, and also for accessibility. Materials, sprites, audio clips. We don't have animations yet, but I'll show you how easy that can be. And then events and custom. Like the D365 team needed a Boolean event generator. So they just wrote one to solve that need. And it's now part of the package. So part of the making the simple cases easy and making the more complex cases possible is auto discovery and the auto configuration. So the idea here, one of the clever mechanisms that we support is as long as your source is higher in the hierarchy than any of hundreds potentially of things that want to actually get data from that one data source, every one of those data consumers can auto discover just by walking up each parent until it finds one. And obviously there's a slight one-time initialization penalty for doing that, but it makes it super easy. I'm going to show you, like you literally drop in a data source and data consumer and it just works. Like that's it, like literally no change configure anything. Virtualized collections, I talked about that. We have object pooling, so we'll reuse objects. They will be prefetched in case you have latency challenges with talking to a backend database. And then we have this thing called an item placer, which is the glue to something that knows how to put it into your interface. So one of the things that we abandoned was a much more complex and convoluted way of building a list that we thought was going to be this grand thing that just isn't materializing as the right solution, especially when we decided we're just going to adopt Canvas completely wholesale. And so what we haven't written yet, and we will in the next weeks probably, is the data binding to make it possible to data bind a Canvas list, just right out of the box. Just a Canvas list, you drop it into your app, and it can be data bound right out of the box. And if you swipe it or scroll it or whatever, it just works. Namespace resolution. So this is kind of interesting. If you're going to have a data source that has its own data namespaces that you have no control over, like first_name, last_name, but you want to create prefabs that are kind of generalized, like a contact list prefab, then maybe you decide to do F name and L name. Something has to map those two. So there's this thing called a key path mapper that will say, if the name in the prefab is one thing, automatically map it to what's coming in from the data source. And I already talked about the data manipulator. We've got a strong, I should have put accessibility in here potentially, but localization, formatting, make it look like a currency or a date, which of course ties into localization. Normalization, the thing I was talking about like putting ellipsis on text or changing the range of a value. And then you can create your own in this pipeline, and there can be as many as you want between the data source in any data consumer. Probably not going to go too much into this, but this is kind of introducing the vocabulary. One of the cool things that we're doing, which has its pros and its cons, is that we modeled our selector between the data consumer and the data source to be exactly like you would access a JSON element from JavaScript. So it does limit us to atomic values, lists, and dictionaries, but it does make it super, super easy to stand up both ends of the equation and to have it still be human readable. One of the challenges that this has presented is for collections, because without using something like a GUID for the actual specifier for the collection, like you wouldn't necessarily want my list within my data set square bracket, 10 square bracket, because if you delete number 9, 10 isn't 10 anymore, now it's 9. And those are the challenges that we're facing. That's one of the things that we're still going to fix by at least making list GUIDs as opposed to these keypads, just to give you some background. Most of these are things that you probably understand inherently. Data controller is interesting. That's probably one that's worth talking about. Data controller is this need to say, like, I've got a giant list of items. I want to select one. Where does the ID come from for selecting it? So what data controller does is say, I am going to send out an event, and I'm going to set it to the ID of that particular item so that the recipient of the event now does know how to get back to the data that was represented by that one prefab in a giant list of prefabs. And that's kind of a really important, cool feature. This is another one. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but this kind of pulls together all of the different components that I just talked about and how they all interrelate to each other. There's one other minor little thing that I didn't talk about, which is the data source provider, which is, remember I was telling you about the auto configuration and auto discovery? Well, sometimes you don't want that. You want your data source to be just a C# object, not a game object, I mean a mono behavior. And you don't want it to be in your hierarchy. You can create there's a very lightweight thing called a data source provider, which just is a way to tell any data consumer where to find the actual data source that you want it to use. And there can be as many different data sources in play at the same time. Like it can be, you can have hundreds and it'll all just still work. So now I'm going to do an actual demo. The demo setup is that it's a RESTful joke API. And it was kind of a pretty cool moment when all this plumbing first existed. And I'm like, what are some of the things I can do to test and prove that all works? And so I just found things like a joke API, a photo API, and just started standing them up, and it just worked. And it was kind of magical. And I just wanted to share that magic with you because I was feeling at that moment like we were onto something, that this was a lot easier to use than other data binding solutions that are out there on the market. And it's worth mentioning that the guides team had another open source data binding framework, but it just wasn't meeting their needs, and it was incredibly complex, and it was really hard to configure, and it was really fragile. It was really easy for things to break when things changed. And so they adopted ours, and they've been thrilled to the point where we have a super, super deep partnership with them, and they're actually contributing back to the MRTK because of the strength of our partnership. So this RESTful API is super simple. You set up what kind of joke you want, and you do this RESTful call, and you get back something that looks like this. And the cool thing about it is because of what I described about how JSON accessors are the keypads, the magic selectors between the data consumer and data source side, it's as easy as saying that you want to get the delivery, you want to get the setup, or you want to get the flags.religious and see whether that's true or false. So this is a self-running demo. I've done it so many times I could have done it live, but I decided that I would just do this. And I can narrate it. Is it playing? Why are you not playing? Maybe I will have to do it live. There we go. Pressing on the start doesn't work when it's in presentation mode. I'm basically starting 100% from scratch. If you went to some of the intro, starting your first project, this is exactly what you saw. It's put the XR rig in there, optionally put in the input simulator so you can use all the navigation if you want. I mean, that's just basic, very simple plumbing steps. And what I'm going to do then is build up a very, very simple hierarchy of nodes in the scene, just an app root. An app root, for a simple case at least, is a good place to maybe put your data source. Obviously, you want to instantiate data sources at runtime in a more complex scenario, and that obviously is all possible. But this allows you to stand up scenarios very, very fast. UX root, mainly for making sure things are showing at the right place. So I'm going to put one of our MRTK slates in there just as a nice backplate for the joke and the punchline. And in that slate, you just have to set all the scale as we learned earlier. If you set it to millimeters, it makes your life easier. Okay, here's the magic. This is the Text Mesh Pro. That's going to deliver the setup of the joke and the punchline. And this one is one of the coolest ones in that the only thing you have to do to bind a Text Mesh Pro to a data source is to use these curly brace markers in the text that you put in there. If you were doing localization, the curly braces would be in the delivered text from your localization system. I'm getting ahead of myself. I jumped back from the Text Mesh Pro to setting up the canvas. So I was hoping that not too much of the demo would be able to set up, but there's a little bit of setup. But I wanted to see, like, this is really legitimately from nothing. Like, there's no magic, zero magic. This is 100% from absolutely nothing. Oh, there we go. So there's how you deliver the setup and delivery. I don't know if you remember in the JSON, those were the actual names of the keys for root level elements. And that's how this finds them, is by the fact that those are at the root level. I also just tried an example to prove to myself that it all worked right before this, that you could do the flags dot in religion or religious or political, and sure enough, everything worked exactly as I would have expected. So now I'm just changing the URL, which I need to remove as a default, and putting in the one that you saw in that original slide. It's that exact same URL. And now I need to put in the data source. Well, we have this thing called JSON test, data source JSON test. It's kind of hard to generalize a data source. We have a data source base class data source JSON base class that you drive from, but it's hard to predict what you actually want to do to get, when you want to get the JSON and how to use it. But this one is just a test script that's provided in the examples that just every 5 seconds it'll refetch the data. Just a really easy way to try things out. And there it is. That's getting live data from that v2.jokes.dev, or jokesapi.dev. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, data consumer, data source, they find each other, put these curly braces in. And honestly, doing this for materials, doing this for anything is just that easy as well. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to do a little introduction of theming before Yoon takes it over virtually, or is it still called virtual when you just pre-recorded? So theming. So remember I was saying that theming was kind of a derivation of data binding. It uses all the same plumbing. And it turns out that actually proved to be true, except for one critical difference. Well, first of all, what is theming? Well, theming is to customize the visualization of an app for completely changing the style. Now, we take theming kind of a step further, where theming could be just for one little thing. It doesn't have to be the whole app, but we do support theming across the whole app, and we're going to show that. But the idea is that you might want to offer your own clients to be able to white label your app and change the complete theming to whatever they want it to look like. You might be offering a service, and you want every one of your clients to see the app look like their own branding. And the other use is, you don't like the MRTK out-of-the-box theming because it doesn't represent your company. So right now, it's really good for you to use to get everything set up. The one thing we don't have yet is the big magic button that says, okay, I don't want you to do it runtime anymore. I want you to freeze it and make it the design time defaults. and then it never has to do theming ever again. That one magic button that you press doesn't exist yet, but it's on our roadmap to make it possible to freeze it for the rest of the app's life. And of course, you can do it over and over again if you want. So here's some examples, just to give you an idea of how comprehensive it is. Notice the rounded corners are changing. Notice the colors are changing. The fonts, I believe, if they aren't changing, they're supposed to be changing. Oh, that's right. There's another demo where the fonts themselves change. But the idea is that every UX we provide has the necessary plumbing to make this work out of the box. The cool thing is if you don't want theming, 0, 0, 0, 0 footprint, 0 CPU, 0 anything. So we made sure that if you don't want theming, it's on your way. If you want theming, it works as you would expect, and maybe even better. This is a cool example. We need to refactor this. We've already gotten feedback that it kind of mixes view and model, and theming is mixed with data model. And I looked at it, I was like, oh, you're right. You're totally right. So, but all the concepts work. The idea here is that this was actually trying to exercise a really complex case where the number of sprites for the battery were a different number than for charging than it is for not charging. The battery to sprite mapping was nonlinear. So we're trying to handle really hard, realistic use case and prove that it was all at least possible. And within a couple hours, we had been able to create this to show that it's all possible with all the data binding plumbing coming from two values coming from an OS or a virtual OS, which is the current charging level and whether it's charging or not. And then everything else just works. Okay, so this is the plumbing that makes all this possible. It involves, and the plumbing, the hard part about theming is when you want to both theme and data bind something, because you effectively are doing two bindings at the same time. And we wanted to make that easy as well, which was one of the harder use cases, because a good example is, let's just say you have an app where you have an icon set for status. Every status, completed, waiting, whatever, is a different icon. But then your client wants those icons to be the icons that look the way they do, and your other client wants it to look the way they want it. Well, you want the data value from a database to which icon to use to be data bound, but then you also want it to be data bound in such a way that it's, even at runtime, it's easy to swap out what the look and feel is. What if you have a dark theme and a light theme and you need different artwork or different text or whatever? All of that plumbing will support this combination of both the data being data bound and then also being themed. And this is the plumbing that makes that possible, in addition to the other hard use case, which is we wanted to make sure our UX package was absolutely 100% independent of our data binding package. And we pulled that off by having one single very lightweight script in the UX side of the world that says, I'm going to call some arbitrary data binding configurator. I have no clue what it's going to do, but it's going to do all the work for me. And that's all. So there's one really lightweight script on the UX side. That one is symboled out. So when you're trying out these examples, remember, read the documentation. Set the one symbol that is absolutely required to make this work because of that complete zeroing out of it, which is, you can look it up, but it's MRTK UX data binding and theming is the symbol. And if you turn that on, that connection works. So that really lightweight script is told about a profile, which in this case is a scriptable object. That profile has all of the bindings in it for, like, and we're using something that is controversial on our end, and we would love your feedback. There are multiple ways of doing this binding. Every single thing in your prefab can have the data consumers explicitly put on there, and everything will work. But what we do is we say, if the game object has a certain name, we will then bind it to this key path, and that key path will then be the thing that fetches the material or fetches the sprite or fetches the font icon or whatever it is that you're trying to bind. So there's two values. One is what's the game object name or regex or partial name, and what's the key path that maps to. And that's all that has to be in the data binding, and everything else works. And what happens is that config file that gets passed to the data binding side if it's turned on, and it does all the heavy lifting of, at runtime, putting all the data consumers on your objects, and all the attaching between consumers and sources just is all part of the attach process, and it all just happens for you. So to make all that magic possible that combines both theming and data binding, we have this fairly magical base class called Data Consumer Themable Base. And I just wanted to show you how easy it can be to create one for your own components, your own whatever. I mean, it could be anything, honestly. But there's a whole logic to automatically identify components that are the right components for the type of theming you want to do. Like if you wanted to add animation clip, that could just be animation clip. And so you tell it which components that you want it to be themed. And then when a set object gets called, potentially for multiple components, hundreds potentially, if you got a really massive prefab or whatever, and it will just automatically do all the work of giving that to this set object for everyone that it found, whenever the data changes, or the first time it's encountered. And all you have to do is set the right value in your code, as simple as that. And several of them, if you look through all the code that we provide, all this is available today on GitHub, you'll see that several of them are this simple. Some of them are harder because we're doing harder stuff. Like on the Text Mesh Pro one in particular is a little bit more complicated because if you have multiple of these curly braces in the same Text Mesh Pro, if you update them one at a time, as those modification notifications come through, it's really hard to manage unless you do them all at once. So it has this concept of atomic sets. And so you start an atomic set, you get all your data, and then you end the atomic set, data change begin and end. And it'll then do it at the end when all of the data has been accumulated.
Why the theming is useful? The theming could be a powerful tool when you want to use a single app or mixed reality solution.
I messed it up because I just wanted to introduce you. So this is our principal UX designer who couldn't be here. He's taking the rest of this, but I think we will have a small amount of time for Q&A, so I will just exit and come back as soon as he is done. I need to learn how to drive PowerPoint clearly.
Why the theming is useful? The theming could be a powerful tool when you want to use a single app or mixed reality solution for multiple customers, clients, and brands. So you don't need to manually replace materials and properties one by one if you use MRTK theming. So here's an example of an imaginary app that has multiple UI elements built with MRTK3's UI building blocks. So this is the default mixed reality design language. And using MRTK3's theming, the visual can be customized something like this. So this is a company A with the orange-based color theme. So as you can see, all UI elements has been customized for this branding color scheme. Then there's a company B, which has a red color as their key branding element. Then there could be a company C with the black and white style logos and branding. And as you can see, a single application or solution can have a visual look and feel customized for a specific brand while maintaining the same functionalities. Let's take a look at how to use a theming. To use a theming, you need something called a theme profile. And it is recommended to duplicate existing one since it's easier to replace existing elements. And also you can create a new theme profile using MRTK's menu. The theme profile looks like this. It contains a list of all themable elements such as textile, material, and sprite, etc. And as you can see, you can customize every details of the UI components in MRTK3, from the back plates to front plates to toggle visuals. And the list of these elements are defined in a file called binding profile. And there's a script called UX binding configurator, which automatically finds these elements in a child and make them themable. So this script needs to be assigned to the parent level of the object or prefab. And for all MRTK provided UI prefabs, this UX binding configurator script is assigned to the top level of the prefabs. And if you want to customize the font as well, you need to create a new text style sheet. And again, it is recommended to duplicate existing one and modify it. And it'll be easier than creating a new style sheet. So from there, you can customize the font, color, size, etc. for a specific style name, such as body, header, or H1 or H2. It's quite similar to CSS. And for the font name, you can just put the name of the TextMesh Pro's SDF font asset name. Then back to the theme profile, you just need to assign your newly created text style sheet. And finally, the target TextMesh Pro object needs to be assigned with the proper text style. One important thing here is that by default, the text style is set as a normal. But however, this normal style is not overridable. It is resolved by TextMesh Pro. So you need to assign the text style other than this normal style. You can do the similar thing for the sprite as well. MRTK3's default UX theme profile has one example of a sprite, which is used for the shadow in a toggle switch button. Now we know that we can make the material and text themable with MRTK3. Then we started exploring the idea of achieving some of the accessibility capabilities with this theming, such as text size scaling and high contrast mode. This is an example of text scaling in Windows 11. As you can see, all type hierarchy needs to be scaled up proportionally. Sometimes text can be truncated or wrapped, depending on the app's UI design decision. And we can use TextMesh Pro's style sheet to define proper type ramp that can be used across the app experience. So for example, here's a type ramp for our UI. One on the left, we have a semantic name of a specific style, and on the right, we have a text size and weight for specific elements in the UI. And we can define this as a TextMesh Pro's style sheet. By doing this, we can secure good hierarchy of the text and good readability. Also, it can bring the consistency throughout the app experience, since it can prevent one-off type size in the UI level. And again, all you need to do is assigning proper text style in the UI elements. This is an example of assigning main header and subtext style in our button UI. Then you can imagine we can define multiple text style sheet with different type sizes, regular, medium, and large text. Then with MRTK3's theming, we can easily switch text style sheet on the runtime. So here's an example demo. As you can see, with MRTK's theming, text style sheet can be dynamically switched, and we can achieve this kind of runtime text scaling. This could be part of the settings menu in your app so that users can adjust overall text size based on their personal preferences. High contrast mode is another crucial feature for accessibility. Since it is simply about providing color schemes for good contrast, there is nothing really different from the theming, regular theming. So using the theming, we can configure backplate and text color combination that secures good high contrast. So here's an example of a regular versus high contrast theme. And here's an example of a regular default theme. It can be switched to high contrast dark theme and the light theme with the dark text on the bright backplate. So this kind of a light theme with a large bright surface is generally not recommended for HoloLens additive display, since it can cause eye fatigue. This is just an example of possibility for achieving high contrast mode using MRTK3's theming system. Here's a quick runtime demo, switching materials together with text scaling for high contrast. So yeah, switching the material between the regular versus high contrast and text scaling together. So that was a quick intro to MRTK3's theming feature. Can't wait to see what you can build with it. Thank you.
So here's the amazing thing. There's already at least 3, if not more, incidences of people just running with this, and it just came together, and I didn't even know sometimes they were doing it. Guides, we didn't have any documentation yet, and they just ran with it and started integrating. And before I knew it, they're starting to, tell me, "Hey, can you do this, Hoff? Can you do that, Hoff?" And so we did do a lot of work to make it perform well, to meet some of their more esoteric needs, and all of that obviously helps make it production quality by figuring all those things out in conjunction with an actual production application. Similarly, Yoon just literally, he just thought, "Oh, this is really cool," and he just would start posting examples like I didn't even know he was doing it. He didn't need any help at all. He figured it out. One of the things that we're trying to do is make it easy to embrace and easy to use, while also making the things possible that I may not have predicted when we first designed this. And so, I think that we have accomplished a lot of that, but like I said, we have high standards, and we really want to continue to clean it up a little more. And so it's a good beginning, and I hope that this is exciting for you, and I can't wait to see what y'all build with it. So, and I think we have we have 10 minutes for Q&A, so hopefully you have some good questions. Yeah, so I can repeat the question. So the question is this compatible with MRTK2? So the answer is yes. In fact, it's compatible with any app you have, no matter whether you've ever touched MRTK or not. The only dependency is a very, very small package we call core, which we've intentionally made super, super small. It's mainly just interfaces we want to expose between packages, so that it's the binding profile stuff that I mentioned that makes it possible to bind between UX and data binding is in that core. And so if you have to pull in core, super lightweight, I think it's scripts only, so it's not even like it's going to bloat anything, bloat your streaming assets or your resources. Any other question? Oh. So the question is, what happens when you have really long wait times for downloading information, like from a database, and then you're basically waiting for that data before you can proceed. So the one specific case where we absolutely are handling that is in the collection predictive prefetch. The idea, and you can actually trigger the prefetch without it happening automatically. But the idea is that it'll grab an object from the data pool or multiple objects, and it will start that process while you're looking at this one set of photos or context or whatever. And in the background, it's just doing its work of populating the next set of prefabs. And the second you scroll, it releases the ones that you're currently looking at to the data pool for future reuse, and then the new ones are 100% ready to populate. And that was actually one of the really important features we added for the real life use cases like Guides 365, because they do talk to a real backend database, and even a few milliseconds is annoying, especially when you want to load up 30 new prefabs and have them all ready to go. And so the predictive prefetch dramatically improved the performance of all of that around tripping to some high latency backend. So beyond that, there are other, we all live through some of the challenges, like downloading an image and getting it onto a texture has some challenges, and we're constantly trying to figure out ways of reducing the impact of some of those high latency and compute consuming features. But the data binding package doesn't solve those, at least not yet. If there are other scenarios that you would like to solve, let me know. I mean, we're constantly trying to figure out, like, what's holding you back? What's making it hard for you to achieve fast time to value? What makes it hard for you to prototype your next application or your next feature? Any other questions? Ah. That's an excellent point. So the thing that we've done is, so we have interfaces that are designed to be super lightweight and easy to implement, but a lot of stuff is happening behind the scenes. So what we've done is we've created as much of the code as we can into completely Unity agnostic base class that has a lot of the logic that has nothing to do with Unity. And then we have a game object base class on top of that. And that does as much of the heavy lifting as possible, so that when you derive a new class on top of that base class, the amount of code that you have to put in there, or well, not the amount, but the code you have to put in there is all the stuff that we can never predict, like the things that are to a custom database, or obviously there are going to be patterns of things that we'll eventually say, oh, well, that's done all the time, so let's make sure we support that, which would be, a good example is we currently support JSON payloads, but we haven't written an XML payload, and it obviously makes sense to write an XML payload handler. So that you can be sure is going to be added. But the reality is, fetching a RESTful service is generic and not really MR focused, and we're trying to stay as focused as close as possible to what truly is unique about mixed reality and truly unique about deploying real production solutions inside a mixed reality type application, and that starts getting closer and closer to things that you can find elsewhere in other open source projects, and we're tending to not prioritize those just because there are other, it's all fairly mature challenges that there's plenty of good software out there to solve. Yes, so the question is, I'm showing theming that feels a little bit more like static theming. You've got your 5 themes set up, or dark, light, and company A, company B. What if all of your theming data is really coming from like an online data source? Is that accurate? Yeah. That is absolutely what this is designed to do. And this goes back to theming really is just another type of data and data source, right? Like theming can literally be anywhere. All the data, like you can literally, to the extent that it's possible, download an asset bundle with all the theming assets and load it in, and then you could even have a theming profile for that, and then that theming profile you insert at runtime, and it all should work. One of the big things that we had to make sure absolutely works is on any of these prefabs that are themed, like you can literally say disable, enable, and it'll populate, unpopulate. Like it's pretty magical to be able to do all this at runtime, where the attach detach process makes it super easy to say, okay, I'm going to attach a new data source, and that data source happens to have theming from a content management system, and all that data now is available. And the second I attach, everything gets that initial, all your data's changed, I need to tell you about it, and that will populate all of your interface. And you can even go so far as fetch a new one and have it change to that new one. So if you have a whole bunch of themes that some, like even community-based ecosystem of theming, you can even make it possible for that to be true, where you actually have community assets that now are loadable to be the theme. And theming, honestly, could be, well, this isn't necessarily an entertainment-focused audience, but all the content for a level or something. I mean, the data, all the plumbing is meant to just connect data to how it's presented. And from that generic sense, it's capable of doing all these things and having that data live in the cloud. A question back there? I think I'm being asked to change. Oh no, so we are now giving mics to our question askers.
So do your data bindings fall back in hierarchical precedence such that if you had one text mesh pro with, curly bracket, some local data, and then on the next line, curly bracket, some global data entity, could you actually get that correctly?
That is a really good question. This speaks to make the simple easy and the complex or the advanced possible. Every single data source can be given a simple text name, like this is my runtime data. This one's called backend data. And all you need to do is on those text mesh pros, tell it which data source you actually want to get it from. And another way is put a data provider closer to it so that it points to the right one. And that data provider is effectively can even leapfrog one that's at a higher part of the game hierarchy. One of the things that we try to do is make all these things possible. Obviously, there can be confusion in that there's 10 ways to do the same thing. But the idea is that since we can't predict all the different ways somebody wants to use it, we want to make sure that we've at least thought through them and provided ways to do it. So the two most likely ways for you to want to solve that, well, three. One is give it its data source at runtime. Another is use a data provider to point it to the exact one you want. And the other is to properly name your data sources. And just in every data consumer, there's one line that says, what data source names do you want this thing to bind to? And it can have multiple. We made sure it can support multiple because you may want to point it to one particular theming data source and one particular data source. And so you need two. And my basic philosophy is if you ever need two of something, you might as well make it open-ended and make it possible to handle more because somebody's going to come up with a reason why you need more. So I hope does that answer your question? All right. Any other questions? I think, oh, no, I'm out of time. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to be hanging out and at lunch if anybody wants to ask any more questions. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that last session with both Hoff and Yoon. That was the session I've been alluding to, I feel, since yesterday around data binding and theming, which is my most favorite feature from MRTK3. Cassie, how are things going today?
They are good. They're fun. We are learning lots again today, talking to amazing people in the community. I really enjoyed the panel as well, which you were a part of.
Yes. We do have a guest here from the panel session this morning. Ivana Tilka is joining us. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm super excited, enjoying a lot the event. Hello, everyone. I'm from Argentina, but I'm here with these ladies.
Yes.
So awesome.
Yes. So we have a lot to discuss for this session with Ivana. We have an entire hour, so I hope you all are tuning in and excited. So we're going to start off just to learn a bit more about where you got your start in tech, and then also how'd you get into mixed reality. So give us the story.
Okay. Well, how I started in tech, I think it was a long time ago. No, but I started because my brother, he studied computer engineering. I actually, I loved international relationships career, but he used to tell me to sit on the computer and play with the games. And then I said, okay, how do I do this? How do I try to create a game? And I remember that at that time it was Flash Macromedia, which was a kind of software that helped you create easily animations and stuff. So I bought a book. At that time we didn't have internet, guys. And I bought a book and started creating my own content. Then I decided to go to college. And in my university, one of my teachers knew that I already was building stuff with Flash, and she asked me to create a CD, an interactive CD, with the content of the class for people to see it on their computers. So I said, okay, let's do this. It's like it was like something extra for my college, and I started building that entire software by myself. It took a long time, but we did it. Yes. What?
So that's amazing. Like, I love that you had this goal, this idea, and that they knew you had this talent, and then you went for it.
Yeah. So that's when I created something for the first time that people used. It was given to all the students when they jump into the career. So seeing something that you build that can help others learn, I think that was okay. There's something here that I care, that I love, and that even though I build it by myself and in my room with my computer, a lot of people are actually taking advantage of this content. Yeah. And that was the first time I actually created something. Then I don't know if you girls knew, but I was a Microsoft student partner.
Oh, no, I did not know that.
Yes. So I went to this event at Microsoft in Buenos Aires. So for everyone to know, I am not from Buenos Aires, which is the capital city from Argentina. I'm actually from a small city in the north of the country. And I always say that because it encourages students that are far away from the capital cities to know that they can reach something far away from their place. Yeah. So I went to this event, and one of the people that was speaking was talking about WPF at that time. It was Windows Vista. And I said, okay, I want to learn about this. Where can I get more information? And that girl gave me a book. Yeah. And she told me, okay, learn and write me if you like it. And I did it. And then she told me about this program, about Microsoft Student Partners, that it was a community that they all teach each other and they give like courses in their universities. And that's how I began. I jumped into being a Microsoft Student Partner in Argentina. I traveled. I competed in Imagine Cup in France when I was 21 years old. Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember what you built for Imagine Cup?
Yes, it was like, do you remember that Windows Vista had gadgets? Well, we built, it was two guys and me, another student partners, and we built like a gadget that reduced the energy consumption of the computer. Cool. So if you put that, like it's just a small gadget and you install it, you could make a huge impact to the environment. Yeah. So that's what took us to France. It was the first time getting out of my country and seeing the Eiffel Tower. It was something that...
That's such an amazing story. I love that. Like, and like how those different programs, like how Microsoft and you were able to engage and like learn and get with the community, and then just sky's the limit, really.
And I will add to that, those programs still exist. For those who are tuning in at home, our Student Ambassador League, that's actually within the org that I'm in, within Cloud Advocacy, and it's a great opportunity for students. I would definitely say that. So just in case you're wondering, like, oh, is that still a thing? Yes, it is very much still a thing, and it's worth exploring. Imagine Cup as well.
It is also,
That's also definitely something worth exploring. But there's just so many different university programs that I would say Microsoft has available. And so if you're interested in learning more, throughout our website, I feel like we have more information. And also just check in with some other students, especially if for those of you, not just to say it's limited to computer science students, but however, speak with one another and see if there might be something that's already in the works, and if not, I would say reach out to someone within Cloud Advocacy, even if it's myself, and I can put you in contact with the right folks to get involved.
Yes. Well, and after that, after working and getting out of college and everything, I 2.5 years, I actually worked for Microsoft for a couple of years. Yeah. And then I decided to backpack Europe.
Oh, that's my dream.
Me too. I
wanted to do that. Yes.
I needed to know if there was a world outside from the computer, so I traveled. And when I returned to my country, I started working as a quality manager at a company, 3XM Group, and then I just started getting into management, and that was it. Not more programming or anything, but It was 2019. I have a mentor, Guadalupe Casuso. She works for Microsoft. I thank her every time I can. She sent me an Azure Connect.
Oh.
And she told me, okay, Ivana, you need to learn more about this. Tell me, what do you think? And I said, okay, this is the future. I said, holograms, this is the future. And I started getting into AI, and I started getting into MR. That's when I found out that there was this MRTK kit or something that was so easily. I saw the videos. I saw your videos also. It was pretty easy to manage, and I said, okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
But I don't have a HoloLens, and that's what I was speaking before in the panel, that I said, okay, I don't need a HoloLens. I can learn and I can try things on my computer and on my cell phone. And that's how I returned into tech. Right now, thanks to that, because I got awarded as a Microsoft MVP, which is the next step for me and a student partner. And after that, I just earned at my company the role of innovation evangelist.
So congratulations.
So now I'm just getting all I can and learning everything I can.
Oh, that's exciting. And so today, what is it that you're doing today? You mentioned your company.
And when it comes to my role,
Yeah.
yes. Well, as an innovation evangelist, I just create content, go to events like this one, like I'm right now in this event, and basically guide to customers to understand the technology from a different point of view than just a developer. Like I'm meeting partners that are interested in building something in XR, and I'm getting to know their business and actually try to, the technology help them instead of they just jumping into innovation just because it's something trending. So that's part of the job that I'm doing. And also I'm mentoring people in my company when it comes to XR development. So that's the entire job right now.
Oh, wow. That's really powerful, impactful work. And I think what's really great is when you're able to do that in your job. So the reason why I say that is when I decided to come into advocacy, a lot of the work that I was doing outside of my 9-to-5 pre-advocacy is literally what I'm doing now in advocacy. It was just stuff that I really enjoyed doing from the kindness of my heart, being with the community, creating content. And I mentioned to the folks yesterday, it was really just Python content that I was creating. And I would do my job, my little 9-to-5 at Microsoft, and this was before I came into advocacy, before I came into mixed reality. But then at night, I was creating like YouTube videos for Python. I was writing up blog posts. I was spending a lot of time just chatting with folks, because I was also actively learning at the same time. And for me, the best way for me to learn and ensure that I'm retaining information is to teach it. And so that just became natural. And then when I discovered that people actually do all these things I was doing just for fun and actually, get paid for it, I'm like, well, why don't I just go do that then all day, you know, instead of doing it at night? So that's when I made that transition. And I feel like my job doesn't quite feel like a job. Are there parts that feel like a job? Sure. But for the bulk of my day, it doesn't necessarily feel like how former jobs have felt for me, because I spend so much time with the community, folks like you, for example, partnering people with like Cassie, for example, doing events like this. And it's for me, it's a really great thing. I'm glad I found it. But then we're also still technical. At the end of the day.
And we still get to write code, and we still get to do like the things that we love, but then we get to share them. Like that's one of my favorite parts about it, is like I get to like come up with some crazy idea, see if it's even possible, then try to build it out, and then I get to go talk to people about it and like share it. Because like a lot of times when you're in-house development, like you build something cool and you're like really excited, and then you like jump out of your office chair and there's like nobody, you're like, oh right, nobody cares.
This is what I need.
It's just me and I'm really excited. So you're like high five yourself and you're like, good job. But here it's really, really fun to share the things that we get to create. And I think even people with those like traditional development jobs could, like I think it's for a lot of developers, it doesn't occur to them to do the community side of it, or like they could do the community. Like for me, it didn't really occur to me for like a long time. And I was just doing more the in-house development, where like you're like, I love this, and you were like, you started in the community. Like it's so cool.
I think that's something that I understood after I left Microsoft, because it's like this is part of the energy that you need in order to keep on doing your job. Being in the event, sharing something in an event, even though if it is online also. But something important is I actually was a quality manager until a year ago, because I did all these other things like learning and sharing with the community and YouTube videos and everything outside my job time.
Wow.
So it was like working from 9 to 5.
We were literally
twins.
It's
the same.
Yeah.
And after 5, I say, okay, now I can do what I like to do. And sitting around, I mean, I have to pay bills, so I need to do my job. But after a year and a half of doing that, which was exhausting actually, it's not easy. That's what you see. Okay, I have a passion around this. My company said, okay, Ivana, we see that you like this. We see that this also works for us. So take this new role, which is, so they created the role for me. And
that's nice.
yes,
That is amazing.
And I had the opportunity to hand off the quality management role to another person. But right now, everything is working. It's like, am I really working in what I dream and I enjoy? It doesn't look like you're working, actually.
Yeah.
But it's fun, and I'm glad that it helps not only my company, but the community and myself. So that's...
It's amazing that they like recognized that and supported you as well. Like, because you know, a lot of companies can do that necessarily. They'd be like, oh no, we need you to focus on what we hired you for. You know what I mean? Like, and so it sounds like a really amazing place to work. And I love hearing stories like that where the companies recognize the skills and talent and are able to like adapt and support it. So that's so cool.
Yes, I'm usually so thankful to them for that.
Oh, that's good. And so how I got to know who you are is that I came across your videos coincidentally on MRTK. So I know you saw mine, but I got to know you because I saw yours. And I would say, like, I'm always a big fan of content creation and YouTube videos. And so I'm curious, what inspired you to start doing content more around MRTK?
When I actually was getting into MR and AI, I saw that there was no content online.
Yeah, it's very low.
Like it was you and I think a couple of other guys, and I said, okay, I'm trying to figure out, because at that point everyone was building things for HoloLens 2, and no one was building things, even though MRTK is multi-platform, no one was building for mobile.
Yes.
And I said, okay, I don't have a HoloLens, and I have a mobile, so I need to do what they're doing over there, but for this platform. And I knew it wasn't easy, because it took me a while.
Otherwise, it'd be a ton of videos on it.
Huh?
Otherwise, it'd be a ton of videos on it, if that were the case.
You're right.
Yes.
It wasn't easy, but it took me a lot of time to actually see something, a hologram, only one hologram in my cell phone. And I said, okay, if anyone else wants to learn about it, it has to be on the internet.
Yeah.
And that's why I decided to create video. I mean, I love creating content. I love streaming. I have a community that we stream all the time. But it's different when you create a video that you know that needs to be specific on the steps that someone needs to follow. Because when you're streaming, you are chatting, you're like making jokes and everything, but you need to be pretty clear. Okay, you have to tick this thing on this part of this in order for everything to work. And by doing that, I got comments from all over the world. And oh, your video saved my day. Your video saved my life. And it's that. I think that specifically is the reward you get by creating content, seeing that someone that it's in the other part of the world is actually watching you. I was talking to Joe, and they said, he told me, I follow you on YouTube, and I was like, you are following me, really? Okay.
It is a nice feeling, though, to know that something that you spent a lot of time, and sometimes it could be just the smallest thing, too. But the fact that you took time to put content around it, whether it's a blog post or a video, and likewise for you, getting those emails from folks, because for a while I had a, I guess not my personal email, but like an additional personal email that I had available, and folks would just send me messages here and there, and it just always amazed me, and we can dive into it a little bit more later, but it just always amazed me, for me being a woman in tech and having direct emails come from men regarding the content I created and how much it helped them. And I would say, like, that was not something I ever expected, just given you know, thoughts around what it means to be a woman in tech. And like I said, we'll dig into that in a bit more, but just hearing that community feedback come back and folks saying that like, oh, this thing you created has really helped me. And what I really love too is when someone does respond and they say, you know, thanks for these videos, and you know, at 6 minutes and 37 seconds, you showed this, and I'm not sure how to do this thing.
Yes.
I actually love those emails because what it means is that you're actually watching the video and you're following along and you're creating something. And then that actually means that whatever's being created is now helping you, or not just you, but whoever the person is that's like watching it.
Yeah.
And that really means a lot. And I'm just always like, whenever I get those, like I turn to my partner and I'm just like, look, someone really liked it and it's helping them,
I get so excited and I get like all the warm and fuzzies, and like that's what makes me like, I love doing it. You talked about this in the panel too, about like somebody helped you and you get to help somebody else, and I love that. Like a lot of the things that I got into, like AR and XR, like the different types of technologies, was after being inspired from going to a conference talk, from people sharing what they were working on and something they were passionate about, and I was like, I love this and I want to do it. So now like my favorite thing after I do a talk is like hearing that I like inspired somebody else, like that pay it forward, and then it's like, yay, like that's like the best feeling.
People also reach to me because they want to create content. Like, how do I make that intro like you did it? And part of the things that I explain to them, just remember and focus. It's not about the likes. It's not about the followers.
Not at all.
It's just about you solving the problem in the video, and that will be that you will later see what the result of that. Because as you said, you can get maybe 2 or 3 comments on a video, but actually you are helping someone with that content. So as I always say, it's not about the likes, it's not about the followers. Even though it's always better if you have a career on this. If you're an influencer, you have a lot of followers, but it's not about that.
For me, it's always been about the reach. And I think for me personally, that feeling of I help someone is what I always strive for when I'm really doing anything in my role within advocacy. And to know that something that's been created and out into the general public and the developer community specifically is able to help someone overcome a problem. Or I've had chances where I've done live streams, and because I talk so much about like academic and being able to connect with like teachers and such, or folks even who are in the midst of career change. And I know like for me, in my non-traditional background, it's always great being able to speak with folks, because I often get the feedback from people who are like, I want to change from this one random career I'm in to now tech. And they're like, what does that path look like? Because they're like, I've seen you do it, and now I'm like, either I'm inspired to do it now, or I just really want to know like, where do I need to go to get started? But I think that's important though, to be able to ensure that that is sometimes at the forefront, to let folks know like, hey, I didn't come from, computer science world. I came from somewhere else. Like I came from luxury fashion. None of my degrees are related to technology at all. And so it's nice being also able to be this person who's kind of like outside of the tech bubble, that has now come into the tech bubble, creating the content while helping people as well, and also being that person that someone can go to for advice, assistance, or really just like a sounding board. Because sometimes people just need to get things off their chest about what they're going through.
I love non-traditional backgrounds, and I think it's important for people to talk about it too, because I've found like the more people talk about it, the more other people talk about it as well. Because it used to be for a while, you'd be kind of like scared to say it, because you're like, oh, they're not gonna like maybe respect that I actually like know what I'm doing or anything like that. So I love hearing about people's different backgrounds, and then also like I get a lot of those questions too, like how did you do it, or what was your path? Because I have a non-traditional background. I was a data analyst, and so like it's hard to say too, because there's not one right way. Like there's a right way for everybody in a different way, and so like I think the key is finding what you're passionate about and what you're interested in. Right? Because like you found something you're passionate about and interested. You found that's me too. Like I found, and curiosity as well. That one thing that I feel like I see as a key like factor across a lot of different people that wanted to learn more or got into this is that curiosity and passion. And then and from there you have a goal, and then you don't stop till you get there. And then like that kind of sums up I think a lot of the non-traditional backgrounds.
And the other thing is you never know enough.
Oh
like,
yes.
The imposter syndrome. I mean,
Totally.
Yeah. When I saw Scott Hanselman posting a video about imposter syndrome, I said, okay, I'm fine, because I always feel like that.
Yeah.
It's important, whether you are starting your career at 39, 55, or 20, you never know enough, because technology evolves all the time. And probably also the other important thing is that you maybe add something to the table that other people don't.
Yes, that's true.
I was scared of actually sharing content at the beginning, because I said, okay,
Same.
come on, there are a lot of people that are better than me. My English, I don't know if it is perfect or not, but it's my English. And I said, why would people see my videos? Why would people see my content? But actually, I started thinking that maybe I explain things different.
Yes.
And maybe they don't see another person's video and they see mine, because I usually try to speak and explain things like if I was my mother on the other side of the table, instead of actually talking to an engineer and just talking about huge, important words and technology. So I try to make things easy so a student can learn from it and a developer can take advantage of that.
Yeah.
So
I think that's huge too, because I feel like some of the more like gatekeepy people, like they specifically try to keep like it not accessible, right? Like they use all, because you can drop, like I always say, like tech is like half buzzwords and half like jargon. Like and then even when you switch from different types of tech, like you have to learn the jargon for the new area that you're in, and then once you learn it, like you can always say it simply. Like normalizing data, it's between 0 and 1. Like you're moving into, like, you know what I mean? Like you don't have to, but if you talk to somebody that's new to the field and you say, well, I'm normalizing my data, they might not be able to follow along. So I love that you said that you're like, I'm talking to them like they're my mom. And so so I like to use the word, and then I also use, like after it, say what it means so that everybody can follow along, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think identifying your own way of teaching is really helpful too. And also not letting that also hold you back from creating content, because even for like me starting off, likewise, I feel like anyone that decides they want to create like public content, at some point you feel scared about it, you know? I feel like if you're not scared about it, then great for you. But for the rest of us, like at some point you feel scared in the beginning, and I had comments turned off, you know. I didn't even want to put my face on anything, because it's just that fear of what might happen.
Yeah.
But I think someone had responded to me, had sent me a message, and it most likely would have been on Twitter, and they were just like, hey, for your videos, you should show your face in the thumbnail picture. You know, the pictures that you put the videos. And they said, you should do that because representation matters. Because I'm Black, which is obvious. So now there's this person that's Black, that's a woman creating tech content, but all my video thumbnails were just text, random like pictures, and that's it. And once I started doing that, things just took off from there, you know?
Wow.
And it really does make a difference. You know, I know that's different for everyone, of course. Not saying everyone should go now and fill all their thumbnails up with their pictures, but just that feedback and that honest feedback from someone. And it was definitely scary taking that step into doing it, but it was worthwhile in the end, you know? And, you know, I really appreciated that, but it's just still scary.
It is.
You know?
I actually got comments on Twitter, bad comments on Twitter, like, why are you teaching you're a woman? I got that kind of
Oh my gosh.
But I didn't see it. I didn't, because it was during an event, so it was so many comments. And Scott Hanselman replied to that.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
And I was like, he's defending me?
It's so important for people with power to defend the people being attacked, because it actually helps way more than you trying to defend yourself, because they'll just argue with you. So I love saying that, like allyship.
You know who else does that?
Who?
Thomas, my manager.
I love that.
He's another person.
Yeah.
He will jump into someone's DMs if he sees them attacking someone.
Love it.
And I think it's a really good thing. And I think it's one of those things where it's just like, I know like definitely being someone in power doing that is really great, but even if you're not, like being able to step up for someone is just as powerful, and it does mean a lot.
And also, at one point, my mom always tell me, if people talk bad about you, it's because you're doing something.
Yeah.
They're not noticing you. It's like there's no bad press. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
So I took it that way. I didn't, because I know that I'm not perfect. I know that I don't know everything, but I'm learning, and I'm encouraging. Like, I have 15 comments of, thank you, I'm learning because of your content, and one bad comment. Of course, I'm going to take the 15 comments.
Yeah, exactly.
It's obvious.
I think a lot of it too is like finding your voice and getting confident in your voice. So like, cause it's so scary at first, and I was really terrified too. And like if it wasn't for people encouraging me to do it, I don't think I ever would have like found the confidence to like find my voice and do it. And I think then that's like one of the biggest things that I think is really useful as well by making the content is it kind of helps in like self-discovery as well.
Yeah, and so you mentioned you stream, and I feel like that's a whole new level of content, because it's one thing when you create a whole video and you edit and you publish, but when you're streaming, that's like legitimately live, and you kind of just never know what's going to happen. And I know I gave it a chance during the pandemic. You know, I was on Twitch and I was streaming, but in doing that, I also had a community built up around me of you know, other developers who would just consistently come join, and they, even though like I didn't have a moderator of my own to moderate, but they were kind of there just to do that, and that support was great. But streaming as a whole can just definitely be intimidating, but you actively do it.
Yeah.
And so what made you decide like, yes, I want to stream, and what keeps you continuing doing that?
First of all, I started streaming with two friends, Pablo and Fernando, I'm going to name them. And it was just to hang around. We get along pretty well, we are friends, and it was like talking to my friends, just for, like we are doing
like now.
And luckily people just started showing up. So they just were following us and writing us and mail, when is the next event, when is the next streaming, we want to see you guys. And one person told me, it's watching the three of you enjoying what you are doing and having fun, that's what engages us to see you.
Yeah.
And it is amazing because we got presents from all over the world.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, we did.
Great.
And right now it's been a couple of months since we didn't stream, and people are writing to our personal accounts saying, when are you going to stream? We are waiting for you guys. What happened? Is everything okay? And sometimes you just know people from their tag online.
Yeah.
That happens to me a lot. Sometimes, for example, I'm a follower of the AI show.
Yeah.
And when I see that Seth is going online, I'm just tweeting that, and I see people from my community jumping into the live. So I said, okay, this is nice, because you are pointing them into the right direction. So I don't know.
What kind of things were you doing on your stream?
We created like courses online that is for people to take the exam, IC 900 and AI 900. And or we also have our streaming on Saturdays for people that just want to join. And we have people invited to host and give a talk about anything they want. I even, for example, I gave events for AI. We call it the AI Days. And Seth was invited, for example, and he speaks Spanish though. He was over there talking about burritos as always. But yes, usually it's whatever we see the community needs, because when we follow everyone on Twitter, we follow the communities of the world, but we see, for example, there is no content about Babylon.js online. Let's do that. Okay, we prepare something to do around that, or whatever is needed. I was just talking to one of the guys that is creating content about XR, and we talked about creating that in Spanish in a community also. So that happens. The content just appears in front of us, and we just give that to the community.
And then you streamed for some time too.
I did,
didn't you?
I did a little bit of streaming. I do more like just YouTube videos now, and it's like the same thing. It's like what's inspiring me, or like what am I working on right now that I want to share. With the streaming, it's like I don't know if people want to watch me be like stuck. Like, like people like when I build things, they're like, "Oh, you should stream," and I'm like, "You want to like watch me like
struggle for an
like,
hour?"
I don't know if that's really as exciting as you think it is.
But people love it.
Really?
Like, but like not from they want to see you fail perspective, but they're interested in the process.
Yeah, the problem solving,
And
right?
that's always been my challenge is I'm really great at showing you the end result. I'm good at that part.
Yeah.
But showing you what it takes to get there, likewise, I think to myself, no one really wants to see me spend 30 minutes searching through Stack Overflow for answers.
Yeah.
But apparently people do.
Yes.
People really want to do that. And what I also love about it is folks who will chime in, they'll also help you.
That's true.
And sometimes they're like
Yeah.
way
That.
quicker at getting you the answer than you could on your own as
Yeah.
well. So
So I
that's a
should do
benefit of
it.
it. You should do it.
You should do it.
Yeah. But it can also take a lot of time.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does.
That I've come to learn. I've had times where I told myself I would just be on a stream for an hour, and then here we are 3 hours later, I'm still here.
Oh yeah, well because it's always like I'm just gonna do this one more thing,
Yeah.
or I want to solve this before I close like my laptop, and then like that's the other thing with the stream is sometimes the way to get past when you're stuck is to walk away, and you can't really walk away, but maybe that's the cue to like stop streaming. But yeah, I definitely get like that when I'm working, and then it'll be like 9:30 or 10, and I'll be like, okay, I have to stop.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
at some point when at least that happened to me, I think it's because I'm a woman that I said, okay, I'm going to code, and people are going to see my code. Like,
I felt that way too.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they interested in seeing my code?
Yeah, but that was my initial thought when I first learned about streaming, like conceptually. It was with folks who play video games, and I had never ever even thought people would watch folks play video games.
Same.
And so like I couldn't wrap it around my head that people actually do that.
Right.
But as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, no, I kind of go on YouTube and watch other people do tutorials on other miscellaneous things and how to. So it kind of makes sense. And the more I spoke with folks who do tune into streams, and I was just learning about it with video games, they're like, well, they want to see the strategy. They want to see how you went about going to beat this level or this or that. And then when I learned that people were streaming with coding, I'm like, okay, why are people watching folks code? And that's when I realized that likewise, they want to see the process. They really want to see what you go through to create stuff.
Totally.
Because if you just browse through social media, folks will always show the end result, but very seldom do you get what led to that.
The journey to get there.
Yeah, the journey. And the journey, I think, is sometimes what folks need, because with me, lately, I mentioned earlier, I've been learning 3D modeling. And so one of the courses that I purchased, the guy who created it, he actually sends out weekly emails. And he more so sends an email where he details his process and everything. And for me now, I'm like, this is so important, because as a beginner, to me, it seems like it's all magic. I feel like we open up Blender and wow, now I have a whole scene. But now being able to actually go through a process and all what's going through their head, all the planning that they go through, what mistakes they might have come across, having that information has been so helpful, because then it makes me feel more capable.
Totally. And it's like you understand that, so one of the things that I think about it too is you understand how much you know. Like I forget that I'm like knowledgeable and I know lots of different things. And so explaining it actually really helps you understand, like it gives me confidence as well. But then also the like years and years of practice, you have these processes that you just know, that you just do, and you don't really think about it. And like that is really valuable, because to the new people, they have not developed that yet, or it's less developed, And so like I think about when my first development job, just being paired with one of the senior programmers that I worked with, like how much I was able to learn from him. And like without that, it would have been, I wouldn't have had like that mentorship in that way. So it's almost like mass virtual mentorship. You can almost think
that's
of
really
it.
what it becomes.
Yeah.
And no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and so once you start thinking about it like that, because then it's also, or like pair programming with the internet is the other way I've explained it, because then when you're stuck, like people be like, oh, you should try this. And so like you can learn together.
Yes,
right?
yeah. And that brings me to the conversation that the panel that had on community and building that developer community.
Yeah.
And when you mentioned having a lot of virtual mentors, it reminds me of community, because that's really
that's what it
is.
Yeah, I wish I would have gotten involved in community like so much sooner than I did.
Yeah.
Because I waited for a really long time, because I was just really self-conscious, and I was like nervous. I was like scared to go talk to people and like all those different things. And so like I think like people should just jump into community first. Like, I think that should be part of like college curriculums. Like,
it should be. Like, it really should be.
Because they do hackathons, right? And that's kind of the way that they start to feel the like the community things happening is by going to the hackathons, interacting with different companies, creating teams, doing that problem solving, like that type of piece. So yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like I stumbled into community.
Yeah.
So for me, back when I was starting out on Twitter, it really came from a place of just learning out loud, because prior to that, I really just used the platform for live tweeting shows I was watching, you know? But then as time went on, when I started getting more into programming, I said, okay, I'm gonna start sharing what I'm learning. I don't care what anyone else has to say. If someone has a problem with the speed in which I'm learning or the things that I'm running into, if it seems to be that I am not that competent, then oh well, I don't care. And then from there, that's how I started meeting more folks who were also interested in learning, and more important, folks who were already at a point that I had wanted to get to. And they were there to provide so much input. I mean, literally the second that I would ask a question online of like, hey, here's an error and I don't get it, I already did the whole Stack Overflow exercise and I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
So many people will come and chime in with responses. And I really, really like that. And that's where community is so important. And I know with you, Ivana, there's a lot that you do with community as well. And that just as a whole, having that community really helps a lot. And so if you can share with us a bit more, just like what your experience has been just being within the community, and what are some of the highlights that you've come across as well?
Just that, to have people around when we were talking about this, not having the possibility to fix something pretty quickly. Jesse mentioned that on the event, like you have someone that you know that is building certain project, and you know that other person needs help with that, so you put them together, you connect them, and they help each other. I think that's the main benefit of having a community, just having people that maybe know less or know more, and they can help each other.
Yeah.
Which is why it is important to have to be humble.
Yes.
When you are part of the community.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because actually, it's not like the people, the person that is speaking knows more. They are sharing their content. If you know more than that person, help that person learn. Don't do it live, because sometimes that could be bad, but you can later just send a message or something that I have another option on how to build this or something like that. But that's it. And leaving the content online, that's one of the benefits, because it happened to me that, for example, I'm at work and I'm working with a team and they got stuck on certain things, and it's I streamed that on that minute, on that day. Okay, just take a look at the video. And you don't have to teach everything and to explain everything again. But I don't know. There are tons of benefits that you can explain around community.
And you mentioned something in your panel with regards to, it was a story at the very end where you all were asked to share an inspiring story. You had mentioned the student that had gotten a job, and that pretty much there's like life-changing things that can come out of working in community. And I would say likewise for me, in terms of how I got started in this space, it is thanks to the community. And I mentioned yesterday, Jesse was the person who gave me my very first HoloLens. And in addition to that, we have some other additional like mutual friends that we have. Steve Lucas, for example, at Qualcomm, and then Trisha Katzbecker, as well as Joe Gabriel, both from Niantic. They were the ones that really also got me started too, you know? So like we all weren't at the same company at the time. But, you know, the three that I had just mentioned, like Trisha got me my very first book on developing for XR. And I had a chance to meet up with those folks at a workshop that was happening. And that was also when I was gifted my first device from them as well. And that's a very rare chance to have for someone that just raised their hand randomly and said, I want to learn this thing. And now the community has so much support. And if you fast forward 2 years later, like I have a whole job in this space now. And it's because community helped. And they were strangers to me. I had no clue who these people were.
And
you know?
I actually have a new role because of that. Also.
So I love that you guys both talked about like somebody gave you books. So like I think that's awesome, because when you don't know where to start, it's like really hard to pick what book you want. And you know what's really funny? When I wanted to learn how to program, and I went to the bookstore and I was like, there's all these books. I literally picked the one called Programming.
Without knowing.
So innovative.
because I was like, I don't know what to pick.
Well, there's something important around mentoring. If you are learning, find a mentor. I had my mentor, and whenever I'm trying to, what I'm trying to learn this, read this or try to learn this. She's guiding me because there is so much content online. So that's a huge advice I try to give to everyone. Just search for a mentor, ask someone that you admire if they can mentor you, so you can have a guide.
Yes, because I didn't have a mentor either.
Can you imagine?
And so like, right? So I was very much, I did it the hard way. And then like once I learned about mentorship, I had already been in my career for a while. And I was like, this would have been so much, this would have been really helpful. Like, why didn't I have this? Like, and it's just because again, I was kind of like way more introverted and like, was scared to ask questions and engage and all of that. So I think like if I could go back again, like finding community and mentorship. This was like before Meetup existed though too. Like there wasn't, it was a lot harder to find that before like where we are now. Like if you think back, like this was probably, I want to say 10 years ago. Like it was a different kind of climate too.
And it was way less content.
Like
compared to today, oh my goodness, people have it lucky.
And after COVID, I think the content like even increased.
Yeah, for sure. But back then, when we were
when we were getting started, there was like not all the online content. Non-traditional paths were like a lot less common then too.
And
like,
it was a challenge getting out of that path you were in.
Boot camps weren't really around yet, as far as I know, like either. So I think now it's so cool how many different ways there are and how like many communities there are to join, how to get that. So I say I kind of like did it the hard way, but at the time there wasn't really as much. There wasn't a really easier way yet. So
but it's been great though to have the mentors, and I think for a lot of us who started in tech, you know, former years, because next year I'll be entering my 10th year in tech, like as a whole. So mixed reality, you know, it was 2 years ago for me, but tech as in general, it's been about 10 years, and I spent 7 prior to that in fashion. And so now that I'm coming up on this 10-year mark, to your point, looking back, it's like there were not that many resources. I didn't go to school to have that switch. It was literally, I was starting on Codecademy back then, because that was really all that was available online. And being able to just try to figure out, well, where do I start first, and just picking one place and saying, this is my start for you. That's the programming book. That's my start. And then what I really love though is that for a lot of us who have been here for so long, we recognize what we went through to get to a spot where we learned as much as we know now, because now we're also reaching back and creating content to help folks who now want to start.
Funny story, I was part of Build in Argentina. And I got a tweet that day from a person that works for Microsoft. His name is Dante Gagne. He's part of the product team, I think Visual Studio. And he wrote to me and said, are you the Ivana that wrote to me 15 years ago asking me about WPF? And I was like, yes, that's me. I'm so happy to see you on Build. And I remember myself watching only one post online, and I wrote to that person that worked for Microsoft, and he replied to me. And he told me it was nice to see a student that was so interested in learning, he said. And I feel proud of my young self, because I was trying to get content from wherever I could at that time. And I did what I could, and now I see that people actually saw me at that point.
So I love that story, and he remembered too. It's like he like made such an impact with like reaching out and asking good questions, and it's amazing.
It's amazing.
And so even now, you know, we're all here, we're in this industry, and you know, we've been here either in tech or in AI, for example, or in XR now for a little bit. I feel that I don't want to call it a stigma, but for lack of a better term, the stigma around being a woman in tech still follows us. You know, I feel like that's something that there are places where things can get better. Will it ever go away? I don't quite feel like it'll for sure ever go away, but I think it's going to continue to follow. But I feel that there have been some improvements. Now with our space, even though I mentioned yesterday, like the XR world has been around for years, but it's just now become a lot more popularized. So we're seeing a lot more folks that are migrating over into this space. No one's a genius yet in this space because it's still in this infancy stage, but yet it's also one of those things where I'm curious, now that you're doing more in this space, are you seeing the challenges still with being a woman in tech, but now a woman in tech and XR?
I struggle a lot with being in technology, but then I started living with it.
Yeah.
So right now, I think a couple of 5 years ago, I started seeing the communities, women in technology, or women doing this, and women doing, and at my time, we didn't have that.
Yeah.
But I struggle a lot, a lot to be in the community with them, with everyone.
Yeah.
Like, why do I need to create a community different to whatever we have, like guys and girls, and I don't see now that problem of being a woman in technology. I don't see that problem, but maybe it's something because I already like adapted to it.
Get used to it, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yes, and sometimes, yes, when I don't know, I'm in a conference and I know that I'm with men or with guys around, I know that people, I tend to think they are going to pay attention to them, not to me, or maybe I'm too sentimental in my comments. But as I told you before, I'm just thinking that that's what I'm adding to the table.
Yes, you're adding to the table.
Yeah, so we girls have a different point of view, and it's important for us to see that that is also good.
Yeah, yeah.
I always say too, like for me, I'm totally like fueled by like rage against the status quo. Like, and so like the more that like if people like do something that upsets me because I'm a woman, like that's just more motivation for me to continue and to change it. Like I'm motivated by the fact that if you still exist, then I need to still exist. Like if there's people that want to discriminate against me or that kind of thing, like it's just, or say something mean, or, and I mean, it's like, it's usually a lot more subtle though, right? Like the microaggression thing. And so like it can get exhausting sometimes. Like I think I start to see it more now than I used to. Not like more like it happens more. Like I think I was very much like used to it and you kind of just forget about it, right? But yeah, and so now it's just like, that's just more motivation for me, so.
What I also saw is that it's difficult for me to, when I'm explaining someone and someone tells me, no, you're wrong. It's like, no, I'm not wrong. Take a look at this documentation. With a smile. So
Yes, I love those moments where I've seen where folks, women specifically on Twitter, have mentioned that they've been in like a back and forth disagreement with another person, and they're just saying how like, no, because you know the person who made this thing, this is how they wrote it, and they're like, I'm the person that wrote it, and then it's just
I've seen that.
You know,
like, really?
Yeah, so it's amazing. Amazing in a bad way, I would say. It's amazing. But I would say being a woman in this space, for me, having come from the luxury fashion industry, I've always walked down that path of so much of how I showed up in that space is how I'm showing up here in tech now. I'm still going to dress the way that I like to dress. That one's a really big one that I've come to find to be something that, you know, women who come into this space, they try to figure out, you know, should I conform more to one look over the other? And I remember I did an event a couple years ago, and I showed up bright red coat, you know, because it's like either my outfit's toned down or it's loud. There's no in between. And, you know, I gave a talk on public speaking and such, and at the very end, one of the women that was there was a tech event, but at the end, one of the women that was there, she came to me and she was just saying how she was so amazed at how I dressed because she felt that she didn't have the confidence to come and wear things like that to like tech events, and also more important, to be taken serious.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And so the way I explained it to her, I said, well, this is how I dress. You know, and so if someone else there has a problem with it or they don't want to take it serious, they should probably reflect on why that's the case and what's wrong with them internally, that whatever that I have going on seems to be an issue for them. And so from that day, like she was just so amazed that there was someone that was a woman that was just being who they are. And so for her, she said it really gave her that confidence to feel as though, okay, maybe I can start dressing more the way I want to dress and present myself the way I want to present myself, you know, in tech. But
I definitely went through that phase where we're totally way more toned down.
Yeah.
Particularly at tech events. Like at work, I worked at a law firm at the time, and so like we had to wear business casual. So like it wasn't really a thing at work, but like when I would go into developer communities, like I definitely thought about it, and I didn't want to stick out too much because like when I went to my first tech conference, there was like maybe 3 women out of like all of the men there.
Yeah.
And I would sit in the room and I'm like the only woman in the room other than at this tech. And I mean, that was a long time ago. It's gotten a lot better now. But because of that, I already felt like I stuck out so much. Like I didn't want to put something like loud on because I already felt very like out of place. You know what I mean? Like,
I told you
and so it
girls-
took me a long time to get the
I
confidence.
told you girls that I was born in a city in the north of the country of
Yeah.
Argentina, and we are different in there. Like we are pretty casual. We do like makeup and everything, but when I started traveling and getting into events and else, and I didn't think. First of all, I needed to defend my city. It was not my gender. It was like my country and my city. So it was like I drink mate, which is a traditional drink in Argentina, and I'm the entire time. And people at the beginning look at me and say, "What are you drinking? Is that like cocaine or something?" No, it's tea, hot tea. But when they pointed me like I was crazy, I'm going to do it more because this is from my country, and and so I started defending my country. And then I realized that actually I was also defending myself and my values. So I think that's the important thing that at least for all the girls that are getting into tech, defend your values. If you like to wear red like you, wear it. That's you. That's how you were raised and how you feel good. And I don't know.
But it's like finding your voice too.
Yes.
Like it's also finding the confidence in yourself too. Like I think that those are both important parts of being active in communities. And also just like you said though, when you see somebody else like do it, representation, like it's like that kind of idea. It's like, okay, now I feel like it's okay. Like, oh, it's okay to be girly. It's okay to do that and still be technical. Like they're not mutually exclusive things. Like, which seems like common sense, right? But it really like for a lot of communities it wasn't. Like I feel like it's getting a lot better though, personally.
Oh yes, for sure. I feel like things are getting better, and you know, across various industries. You know, I wouldn't say it's just specific to tech. But things are getting better, which I'm really happy, you know, to see and observe. And then even now that we're in the middle of Pride, which to me is like throughout the entire year, but specifically since it's in June, you know, it's nice to see advancements that we've made as well. You know, for the LGBTQIA+ community too. So it's nice to see that this inclusivity is really starting to continue to spread and grow. I think we definitely have work, you know, for sure, to really get to a point where all can truly feel included. But when it comes to just being in this space, but also having to be in a very technical position, I do still feel sometimes like, are people going to take me serious? And as I mentioned earlier, when I do get outreach from, you know, from guys, and they find the content that I create to be helpful, or they find something, it's one thing when they say I was able to help them solve something, but it's another when they say I inspired them. And I never, in my head, I never had ideas of like inspiring someone that didn't look like me. You know, that was never my intention. But it's like, it's also happens to be a byproduct of a lot of what I've done. And that it feels good to know that. And I just feel like it makes me feel at the end of the day that like I'm doing the right thing. And I hate to say that, you know, finding validations in what someone else has to say impacts me a lot, but it's true. I'm human. And you know that validation can come from hearing from folks saying, "Wow, you know, you helped," or "Wow, you inspired me." But it means a lot, and it does help me when I wake up every morning ready to work to know that, like, hey, I have a voice here. It's important, and people want to actually hear it. And it's helping people as well. And I think that's really important. And I feel like for those For those of you who are tuning in, and as you're starting to see more folks, pop into the scene that's creating content with XR, reach out and, express your gratitude, let folks know that they're doing a good job, especially if, be genuine about it, don't just say to check a box and say you did it, but like be genuine about it and let folks know like, yes, their content's helpful, because I know for me it means a lot, and I know for you too, but like it does mean a lot, and it goes a very, very, very long way.
The conference talk that I went to that got me into AI was with Jennifer Marsman, who's a Microsoft employee as well. And I remember when I started, because I started at Microsoft in AI, so like literally if I wouldn't have went to her conference talk and got inspired to start learning, like I feel like my path would have been so different, right? And I wanted to send her an email and say like thank you, and I was so scared to send it. And so like it can be kind of like scary to tell people too that you're like, you were awesome, like thank you, like because it's like you respect them so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does mean a lot from both. And of course I got a really nice email back, and then I was all like, yay. So yeah, it is. It's a good feeling from both sides, to be able to tell someone that they helped, and then also to be able to hear that what you did mattered to somebody.
And I think what's also important to do as well is like once you get to a point where in your career where like, this is what I've been waiting for, it's also important to then reach back and help others. And so like for the past 6 months or so, myself and some other internal folks within Microsoft, and then also one of our Microsoft partners, we've come together to start doing mixed reality workshops for historically Black colleges and universities. And we're continuing to do that as we head into the next school year, and so on and so forth. And there's a good amount of HBCUs in this country, and will we reach them all within the next year? Probably not, because there's just so many. But we're a small and mighty team, and we're ensuring that we're helping close that digital divide. And I think doing the work like that is really, really important, because there's so much untapped potential when folks are like left out and they don't have those opportunities to learn, especially in this space where things are expensive,
That might remind me to a question that they asked in the panel about what happens when your community is so big.
Yeah.
And something that it's important to understand is that you need to potentiate others to also create their community, to also create their content. Sometimes people think, no, I'm going to be competition with Ivana or someone that I really admire, and that's not the thing.
Right.
If we are much more, that's why I was telling you guys about what I put on the table when I create content is different from others, because I always encourage the students and everyone, because their point of view is different from mine. So there is not enough content, and sometimes when they reach to me and said, okay, I want to create content about JavaScript, and that there is a ton of content about JavaScript, but you have something different, do it, because maybe someone from the other part of the world like how you explain it. So that's it.
Yep, and I even find like when I'm researching like a new topic or a new technology, a lot of times I read like multiple blogs on the same topic, and then there's like one particular that's like, this one resonates with me. Like you're saying, like it totally, and it doesn't change as you get further in your career. Like it still happens, like to this day when I'm trying to learn something new. It definitely, and that's the other thing where it comes to like, well, I'm not going to write a blog about, let's say, Azure Functions, because Azure Functions already has blogs. And it's like, but no one's written the blog that you're going to write.
At all.
Yeah. And so that was one thing too that I think when I started creating content, I started thinking that it had to be something completely new that nobody's ever done. And it's like, no, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
And to your point with regards to creating content in another language, that's a really important one. So, we have an entire team here at Microsoft who does work on localization. We have tools in place to help with that. The videos that we also publish online, we also do our best to ensure that there's captioning in various languages. But for those of you who happen to be like the individual, content creator, creating content in your own native language is such a huge thing when it's not English, because I feel like from a tech perspective, there's so much content in English around tech.
That's true.
But when we start thinking about other languages, that's when the numbers start to drop. And I think that's really important to do that. And I always love to talk about Madoka, one of the advocates on our team. She spent a good amount of time, and she's still working on it now, to translate Babylon.js documentation into Japanese. and that project she's doing with one of our MVPs, it's been super impactful, you know, because now there's a whole new group of developers who can now try this out, and they have the full documentation in their language. And that's really important, you know. And I feel like if I was a person that had like 50 MRTK videos and you came to me and said, April, I'm now going to do all your videos, but in a different language, I would be happy. I wouldn't even be mad.
Yeah.
You know, like I wouldn't say she's still in my content. Like, no, I'd be happy because I'm like, there's now, these videos are recreated in a way that's going to be available for folks in a language that's best for them to learn. And I think that's important. To your point, like, I don't see it as competition. I see it as helping further the reach, and that just makes me happy, you know, to come across
and also competition between communities is sometimes people in Argentina, we call it the Boca River because we like soccer.
Yeah, I know, don't it?
Soccer. Boca against River. But it's not like that. It's not like you only do content of one technology only or one company only. Jesse said it. It's not like companies are against each other. We all developers need to learn everything that is better for your customer. That's the main reason. And in communities happens the same. It's not like the communities are competition. In fact, in the YouTube channel of a community that I own, Conosur, we host other communities. Because like being Microsoft MVP, we have a lot of benefits and we have the possibility to help others that don't have that benefits into spreading content. So that's the main goal of our community. So it's not like Boca River. So if you have the opportunity, for example, to make a video or a stream or get into a community and make something together, it gets even bigger.
Yes, for sure. Like it's important.
And even on Twitch, you know, they have like the Twitch raids, you know, and so they'll like go to another streamer and like maybe like and help out the smaller streamers so that they can gain more community too. And I think that's really amazing and unique. And is that kind of unique to tech? Like I don't know if other industries necessarily have so much of that.
But it's nice to see when it does happen. Though.
Totally.
It's really nice to see, even when folks are getting even started on social media. I know, like Grace, she joined us yesterday, and she was she gave a panel or discussion with Brent on MRTK, and I know she's brand new to Twitter, for example, and so even just seeing folks say, "Hey, Grace is new here, like help her out, you know, follow her." Things like that are like so helpful because I feel like there's such selfless acts where like no one's looking for anything in return. Like no one's saying, you know, give me this so that way I can help you with that. It's really from a place of genuinely wanting to help other people. And I think that's like so important. And I think the more we have of that in this industry, the better. I feel like when I say industry, I mean the tech industry, but even the more of that we have in the mixed reality community or just the general like extended reality community, that's really going to help ensure that we're pushing things forward, I would say, with all the work that we do. So I'm hoping to see a lot more of that for sure.
Yes, definitely. Well, the Microsoft Student Partner is like a huge community for of students all over the world. When I competed in Imagine Cup, most of the competitors were Microsoft Student Partner from all over the world. And the same happens with a Microsoft MVP community, right? So we are a lot of developers that love technology and we connect with each other and we travel to events like these ones. And that's it. That's part of the world community says it all. And the important is to stay humble.
You have to. And I feel like even internally, you know, for the past, I keep saying a couple of weeks, really it's been for the past 2 years, but more lately in the past 2 weeks, I've been working a lot with the MRTK folks and the folks who've helped create MRTK3. And I would say they are probably some of the most humblest engineers like ever because they're so willing to help. And if I happen to have ran into a problem and we get on the call, if they get stuck, they're okay. They are okay with admitting that they're stuck. But as I was explaining to 2 of them recently, I said, you know, it actually makes me feel good to hear you say that you got stuck on an issue too, because that makes me feel like, okay, I'm not stupid, you know? You know?
Yeah, I always
it's not saying they're stupid, but it's just the fact that like sometimes we just get stuck.
Right.
And it's okay.
Oh my gosh, I always like when I get stuck, I'm like, God, why do I, like I'm stupid, I don't get it. Like, and I totally like go through like this like self-loathing thing, and then I figure it out, and then I'm like yeah. It's a really thing. So it's important to see that like the most brilliant people that you see doing these amazing things also get stuck on things, and it's like, and it really tech is a continuous learning, right?
Oh, always learning.
And so part of learning is difficulty. It is getting stuck. Like that's part of the process. And so I think once you start getting like accepting that, then you get more into the, okay, it's not me. It's that I'm learning something. I'm doing something difficult. That's the other thing I forget a lot too when I'm doing things. I'm like, I forget that this is actually probably hard to do. Like, so have empathy for yourself. And when you're learning these new technologies and you get stuck, like it's important to do that.
Yeah. So if you ever get stuck, what do you do first?
Go to walk with my dogs. Because they struggle so much that I stop thinking about the problem. And then when I get home, I said, oh, that was the solution. No, but really is that get away from the computer and do something else. Focus on something else that is not computer related. And then it's easier. That's if I don't have to deliver something on a date, because if I do have on a date, I reach to people in the community like, help.
I totally rubber ducky. Like, I do. Like I talk it out. Like even if like, so like my son or like my husband, even though they might not know what I'm even like talking about, but like it just helps to talk it out. So I think like, and sometimes just, you actually use different parts of your brain when you when you think of something audibly. And so when you're thinking through something, sometimes your thoughts go so fast that you skip over things that you should have actually spent a little bit more time on that might have been part of like the solution. And so I found that actually literally talking about it makes me think more deeper on particular types of solutions while I'm totally like, that's what I like to do. I look it up, and then I like will have to, after like an hour, then I might rubber ducky, and then after, like I'm too stubborn to walk away right away. And so like I'm like in it for like 2 or 3 hours before I'm like, okay, I'm gonna walk away for a little while.
I would say after I slam the keyboard and the mouse, what I've done lately, honestly, I get up and I've been just watching a new anime series. I've been watching, I think The Promised Neverland is what it's called, and that's been how I'm able to just like chill out for a second, because like you, it's hard for me to just get up and walk away. I keep going and going until I find something. But that's been helping me, is just literally going away from everything. But then, of course, throughout that time, you're still thinking through like, maybe I should try this, maybe I should try that. But once I've like exhausted all, searching online to find answers, then I'll usually reach out to an engineer and I'm like, all right, look, this is what I've tried. Help me. I am stuck. But, recognizing that because we have community, there's a wealth of knowledge around us, and we can always reach out to folks if we ever need anything is super important. But
I also love like when I wake up with the answer. Like I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up and
I've done that too. I have done
Lucky
that too.
you.
Doesn't happen often, but when it has happened, it's made a big
I cannot do it because
difference.
I cannot sleep if I do that.
Oh, really?
I'm like in my bed, like.
Think about it a little too much. That's fair. Yeah, I would say it can be frustrating once you get stuck, but also we've had a really good conversation.
We did.
So glad I've had a chance to speak with you. It's definitely been great, and you're sticking around though, right? For the rest of the event.
The event continues.
Perfect. So we have some more sessions that are coming up for those of you who are tuning in live, and we'll continue doing our streaming, but we're going to head into our next session now. Have fun.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Mixed Reality Dev Days. The topic for this session will be #open, deploy everywhere with OpenXR and MRTK3. I am Roger, joined here by my co-host, Curtis.
Hey, I'm Curtis Evely. I'm a senior software engineer on the MRTK and middleware team. I have been involved in MRTK and sort of HoloLens and mixed reality since for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now. It's been a while since sort of the early days of the beginning of Holo Toolkit, Holographic Academy, all through MRTK2 and now MRTK3. I spend my time these days thinking about kind of the whole development stack. I work a lot on the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin and generally working on our OpenXR integration into Unity, just Unity's sort of general integration for, UWP for HoloLens 2 and that sort of thing, and of course, MRTK.
And hey, I'm Roger. I mostly have been working on our platform support in the recent times. On MRTK2, I was one of the key players in trying to get our MRTK2 support for the Oculus Quest. MRTK3, I'm doing a lot of the same thing, making sure that we work nicely on Quest, HoloLens, all the platforms you may want to support and support in the future, and as well as just making sure that we don't have as many regressions in those products as well. But
so yeah, you've probably seen this page a couple times so far over these couple of days. Just talking about sort of the core foundational pieces that we chose to build MRTK3 on. In this talk, we're going to be really focusing on kind of one piece of the puzzle, and that's OpenXR. You may have attended, I think we had a session yesterday specifically around kind of the OpenXR runtime roadmap and a little bit about our roadmap on the mixed reality OpenXR plugin into Unity. This session, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into the integration that exists today and sort of the extension points that both Unity and we have created to better extend MRTK3, basically, kind of some of the pain points of extending MRTK2 with regards to input. We feel like is a much better story in MRTK3. Just quickly, in case you haven't heard about OpenXR, this sort of mission statement is up here. You can read that if you want. But really, what that means for you is kind of a consistent deployment pipeline that supports. You can write your code once against sort of one API set, and you can depend on the runtimes and the devices and the vendors to build in that support and allow your app to be successful.
So yeah, we should, as with all great things, looking back helps us look forward, and what better way to look back than covering how it used to be. So back in MRTK2, if you wanted to deploy on a different platform, it was actually a quite involved process. Unity went to a pipeline called the XRSDK pipeline, and with that, a lot of developers were able to sort of plug into a common interface in order to, say, okay, here's how the device is supported. However, even though there was this underlying backend, you usually still had to download a separate Unity package per platform, right? So for Windows devices, there was the Windows XR plugin. For Oculus, they ended up making an Oculus XR plugin. And importing packages is never super fun. You always have to keep those up to date. So that was one pain point. And even after you got those Unity packages installed, oftentimes you'd be required to download even extra packages, whether from the asset store or from the developer site themselves. These would result in extra configurations you have to deal with, maybe some extra assets that you never really asked for, but are included in that package anyways, and you have to now manage and figure out, okay, what do I do with this? And those sites also had lots of potentially conflicting setup information, because these asset store packages were intended to just kind of work out of the box on their own, but they were missing the key kind of things that MRTK has provided, such as interaction support, buttons, UIs, things like that. And so you would end up with a lot of extraneous stuff, and it got pretty confusing to make sure everything was behaving as you expected. So even after you got all of that working, MRTK still existed as a separate package beyond the frameworks that these platforms themselves provided. And so in order to integrate with MRTK, we ended up having to create some integration scripts. Those would have to get updated as new packages came out and new APIs changed. Even beyond that, right? MRTK, in order to plug into our interaction system, you had to have data providers who actually read the input data, and even to read what was going on with the controller, you had to have these MRTK sets of controller mappings. And all of this work multiplicatively increased our scope, right? Every new platform that came in, we had to have a new set of things to integrate, make sure it worked on there. And sometimes it got out of date, sometimes it wouldn't work with the latest. It wasn't the best time.
So yeah, our goal, really with adopting OpenXR and Unity's input system, basically tries to move a lot of that sort of at a lower layer of the stack, so that sort of everything just kind of works out of the box for you. We can depend on our partners at Unity, our partners across the industry working on their OpenXR runtimes, and really just kind of work together and not have to sort of put all of this into the MRTK bucket. And yeah. Part of this is, we've mentioned the input system a couple of times, but we'll talk about this later, but Unity's created a really nice extension point for mapping directly out of OpenXR runtimes and into the Unity input system. And really all of this, adds together to just let MRTK focus on our strengths, building, great interaction models, great UI UX, and allowing kind of the cross-platform to be handled by, the engines and the people that really want to work on and are good at cross-platform.
Yeah, so some of the great cross-platform things you'll see with OpenXR, and we'll cover this more in depth later, right? But things like hand joint tracking, which both, let's say, HoloLens, Leapmotion, and Quest provide. Before, those would all have to be separated into, like, Oculus would have their own SDK package you would use and fetch the hand joint tracking. HoloLens might have its own. Ultraleap might have its own. In V2, we kind of hook these all together via a bunch of MRTK-specific scripts. Now, with the power of OpenXR, these platforms are able to implement their own kind of extensions to the OpenXR pipeline. All that gets fed in and is kind of abstracted away from the end developers there. And then MRTK can just read that. And we don't have to do as much maintenance. And then, as Curtis said, we can focus on what we do best, which is our UX and UI stack. But hand tracking is not the only thing we got in there. Interaction profiles for controllers, consistent input actions. So if you have a poke point on your hand, how is that mapped between a hand and a controller? Those things are coming in through OpenXR, and even things like runtime controller models. Those sort of things which do not have to be platform specific can now all kind of be joined together and all interpreted and ingested in the same way via MRTK.
So yeah, a key piece of this puzzle, we've been talking about OpenXR integration into Unity. That kind of currently exists in a couple layers. There's, Unity ships their OpenXR package, which contains, the core of it all. The support for rendering, head tracking, a good selection of the interaction profiles. And then we at Microsoft ship this piece, the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin, which is where we've done some work to integrate some of the Microsoft specific extensions, as well as a handful of cross-vendor ones that just either make more sense to live in ours or haven't yet been adopted on the Unity plugin side.
Yeah, so how do you get the Microsoft OpenXR plugin? Well, happy to say that it's going to be, if you've been developing on MRTK for the past few months, it'll be through the same thing. It'll be through our Mixed Reality Future tool with all the good version selection and things that, best ways to keep up to date with how it's going. And once you have it installed, it's really quite easy, and actually we believe that taking in this OpenXR packet, going down this OpenXR pipeline will make things much simpler for you as far as a configuration standpoint goes. So before, as we said before, if you have multiple packages coming in that that hook into the XR SDK pipeline in different ways, what you might see is that under the XR plugin management, you'd have two different set of settings: one for Oculus things, one for Windows Mixed Reality things. And the issue here is that if you're deploying to a specific platform, you have to switch between, okay, I need to deploy to Oculus via the Oculus pipeline, I need to deploy to Windows Mixed Reality things via the Windows Mixed Reality pipeline. And merging all under OpenXR, everything is going to be just inside the OpenXR pipeline. And within that OpenXR pipeline, all sorts of features that might be available before might have been available only for one platform. Or the other, let's say you have some settings in the Oculus pipeline, you're not allowed to use those when deploying to HoloLens because you have to switch pipelines completely. Now that you're only deploying to the OpenXR pipeline, any sort of features which are enabled and pushed there are technically available for any platform that is able to deploy via OpenXR. Obviously, some features won't be available because let's say you're deploying to a device that doesn't have hand tracking, you're not going to suddenly be able to track hands. It's not, it's not built into the hardware. But yeah.
Yeah, and one of the nice things, if you sort of notice on this screenshot, you will see that there is a specific check mark under OpenXR that says Windows Mixed Reality Feature Group. One of the nice things is that just is kind of a declaration of features that it's basically saying I do want to deploy to Windows Mixed Reality, but it's not a checkbox like it used to be, where it's like, oh, if I'm trying to build for Oculus now, I need to uncheck that box. These checkboxes basically represent a concept called feature groups, which we'll get into in a moment. Yeah, really just the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin package, listed kind of a decent number of the actual features that they add: hand mesh, runtime controller models, spatial meshing in planes. Our holographic remoting support ships in this package as well. So it's all kind of the things you would expect that like a HoloLens 2 or our immersive headsets can support. But we do also, we sort of mentioned offhand, we do also ship support for the cross-vendor extension for hand joint tracking. And so this is a cool one, right? Because it's one consistent API in the plugin, and regardless of the runtime you're running on, as long as it supports the hand joint tracking extension. And I sort of put up a brief list of devices and runtimes that I know support it today: HoloLens 2, Leap Motion, the Quest, the Vive. I believe Vario does as well. I think there's a handful of other ones, but it's just like instead of having to import all of those integration packages like you used to, and calling one API when you're running on one device and another when you're on another, it's now just kind of one device coming out of the OpenXR contract. Yeah, so digging in a little bit more there. We've built the Mixed Reality OpenXR package on top of a bunch of extension points that we worked together with Unity to sort of fill out and build. And just about everything we do in that package, if you maybe have your own runtime, or just there's a runtime that exists out there that has specific features that we haven't supported yet, but you want to support. It's kind of nice. Instead of waiting for MRTK to ship a new version and integrate the new integration package and ship a new version, you can really build this yourself. Mostly in the C# layer. So sort of the core piece of support exists in this concept called just features. If you saw the one of the previous slides, it'll be on the next one as well. There's kind of just a list of features in the XR plugin management configuration API. A feature is defined in C#. It can represent a single OpenXR extension or a set of sort of conceptually relevant ones. And this is basically the the key pieces of actually defining a feature in code here on the right. The key bit is the attribute at the top, where you give Unity a bunch of information about the actual OpenXR extension strings that you want enabled, and you can say which build targets it should actually build and run on, and then Unity takes that, sticks it in their UI, and now you have a much more consistent experience than it used to be in the past. Another piece of this is feature groups. I mentioned that on the plugin configuration page, where we had the Windows Mixed Reality feature group. That's basically just a set of features that are, we tend to use them to group features that are kind of relevant for a specific scenario, right? So if you're under the UWP settings, you'll see a HoloLens 2 feature group that has hand tracking, the feature that enables spatial mapping and spatial anchors and that sort of thing. And really, feature groups are just kind of a shorthand, like a quick shortcut for check this box, and we will enable all of the things to try to help you be successful with that scenario.
Yeah, and this is a theme that'll come up a lot. So this is all defined via Unity's OpenXR, and we want to emphasize this is Unity's definitions. And the reason why this is important is that before, if you were trying to write a new feature, that would get ingested by MRTK, just to I wanted to power, say, speech, but I wanted to hook in MRTK. We did have in MRTK, ways to do that. However, what you would end up having to do is that whatever code you write would end up being MRTK specific. It wouldn't be, not necessarily as compatible if you were to write a separate application but not use the MRTK framework. And so because the OpenXR feature group things is so extensible, now if you're writing something, you don't have to decide, okay, do I need to write this just for MRTK? Do I need to write, you can choose to write for OpenXR. It will work with MRTK, but also work with, whatever else you need to write. That may just, not even be MRTK specific code. Let's say you wanted to use some other graphics package or something, but yeah.
And sort of a key piece of that story is a specific type of feature, which is called an interaction profile, right? And an interaction profile is really a piece of the OpenXR spec, where it's sort of represents kind of like a well-defined input source, whether it's a physical hardware controller or hand interaction. It's kind of that piece of the, if you think back to the MRTK2 controller mapping profile, it's kind of the piece where, you've defined a controller definition in MRTK2, and it says, I've got an A button, a B button, a thumbstick, a touchpad, etc. Now that doesn't have to be defined in MRTK at all. Whether it's, defined in the OpenXR spec side, which then Unity provides a nice extension point to just say, here's the OpenXR spec piece, and this maps directly to specific axes in the Unity input system, the input action mappings profile. And so, these are well-defined pieces of hardware, like Oculus Touch, Valve Index, the Microsoft Motion controllers. Unity ships a handful of default ones in their package. We add one for the HP Reverb G2 controller in our package. And yeah, this is really the piece that helps bridge the gap between OpenXR interaction and the Unity input system, right? And then I think we've covered this in previous talks. Once you're in the Unity input system, then it's into XRI, then it's into MRTK3, and the cool piece of the input system is we don't really care where it came from as long as the input system says a select happened or this device's pose needs to be at this point in space.
So yeah, again, this is all kind of iterating on that theme of, if you're writing code that'll support MRTK, it'll also support other platforms as well. You no longer have to, there's not as much, we did have in MRTK2, ways we made it very sensible. People could write their own controller mappings. What we found is that many people just didn't have the time. There's a lot of, other things that made it, there's maybe not as specific to support for just simply MRTK, but now because we are built on top of OpenXR, you write that code, it'll not only work for MRTK, but also work for all sorts of other frameworks.
Yeah, it was also just not, like, if anybody in the audience has tried to add support to MRTK2 for a brand new controller type, I think you will attest to the fact that it was, very difficult, if not impossible in some cases, because we had, hard-coded enums in the core of MRTK2 where you had to extend that, and it was just a lot more work than it needed to be. And we tried to obviously make it better over the years, but we never quite got to the point that I think this system is today. So yeah, just going back over interaction profiles again. In sort of that UI where you you say I support the Valve Index and the Microsoft Motion controllers, right? We kind of recommend only putting controllers in that mapping that you know you're going to test, or that you sort of very explicitly want to support. Because what happens when you add things to that list is it then registers a layout with the Unity input system. That's when you're able to specifically map, a button on this controller is select, trigger on that controller is select. And one of the kind of nice things about only mapping the things that you have on hand to test, so that you can guarantee that those controllers and those mappings are a good experience, is that then the Unity's input system sort of tells OpenXR, all right, these are the controllers that we say we support, and the runtimes actually sort of have support for detecting the controller that your users have actually connected and remapping them through the interaction profiles that you claim to support.
Yeah. So just to give like a concrete, maybe like hypothetical example, right? So right now you're writing an application. It's supposed to target, the Quest 1, okay? On your Quest, you have two buttons, like an A button on top, a B button on the bottom. And your application has those clearly mapped to two different actions. Let's say, 10 years down the line, a Quest 20 is available. The Quest 20 has 10 buttons on the top, 10 buttons on the bottom, and your application, you don't want to rewrite that application to be like, okay, these top 10 buttons need to map to this action, these bottom 10 buttons need to map to another action. The beauty of using these interaction profiles is that the Oculus knows that, hypothetically, that Quest 20 top 10 row of buttons maps to the first button on the Quest 1, the bottom 10 rows of buttons maps to the second button on Quest 1. And so the developer knows that, between different iterations of hardware, how to sort of emulate an old controller on a new controller. And because it has that explicit mapping, being able to, specify in your application, I work on this set of controllers, then you leave it on the hardware side to let them best understand how to map, okay, here's a new controller you had no idea existed, but it will neatly conform to the spec of this older controller because we, the controller creators, know what the best way of mapping those things are.
So yeah, this really all comes together into the Unity input system that we've sort of mentioned interspersed throughout this presentation so far. This is kind of the key additional piece that is very, very similar to the MRTK2 controller mapping profile, but a little bit in reverse, right? If you remember the MRTK2 controller mapping profile, we had the big block with all the big buttons that had, some of them had controller pictures on them, some of them just had the names of the controller. You'd click that, you get another pop-up that said oh, all right, this controller's got a thumbstick, a touchpad, and a trigger, and then you could map that specific controller to specific actions. The way Unity's sort of action mappings work generally is you're able to do that in reverse. You define your actions, then you're able to go in and say, okay, this action represents this list of buttons on these various controllers. So it's sort of a little bit backwards from MRTK2, but I think it logically just is quite nice to see all of the controllers in one list instead of having to click that button and double check that it's mapped, click that button, double check that controller's mapped. It's just a little bit more intuitive.
Yeah, so if you're familiar with how games do controller mapping these days, right? Back in let's say the early 2000s, you would deploy, you would have a game, you would have the controller on the screen, and it would be like, okay, X button maps to X action, and that's kind of how MRTK2 approached things. But a lot of games these days, right, they will actually list, okay, you have all these different actions. What button do they map to? And Unity's input system more reflects that style. And in this age where different controllers can be kind of put in to you can have any kind of controller working on your kind of application. That's sort of philosophy that this paradigm helps enable. And it also just helps in general understand, because what's important for the game, right? It's not that all buttons have something assigned to them, but rather that all actions are accounted for. And this sort of philosophy, I mean, obviously is Unity's input system. We're not here to explain everything about it, but we believe that going on to this pattern helps us ensure that you are getting what you need to happen in your application working on your controllers.
And we do ship a default set of these action mappings in MRTK3. And so, by default, you should just kind of be able to, hit play and get running. But if you are looking to add, support for specific controllers or to do some remapping a little bit, you'll become familiar with this sort of input action mappings page. And I mentioned before, when you add that interaction profile to your OpenXR settings, that triggers a code path that registers the layout with the Unity input system itself. And then you'll start seeing these sort of little names with OpenXR in parentheses at the end of them pop up. We've kind of, between Unity and us, we've kind of tried to be consistent to make it obvious when, when certain controllers have, old OpenVR mappings as well, just to make it obvious that you are correctly mapping against the OpenXR ones. So yeah, that's kind of something to look out for.
And the beauty of this system too, right, is that you see they're all ordered in a list. This also provides just a neat way of being able to fall back and understand that, hey, look, I don't have this controller with me necessarily right now, but I can fall back onto this controller button on a different platform. So this is something that is, if you were trying to make sure this was, consistent back in the old MRTK2 UI, you would have to okay, I need to open up every single one of my, controller mappings. I got to make sure that, across every single platform, this is accounted for. But here it just makes it very clear. Look, I have these actions, they need to be supported, on as many platforms as they can. And it just helps. It definitely just helps keep things more organized. Helps you like understand that look, every one of my actions when I'm trying to run this app will be accounted for. And I think it also avoids situations where you may have an action that's not necessarily like bindable on a button for an old platform, and then you can very clearly say, okay, this specific action is not accounted for on this controller. Maybe it's missing a button. But you can develop another workaround that maybe use like a button macro or something that would be not as easy to like specify or flexibly create via our older UI.
Cool. So next we're just gonna jump into a quick demo just to show off some of the cross-platform extensibility that we've talked about in here. So yeah, we'll get that set up real quick.
Yeah, just hold on, folks, and. So this is going to be really exciting, well, relatively exciting, because you'll see just how quickly and how efficiently we can switch between our different runtimes. So what we have here is our MRTK 3 project. My lovely assistant Curtis here is putting on the HoloLens, and we're going to do something that should be familiar to most of you, which is going to be holographic remoting. So holographic remoting on HoloLens, you've opened a remoting window, holographic remote play mode, you enable it. And Curtis here is pulling out application in order to actually remote into the device. And you'll see once I hit the play button. Not yet? No, not yet. What are you waiting for? Okay. We'll have to wait for the hardware to spin up for a second. Any second now. You'll be happy to know that this is MRTK code that's causing it to run slowly. It's just a matter of, you got to log on to your computer and whatnot. All right, cool. So, holograph remoting basically is a very fast way, in case you're not familiar, of being able to emulate your HoloLens' input and basically connect directly to your input action system. You see the game view, it's a little bit like obviously first person, very confusing, but if I pull over to the scene view, you have his hands moving around in the field of view, all the hand tracking, everything. You even have our new gaze controller because HoloLens does support eye tracking, and you can pick up objects, rotate them around, all the natural good things. You've probably seen this before, you've seen it in demos. It's, this is something you would expect from MRTK2. However, now for our real trick. We're going to show how quick and easy it is to get running on the Oculus Quest.
So yeah, while Roger's setting up Link there, I just kind of wanted to call out a couple pieces here. Sort of first, disabling holographic remoting since we're on a Quest now. But if you have used MRTK2 and you're familiar with all of the data providers that we used to have for input and all of that, just to show you that we're not doing anything magic in the background for getting hand tracking working across these two. The hand joints really come through these hands subsystems in MRTK3. So you'll see we've got two currently checked. One is our subsystem for hand synthesis. So if you use our in-editor simulation, that's where we sort of provide you a fake set of joints that will animate as you click the buttons. But as far as across both the Quest and HoloLens 2, this subsystem for OpenXR Hands API is the subsystem. It's talking to the same API regardless of the device we're using here. And then it just talks to the runtime and gets the data out. So there's no this needs to run on Android and this data provider needs to run on UWP. It really is just this subsystem.
I just want to emphasize, in addition to that, so before on MRTK2 we had all the different data providers running, and you were allowed to have those data providers running whether or not they were actually used. And so MRTK2 was performant, perhaps not as performant as it could be. And part of it might have been due to some of the data providers, running in the background. Because of how OpenXR's feature groups work, if your feature's not being used, it won't be running. And that sort of performance bottleneck, that sort of performance tax is not going to be as apparent. But I think we are almost ready. As you can see, I was not really interacting with the Quest, so not too much configuration was needed there. But here we are. We're going to be in the view, and go ahead, Curtis. I cannot see and talk.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Here, take like a step or two forward just so your hands are more. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so if you see here, it looks the same, which, maybe isn't that exciting, but that's kind of the I don't know, in my opinion, awesomeness of it, right? It is the same. It's the same API. It's the data this time the data is coming from the Oculus runtime. Previously, the data was coming from our holographic remoting runtime. MRTK doesn't care, which device you're talking to, as long as the OpenXR contract is fulfilled. So, and we had also heard that some people had some issues getting Oculus Link running properly with MRTK2 in the past as well, which is much easier in MRTK3 because of just the way the OpenXR runtimes are all configured. So, yeah, that's basically the demo. I mean, yeah, it's just a quick, switch the USB cable between devices. We kind of just disabled holographic remoting, hit play again, and now it was on the Quest. So, yeah, that's basically everything we have for you guys today. Hopefully, yeah, it's been a fun long journey from Holo Toolkit and MRTK2 and all of the cross-platform work across integration packages that we did in MRTK2 to see a lot of this come together across the industry through OpenXR and getting our friends at Unity on board with helping us come through. And yeah, I don't know, it's awesome to see it all come together.
It's a constantly evolving story too. Work's not done, and we're still working on delivering great new cross-platform things. So. Develop once, deploy to lots and lots of places. Hopefully write less redundant code, and hopefully break less when other things get updated. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. I think we've got a little bit of time if we want to open it up to Q&A. If anybody has any questions. If not, that's cool too. Yeah.
We have a lady over there.
So a quick comment that my coworker Don just brought up after seeing how easy it was for you to switch between Oculus and the HoloLens was that you could theoretically utilize MRTK to prototype for HoloLens on the Oculus Quest, kind of using what we just saw there with the pass-through video with the hand tracking if you didn't necessarily have your own HoloLens. Is that kind of correct? Would there be some pitfalls there if that's the pathway you took?
I'd say that's generally correct, right? Like, you're depending on the features you want to use, right? Like if you're trying to use, like spatial mapping or spatial anchors or things like that, that just don't exist as like cross-vendor extensions today, then, you may need a HoloLens device to build those parts of the experience. But if you're really looking for like, the input and interaction and tracking parts of the experience, yeah, I mean, right, like it's coming across the same OpenXR API, so you've got the same set of 26 hand joins regardless of the device, coming through with, a consistent sort of spec-defined like rotation for what Y up should be. Yeah, the intent is that the experience should be, very, very similar and familiar.
Yeah, so like, there's various layers to development stack. You have input, and thankfully a lot of the whole just ingesting input is handled by OpenXR. Then you have interactions, which, we're leveraging a combination of XRI and MRTK code in order to nicely do that. And, I think if you've attended a previous talk, interactions also aren't necessarily MRTK only. You can incorporate MRTK with perhaps your own interaction building blocks built on top of XRI. But fundamentally, all the stuff that MRTK has excelled at in the past, which is our UI interactions, all that stuff will work the same regardless if you're on Quest or on HoloLens. And that is one of our key parts of the development story. We want to make it easier for developers to develop MR apps as best they can on the most convenient device that they can access. Another question over in front. let everyone else hear.
So I know over the last year, hand tracking support on the Quest hasn't always played so nicely with MRTK. There's been some MRTK versions where it's worked really well on, and then it hasn't worked well on others, and OpenXR kind of threw a wrench in the system. Does MRTK 3 fix all that, or are there still some known issues?
I would say it absolutely fixes all that. Like a lot of the, I mean, Roger can talk a little bit better to this because he's, one of the key pieces of getting some of that Oculus hand tracking in. But there was, some amount of building on top of specifically the Oculus integration package, where we had to, work around some of the ways that they intended things to be implemented in Unity, whereas now we're able to really just get at that data more directly and pipe that just right up into MRTK.
Yeah, the OpenXR story formulating really did help kind of, cement and create something consistent across, multiple iterations. So yes, before you had to, import the Oculus integration package, hand tracking was only available via the Oculus integration package. And that actually became a difficult point for us as far as, maintaining compatibility and maintaining, up-to-date parity with each version, because their update schedule doesn't necessarily align with ours. And having to keep on going back and be like, oh, okay, they changed some enums here, they've changed the API here, we need to update our integration scripts. That became kind of a pain point. So because we're able to, always reference these joints via the OpenXR runtime, it really does help smooth all that out. It helps make sure that developer experience is, smooth. And it definitely, reduces just like those kind of lapses where, it's suddenly not working because the integration package updated, but MRTK is not ready to update because we have, some new features coming in. So yeah, definitely should be a lot better, even beyond just, Quest support, other platforms like Leap and whatnot. As long as they, use OpenXR, we'll be able to leverage it and not break as much.
Yeah, and Roger mentioned Leap Motion, Ultra Leap. That another we waffled on maybe demoing that as well as like a third device as part of it because they ship their own OpenXR API layer, which just talks directly to their hardware and goes through again the exact same OpenXR API. So if you were using Leap Motion and MRTK2, that's another one that had their own integration package, which contained the pieces that would talk to their hardware and bring that into Unity. And now because they have that API layer, it's all through OpenXR. You install the API layer, you hook up your Leap Motion hardware, you put on your VR headset with the little mount on the front, and you hit play, and just like sort of those demos, you'd get hand tracking. Yeah.
Question in the back?
Going one question before that one. So when you're emulating the Quest, with the Quest, right?
Yeah, we're using Oculus Link in order to directly interface with MRTK or with Unity.
Is it possible to use AR Foundation through that?
Curtis,
with the objective of using the image recognition.
I don't have a solid answer to that. I'm not sure what specifically sort of AR Foundation and then the Oculus implementation of AR Foundation, how that does or doesn't work over Link. I don't know. Unfortunately don't have a good answer for that. I haven't tried that out. But I mean, as far as I can't talk to Oculus, I can talk to the HoloLens. If you're using like the AR Mesh Manager, you mentioned specifically the image one, but there are pieces of AR Foundation like the AR Mesh Manager, the AR Plane Manager, that you can use over like holographic remoting through those OpenXR APIs. So it kind of all, it depends on the implementation at that point. And unfortunately, I can't speak specifically for the Quest.
Gentleman over there.
Thank you very much. So two questions. The first of which is I'm a MRTK newbie, but I understand very much where it's going, and I sort of go all the way back to the Oculus days. Is this a circumstance where MRTK is going to ultimately target platforms like mobile devices and also tablets and also smart glasses in the future? And would MRTK be the thing that would automatically degrade the app to fit the platform? Or would that principally be the developer's responsibility to say, here's what's allowable?
I think that is definitely something that we've been thinking about, right? I don't know if you saw, it was one of the first talks with Grace and Brent where they talked a bit about the MR Playground app. or sorry, Zappy's playground. And in that, we had some UI that did adapt for, you know, whether you were on an AR see-through device like HoloLens 2, or you were on an immersive VR device like the Quest, it would bring in additional sort of pieces of the world or slightly change the UI components just to adapt to that scenario. So that is definitely something that we're thinking about, and I think there's absolutely a broad range of devices that you know we have, you know, tested and support today, but also that we're kind of thinking about supporting in the future. So yeah, absolutely. Like I think for a you know, spatial UI and UX framework to succeed, supporting as many of those endpoints as possible would absolutely be a goal.
Yeah, just jumping on to like MRTK's role and sort of all this stuff. MRTK is, you know, built as a UI UX sort of toolkit, and you know, one of the things that we've, you know, mentioned is that because we're allowed to build on XRI, things like, you know, if you were on like a 2D device, you can we have interactors and components that will let you translate things like mouse inputs into a sort of AR equivalent 3D input. So if, you know, you're looking at a 3D button that you might want to click on in like, you know, 2D space with a mouse click, but also push with like your physical finger in a AR or VR space. Because everything's built on top of XRI, we do have the capability of, you know, being able to work cross-platform, quote-unquote platform in that respect. Things like OpenXR help a lot with, you know, making sure input works across different like exciting kinds of devices. You know, you have all different kinds of controllers. But one thing that, you know, OpenXR being built on top of Unity's input system allows us to do is, let's say you have a traditional, let's say, Xbox controller. That thing, you know, you can hook up the input actions from the Unity input system to the Xbox controller as well as AR and VR devices. And it will all kind of, you know, inside the application world behave in the same way. A button is a select whether or not you're pinching with your physical hand, whether or not you're clicking or using a touchscreen, whether you're pressing an A button on a controller, all of that kind of all loops together. And it's really tied into the theme of, you know, there's kind of one source of truth, and we're, you know, all kind of trying to follow the source of truth and encouraging developers to, you know, also fall into that sort of pattern and, you know, basically be as compatible and deployable across as many things as possible.
Thank you.
We have a gentleman up here.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. With Microsoft supporting the Qualcomm Spaces Initiative and SDK, have you guys at all tried out the MRTK3 with the Spaces
I have
platform?
not. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not yet. It is something that's kind of on our radar, and we've heard that pieces that are also, you know, built on XRI and have XRI support. That it feels like a very natural place for us to see how it all works together. But yeah.
One of the pieces that I'm interested in is the controller with the Qualcomm reference design is actually the phone, because whether it's tethered or not, how is the controller model being translated to use a phone instead of your hand gestures or a controller?
So the thing that on the controller compatibility standpoint, we've mentioned interaction profiles in this talk, and before, I think as we, you know, in MRTK2 land, we would have had to, you know, take a look at that Qualcomm controller, figure out, okay, which parts of this controller map to which sort of actions, and write a lot of, you know, controller mapping things ourselves. And well, not necessarily ourselves, we would have the API for Qualcomm to perhaps do it. But because it would be tied to MRTK, I don't think maybe they would have been incentivized. We'd have to rely on open source community and things like that. But because the interaction profile kind of is built on top of Unity and is so extensible, if Qualcomm creates an interaction profile just to have their controller recognized by Unity, usable on OpenXR, MRTK can then say, hey, this Qualcomm interaction profile exists in the world. We can add it and then once you have that, you know, that interaction profile in there, you can kind of recognize the controller inputs. you can map those to the appropriate input actions on Unity's input system. And then once you get past that point, once you have those input actions mapped, it's all MRTK from there.
Yeah, or even just even at a higher level than OpenXR, as long as the phone input is able to go through Unity's input system. I think generally that's something that we need to look into still, but it's all a very exciting space at the moment. So
it's very new for sure.
Yeah. So certainly something that would be awesome to look into.
Thank you.
Come on, guys, don't be shy. Anything else? All right.
Okay.
So one thing that I just keep pondering is the way open standards went in like the web world, where everybody has their own custom extensions in the CSS and such. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on how this all might play out as various vendors come up with their own vendor-specific extensions. And do you have any ideas of how that's going to unfold and what the implications might be?
Yeah, so I'm not as directly involved in some of that as some other of us at Microsoft, but from my perspective, I do see a good balance between vendors specifically continuing to iterate on their hardware and things that they want to see happen, and then there's just been a nice sort of collaboration that I've been exposed to a little bit, but have sort of just heard about, where people start bringing their ideas together, and maybe two companies want to accomplish basically the same thing, but have slightly different ideas about the best way to approach it. And things like sort of the hand tracking extension that has come together. It just becomes a good convergence point between continuing to allow vendors to iterate and explore their own hardware, while kind of driving the industry as a whole forward with all of this kind of communication of things that we think will be relevant to just developers in general, and without ideally without fragmenting too much on the vendor specific things. But so far I think there's a good amount of sort of convergence on the cross vendor extensions, which is nice.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I think we are reaching close to time. Thank you all for attending this talk.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
thanks.
Hashtag open, deploy once. Go everywhere.
Cool. And we will both be in the MRTK3 panel that I think is next. So if you do end up coming up with any more questions, you can ask it there, or we'll be around. So yeah, again, thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a really great session from Curtis and Roger on OpenXR. We talked a little bit about OpenXR today and yesterday, and I know you were amazed at as much of a difference as it makes now. So you can only really code once, but just
play everywhere.
So
yeah.
It's really helpful. We have another guest with us. I did mention earlier that he was joining us. So Cameron Mcculloch, he leads the graphics tools team in terms of one of the packages that's now available with MRTK3. So hello, Cameron, how are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, of course. And so given that things are a bit more broken out now in terms of packages with MRTK3, with graphics tool, can you tell us a bit more about what that all entails?
Yeah, so if you're using MRTK3, you're likely already using graphics tools and may or may not know it. Graphics tools is one of the packages, one of the, I'd say, core packages within MRTK that has all the shaders, materials, models, various tooling to make your mixed reality experiences look beautiful and run performantly on mixed reality devices.
Okay, and then if I'm remembering correctly, I can use this package, but I don't need to have the rest of MRTK with me, correct? I can just use this by itself as like its own kind of standalone?
Exactly. So back in the Mixed Reality Toolkit 2 days, which wasn't that long ago,
Yeah.
a lot of our developers wanted to use our standard shader system, which was the system that kind of made all the visuals in the toolkit independently. And a few of them actually went to the lengths to actually separate it themselves.
Yeah.
But after getting that feedback and feedback internally, we were like, this really needs to be its own package.
Yeah.
So if you want to just use the shaders that you find in the Mixed Reality Toolkit, or more specifically within graphics tools, you can ingest that into your Unity project by itself, and it sits totally standalone. And it has its own GitHub repository. It has its own docs, own API reference, and own samples.
Yeah, and so speaking of samples, because I know I love samples, I know
I
you
do
love
too.
samples because we
Yeah.
were talking a lot about them yesterday.
Sure.
What kind of samples are included?
Yeah, there's probably, if I think about it, a little more than half a dozen different sample scenes.
Okay.
And each one can be imported independently if you only want to take a look at one portion, or you can import them all and kind of see the whole menu of available features. One of the favorite ones is one called the Material Gallery.
Okay.
And it's literally just a Unity scene full of what we call a shader ball. It's a surface that is kind of generic but shows off visual effects. And we probably have 50 different shader balls in that scene that show you how to do metallic effects, normal mapping. You can do portals. You can do hover lighting, different kinds of lighting techniques.
Okay.
So that's a great one if you just kind of want to see what kind of material effects can I make with graphics tools.
Yeah.
And everything in that sample uses a single shader.
Okay.
So it's what's called an Uber shader system that's super flexible, and you can turn on and off features and kind of use whatever you need.
Yeah.
And at the same time, if you have a feature turned off, you're not paying for it, so it doesn't kind of drag down the performance of your application.
Good. That's good.
Yeah, so that's the Material Gallery sample. We also have one that does outlines, because something that's important in mixed reality is you need to highlight an object.
Yeah.
And if you need to draw attention to an object in your scene, you could make a little red outline around it.
Okay.
And that's not normally a technique that's super easy to do in mixed reality due to performance constraints, but we provide tools and samples of how to do that.
Yeah.
And then the big one, this is a huge differentiator between MRTK2 and MRTK3, is our Unity UI support. So Unity UI is kind of the preferred UI system that Unity provides. And we had support for it in previous iterations of the Mixed Reality Toolkit, but now we've found tons of developers are using it, so we have explicit tools to make Unity UI workflows just super natural and work out of the box.
Yeah.
So there's a Unity UI sample scene which shows you how to create volumetric UI layouts in Unity UI, which is traditionally kind of 2D oriented.
Okay.
But we have components that will populate 3D meshes in your Unity UI layout. You can also do fun things like, say you have a portion of your UI you want to mask out. You'll see this all the time when you're scrolling through lists of items.
Yeah.
We have a custom rounded rect mask, which gives you little rounded corners, which are, I guess, all very popular now in every design language.
It's all about the corner radius.
Yeah. So it's all about those rounded corners.
Yes.
So yeah, we have a component that does that for you. And then just kind of quality of life tooling that makes laying out UI systems easier in 3D.
So it sounds like it makes it a lot easier to make a good user experience, right? So like these things that were very difficult and hard on performance, you can use this toolkit to make really impactful and like usable experiences and be able to highlight and add really probably things that used to be really complex quite easily.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people have always asked for, I want to make UI that looks just like the UI I found in the Hololens show. I want it to look just like Microsoft's design language. And we partnered with the mixed reality design language team to make sure all of the shaders, all of the materials, all the models they created and they used are in this package. So everybody has access to them now. They're all open source on GitHub.
Oh, that's great.
And you can theme your UI to look exactly like we have in our shell.
Okay.
And yeah, you already see that in the Mixed Reality Toolkit. The core UX package uses all of our shaders, so they all look and feel similar.
And I know you mentioned Unity, but I think also Unreal. What if I'm using Unreal? Can I also use this as well?
That's a good point. Yeah, we have the mixed reality toolkit for Unreal, and just like Unity, there's a graphics tools package in there as well. I guess it's called a plugin on Unreal, but
okay.
Same idea. There's graphics tools for Unreal, and I wouldn't say the features are one-to-one between Unity and Unreal, but there's a lot of very similar components such as mesh outlines and clipping primitives and effects to make performant metallic surfaces and stuff like that.
Okay, so you can try it out too then.
Yeah, because I've been doing way more Unreal lately.
Oh, great.
Yes, because we did I focus on AI actually, and so there's a neural network inference plugin in Unreal, so I've been having a lot of fun building things there, so I think I'll have to check out the Unreal package.
Yeah.
Yes, please do, yeah. I'm a big fan of Unreal and Unity, so yeah, it's good we have parity there.
Totally.
And then you're a pretty distributed team, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So even though I'm here representing graphics tools, I'm just one of the engineers on the team. We have engineers, designers, artists all working on this package, and we're based obviously here in the Seattle area, but also in Nigeria and Germany. So we work across different time zones and collaborate remotely.
Okay, I like that part about being here.
Yeah, same.
And there's just like folks everywhere.
Yeah, like how many conversations you talk to someone and they're from like multiple countries and you realize like it's just really cool to be able to get together with all of the people that are excited about the same thing from like all over the world, and then like you're now working on products that are spanning that, and it helps to make sure that you're meeting your customers where they are too, right? And working with diverse and different communities to like really make better products.
Yeah, and especially since Graphics Tools for Unity just went public on GitHub late last week.
Okay.
Now anybody in the world can clone the repository, they can create issues, they can create pull requests. So our global community's kind of expanded even further.
That's good. Oh, I love that.
Is there content and stuff available to learn? Like you said, there were samples. Is there documentation? Where will people go to learn more?
Yes, we have all of our docs on docs.microsoft.com.
Okay.
And if you go to the graphics tools repository on GitHub, there's a link to the documentation on docs.microsoft.com, as well as the API documentation.
Okay, all right, that's super helpful. And then switching gears just a little bit, you have an interesting background in gaming.
Oh, yes.
Yes, tell us more about that.
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of parallels between mixed reality development and the video game industry.
Yeah.
And I was fortunate enough to join Microsoft in 2016 after being in video games for about a decade.
Okay.
Yeah, and before that, I used tools like Unity and Unreal to make video games for companies such as Lucasfilm, who did Star Wars video games, as well as smaller studios that work for PlayStation.
Okay.
So a lot of those skills I picked up making video games translated right over to this kind of work.
I've been telling people that, and I feel like people look at me really weird that when they're not in this field, and they may not be in gaming field either, and I'm like, it's actually, there's a lot of similar like ways of building, like you're using the gaming engines, you're using the same type of like objects and graphics, and performance is still important, and so they are so similar, and so that was really helpful to be able to take all these things you already knew and then now apply it to this new way of doing it.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's one of the reasons I kind of fell into graphics tools development, is because in games you have to work with shaders all the time to make sure your games run quickly and efficiently. And that might not be something you encounter in a traditional computer science path.
Yeah.
Especially even here at Microsoft, we obviously have tons of shader experts, but as a whole, they're kind of far and few between. So, yeah, that's one of
the materials. So, like, I just went through the learning phase of like learning how to create materials and like post-processing materials, and that gets really complex really fast. And it is like, I think I understand now why there's experts like just on that one thing in gaming. Like once I started getting into it, and I had no idea like how complex and how much time and how much knowledge it takes to do these things like really well and really performant.
Yeah, and it's an ever-changing landscape. I was speaking with somebody last night, one of our developers attending Dev Days, and I'd say every 4 years the landscape just totally changes in shader programming and graphics development. It moves way quicker, I would say, than traditional like CPU programming.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So is it like the new JavaScript framework comes out and then you have to change?
Yeah.
Because you know how there's always like that's always changing in like front end development. So is this like it's a similar thing for like the graphics world?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. It's
All
always
right.
changing.
Well, thank you for joining us in this conversation. And I think we've learned a great amount with regards to the graphics tools, gaming, all the parallels that we have as well with there. And so coming up, we have, I think these are our final 2 sessions for today, maybe. We have, yes, we have a panel that will be happening today with folks from the MRTK team. And in addition to that, we also have a session from the Babylon.js team.
Which isn't streamed,
Yeah,
right?
it's going to be on
So
demand.
you're going to have to wait a little bit, but I'm going to have to go check that one out because I've been talking about Babylon.js.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. And speaking of games, I know there's a game that they recently came out with in a sample for their 5.0 release that I started checking out online. So that seems like it'll be pretty cool. But I would say, I know the hackathon was mentioned, and I'd be really interested to see what folks are going to create with regards to the hackathon and how they can incorporate graphics tools as well, because there's a lot that can be created. But I know we've spoken so much with the community about just showing us what you create, and I'd love to see some tools or some samples that use graphics tools, maybe if they're not MRTK projects. So thanks everyone, and we are now going to get ready for the panel.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Ask Us Anything panel. We're very excited for all your questions. So how about let's get started by just doing a quick round of intros on the team.
Hi, I'm Curtis Evely. You may remember me from the previous session. I'm a senior software engineer on the MRTK and middleware team. I've been working on the toolkit from Holographic Academy, Holo Toolkit days through MRTK 2. Now into MRTK 3, and I spend a decent amount of my time these days thinking about kind of our whole development stack from sort of OpenXR and our integration into Unity, and then how that all sort of feeds up into MRTK 3.
Hello everyone, I'm Max Wang. I joined Microsoft roughly 2 years ago and joined the same team as Curtis and the rest of the team working on MRTK. My journey of MRTK started when MRTK was still called the Holo Toolkit, but I was a user at that time. I have been a Hololens developer throughout my college years, but then I got here and started working on the toolkits that I used to use. Regarding the things that I work on MRTK3 specifically, I was working on keyboard / speech input side of things. And I'll pass.
I do have my own mic. Hi guys, I'm Roger. I was also from the last session. I worked a lot on our cross-platform support recently. So on MRTK2, one of the people who helped make sure that we had Quest working on that platform. For MRTK3, doing a lot of the same things. Make sure you have Quest working on all sorts of other devices. So you can ask us most things, and hopefully you have more than beyond just the range of our last talk, because it's open to anything.
And I'm Grace Hsu. I had a session yesterday with Brent Jackson. I'm the product manager for MRTK, and I love hearing from our customers, working on the pain points and the future roadmap with the engineers.
Hey, welcome everybody. I'm Hoff. I lead the MRTK team, and this is the most awesome team, honestly, I've ever had in my career. And I mean that with all genuine sincerity. And I feel like the luckiest man on the planet, and they make my job easy. I started on this journey back in the early Hololens days, right before launch, and was involved in like the NASA Mars Curiosity planning project called Onsite, and also on the Trimble partnership and a couple of the Autodesk partnerships for the Fusion 360 integration and then the Maya integration. So had a lot of early experience with how to make this valuable to enterprise and what that actually means and what the value proposition even is. And then I left the mothership to become one of the very first, what now is called Mixed Reality Partner Program partners. Back then it was called the Agency Readiness Program, Hololens Agency Readiness Program, where they nurtured 7 agencies to learn and support this industry and help figure out how to deploy solutions for it. And then I There was a company called Object Theory. I did that for 5 years, and then I came back to the mothership. And so I'm back at the mothership and having the time of my life leading the MRTK team. And man, this team is magic, and I feel lucky and excited every single day.
Thank you, Huff. Yeah, we have a very talented group up here on stage today. So we'd love to hear you guys' questions. Oh, right here. Do we have a mic for him?
Mic check, mic check. Okay, cool. I got a couple questions. One, I'll start off easy. How many people do you think are using MRTK right now? Like, do you have any metrics on that, or like how widespread is it? Because, you know, with all these improvements, I'm expecting that number to just like go up, right? But like as of right now, how many people would you say?
Do you want to field it? Or we can field it together.
Yeah. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I'm just the biggest metric we have is how many people are downloading our stuff from GitHub, and then Holo Developers channel obviously gives us a good signal on the actual engagement as well as downloads. And I mean, you've probably tracked some of the numbers for MRTK2. We obviously are too early to have much numbers on 3.
Yeah, not specific numbers. I know. I mean, our download counts like through the feature tool have been in the sort of tens of thousands, I suppose. You know, some of those may be, you know, resolving the same package on different machines, but it has tended to trend pretty steadily around those numbers. Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but
I think we're talking. Yeah, I think we're talking like 4 or 5 digits. If we were to give a scientific notation number, that is our current significant figures count.
Order of magnitude. And then my second question is, like, I'm an MRTK newbie as well as maybe some other people here, but obviously I've seen all these improvements and like they're great, but I'm wondering what's something on your feature roadmap that's just like so far away, but you really, really want to get into people's hands, maybe for like MRTK4 even, right? Like thinking super far ahead, because all your short-term stuff or near-term stuff, it's like very interesting and we're all here for it. But what's something that's not even close that you really want?
So I have a long list, but I'm actually more interested in hearing what's on their list.
Well, I just want to first speak for one of the team members who isn't here right now. David Klein is one of our biggest advocates for accessibility, and this is something that is going to be extremely important for the XR space coming into the future. So, you know, in order for, you know, XR things to become more and more like, you know, commonplace and acceptable uses like phones, it has to be convenient. It has to be usable by people of all sorts of abilities. And that is definitely going to be one of the, you know, highlights that we're trying to really push forward. I wouldn't call that like a far out thing. It's definitely on our roadmap. But I wish David was here because he would give a much more in detail answer. I mean, anyone else want to speak on David's behalf for me?
Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with, I feel like, a satisfying answer for that, because I mean, I feel like what I am looking at right now is probably still more short term, but just like I like to live kind of in the platform support layer and just like seeing all of these new devices come up across the industry and watching the OpenXR standard evolve and luckily being a part of the team here that helps integrate that standard into Unity and pipe it through the right APIs to get it up into MRTK. Just seeing that continue to evolve, it's both, you know, a short term and a very much a journey as, you know, new controllers or new methods of input sort of come online, and just, yeah, excited to sort of think about the beginnings of, you know, what different forms of spatial input might become in the future. And yeah, that's a very nebulous, like non-concrete answer, but that's something that I'm just excited to see MRTK3 just be as many places as we can make it be.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to elaborate one more thing as far as like, you know, things that we're really looking forward to doing. We've had some things in the past, such as our hand solvers and, you know, just ways of intelligently placing holograms around the world around you. And that's something that, you know, we had been working pretty heavily on in MRTK2. At one point, it got a little bit difficult to keep up with that, as well as all the other, you know, support things we had to do to make sure it was compatible across a lot of platforms, you know, just even handling input. Now that a lot of that stuff is kind of, I wouldn't say offloaded, but standardized and, you know, piped through things like XRI and OpenXR, We believe that, with, I guess I wouldn't call it like newfound capacity, but focusing more on, how to make a, UI and interact like world inside an AR or VR space, more intuitive, like actually comfortable to use. That's something I really hope we, are able to noodle on. In addition to like accessibility things, I think they kind of go hand in hand. Just like as far as like, you look at an object and you want to say, hey, what kind of object this is, and make sure everyone is able to experience the world in the same way.
I guess
Switch.
I just want to add something that is maybe even crazier. So we are the MRTK team, and currently MRTK3 is targeting Unity, right? But I know out there are many different developers targeting other, for example, game engine as well, or other ways of like doing XR, for example, Unreal, Babylon.js, and other things, even native development. So I guess. And Stereokit, 100%. And at least for me personally, one of the potential North Star has always been, like if there's a day where for all these platforms, we can have some kind of offering that at its core shares the same logic, right? But then in terms of functionality, it more or less has parity with each other. I guess that could be a very North Star type of goal that we are trying to hit. We are not there yet, and we don't really have a very concrete roadmap yet. But I think that's something that we have been thinking, we have been discussing, and will be, one day when that is achieved, I feel like me and the whole team will be very happy. And I hope you guys are also very happy when that becomes the reality.
And to expand on what Max was saying, I mean, we are thinking hard about what that even looks like. And probably the first baby step is the mixed reality design language to bring the aesthetic across all of those platforms. And I think that's a really important first step. And obviously the logic underneath the hood is deployed to different languages and different operating systems. So that makes it a little bit more challenging. But absolutely, we're continuing to poke at that to try to figure out what those commonalities can be. And one conceptual thing that I realized that I talk about a lot that feeds into your question, which is this idea that we keep adding things that aren't yet in the engine, and then Unity gets inspired a lot by what we do, and they add it into Unity, and then we go up and one of the missions I have for our team is that we keep moving up the value chain, right? Let Unity take care of more of the basic plumbing so that we can add higher and higher value. And the data binding that we have is in that category. Like, what can we do that's a value above the basics? And so as MRTK3 starts maturing, one of the motivations for separating out the different packages is so that we can introduce these new high-value pieces, and they're 100% independent. They each work to meet a specific need, and you can deploy them independently, and they each build on what we already have, but they're not all intertwined. You're not like needing to sign up for all of MRTK3 to benefit from these high-value components that get you to value faster. I mean, time to value is a big part of what we're trying to do. For my list, probably the thing that I know is really important that I would love to see us do relatively soon, and we don't know yet when. For enterprise, this is where, having been out there trying to actually build things for enterprise, you learn a lot about what the actual needs are. And everybody building for production needs their app to run, well, unless it's very specific niches, but a lot of them need to run on 3D devices and 2D devices. They need to run on a HoloLens and an iPad. And that's because they need to be where the devices are. And almost everything is collaborative in enterprise. And whether it's collaborative in a small way or in a big way, you need to be able to invite everybody to the conversation. And if any single one of them doesn't have the device you support, you're not really able to unlock the value of that solution. And so, iPads are everywhere. So that typically is the one that they go shoot for first because of its ubiquity. And so that drives this need to create UX that can run in 2D and 3D, which we all know is hard to do. And so one of the things that I think of is like, well, what does responsive design look like in this 3D plus 2D world? What does it mean to have a slate that's asking you questions, what's your first name, what's your last name? And now you're running on a 2D device and you have to like navigate to this slate that's somewhere out there in the 3D world. No, it should, when you put that slate out there, it should say, oh, I'm running on a 2D device. Bling, it snaps to 2D space, screen space, and does the exact same thing, but you as the developer did not have to make that happen. It just knew because it was on 2D device that should be part of its behavior. And those are the kinds of responsive design capabilities between 2D and 3D that I think can unlock a faster time to value for everybody deploying production level solutions. So that's probably at the top of my long list of things. And I think I'll stop there because I think that is something we can achieve in the relatively short time frame.
Awesome. I have questions from the chat from our Learn Live community. First one is, for spatial mapping using OpenXR, how would one pull and save meshes in runtime, either via AR Foundation or OpenXR extension APIs?
Yeah, so there are a couple ways you can go about that. One is AR Foundation if you just want to drag the AR Mesh Manager into your scene, and set the mesh prefab, and that's basically all you need to do is you make sure the mixed reality features is checked in the OpenXR settings. But yeah, we make sure to pipe all of our meshing data and all of our planes data through the Unity APIs so that we get the added value of going all the way up through AR Foundation. If you don't want to use specifically AR Foundation, you kind of want to manage the creation and lifecycle of the meshes a little bit more. Specifically, you can talk directly to the XR Mesh subsystem itself, which is really what the AR Mesh Manager is built on. And also what we built our MRTK2 spatial mapping support on for XR SDK is talking to that sort of already, fairly intended to be like a cross-platform meshing API for Unity. And that's where you can say, hey, do you have any new meshes for me? And then the Unity API handles, talking all the way down to the OpenXR layer. So yeah, those are probably sort of the two main paths that I've used and seen used. But yeah, whether you want that slightly more control over things, you can go for the XR Mesh subsystem. If you just want to, drag a quick prefab in and get meshes in your scene, AR Mesh Manager is a pretty reasonable way to go. And yeah, and especially that is sort of a story as far as configuration and things that is still evolving, where you may see some changes to the sort of additional settings that you can configure in the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin in future releases. It's something that we're continuing to think about, how much control we're able to give developers to configure, mesh density, the cadence of the mesh, that sort of thing. So yeah, yeah, AR Mesh Manager, XR Mesh subsystem. And then be on the lookout for additional sort of settings APIs to configure that on the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin side. Yeah.
Young lady over there.
So just want to follow up on the previous topic about switching from 3D space to 2D screens. So I wonder how much of that is actually working now, because I see on the documentation that it's still experimental on desktop. So yeah, I guess how much of that is actually working and what are the known issues?
Yeah, so the reason we say that's experimental is it's not like you can't deploy to other devices, 2D devices today. It's that we don't help with the heavy lifting yet, right? And so it's the Unity side of the equation makes it possible to do it today, and nothing that I know of breaks. It's just that there's things that you want to be able to do that isn't going to be done for you. And so our desire is to add the intelligence to say, oh, well, if it's in a touch environment, we should be doing it this way. And if it's in a poke environment where you're using your hand, it should be done this way, but they should both result in the same outcome that you would expect from intuiting what you're supposed to do to interact with what's in front of you. And so the reason we say it's experimental is we don't yes, it'll work and it'll deploy. We're not really testing for those devices right now because we don't really add that much value. Obviously, there's value in everything we've created, kind of a baseline value, but we're not. We hold ourselves to a high standard of delivering a lot of real value that works well on that particular device, and we just haven't gotten there yet for the 2D devices. And so go have at it. It's not like it doesn't work. It's just that we don't really offer you much extra value that does the magic that makes 2D work as magically as 3D from the same code base.
Yeah, I think the core takeaway is that currently at the moment, right? If you have a button, it'll work in the 3D device or the 2D device. The natural translation, like sort of the design tools, like say you're using PowerPoint and it neatly has all the little margins that let you automatically align your text. Those tools aren't yet available in MRTK to neatly translate your 3D like in real space UI to a flat 2D screen UI. The best we can do right now is say, okay, look, you have your camera in that 3D world. When you click on the screen and touch the button, it'll touch. But that's not necessarily as usable. So that's one of our goals, is having some sort of intelligent like way to let designers decide how to best translate between the two. But that is, one of our higher level goals, and not currently there. It's something we would like to do greatly.
Thank you so much.
No problem. We got 2 people. We'll try to get through you quickly, or try to make sure you can answer.
Hi, I'm an intern in the Visual Studio team, and with no experience in mixed reality, so it's been fascinating to learn about all these tools, and especially Stereokit, how easily it works with Visual Studio. So it's been really cool. And my question is really like out of personal curiosity, sort of, being individuals that work so closely and so deeply in mixed reality, what is your relationship with it outside of, say, like when you're on the clock, off the job? Do you use it yourselves? What are the applications that you use for it?
I mean, I feel like at least the obvious one for me is, I don't know, VR gaming, right? Like I tend to run Steam VR a decent amount. I don't know. I tend to go back to older games still. I've played still working my way through Arizona Sunshine and Half-Life Alyx and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I also try to just sort of noodle on things. Like I've got a handful of just random little apps that don't do a lot, but just kind of do one thing that I think is interesting. And so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I definitely just like to noodle in the space, and it's nice when we're able to sometimes bring back some of that, like, hey, this is something that I kind of wanted to do. Maybe we should make that easier in MRTK, or here's some feedback for Unity. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess kind of. I mean, well, I don't know. The kind of, I don't know, nerdy thing that I do occasionally. I'm in a fantasy football league, and it's sometimes fun to put a Hololens on when you're watching football on the TV, and then you can put your little Edge browser on the side and see your fantasy football scores update in real time. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised I just admitted that out loud, but
no, that's awesome. I was hoping to get something like that.
but that is something that's just kind of those fun mixed experiences that just kind of add value to what you're doing in the moment. I don't know. Yeah, I'll leave it to someone else now.
Head off.
I want to speak for our QA engineer, Alex Floyd, who can't be here, but he recently got a Looking Glass, and he actually made it possible for Looking Glass to work with Steam VR, I think it was, where you can actually play games on the Looking Glass. I was just blown away. It's like, that is just too cool. If you haven't seen the Looking Glass, it's about this thick, and the craziest thing about it is it literally renders every single frame at 50 or 60 different perspectives, so that no matter which way you look through a Fresnel lens, you're seeing one of those 2 of those 50 perspectives, and which is crazy when I think about that. But yeah, so that is just the kind of I have this itch, I have this need to play with this stuff on the side. I don't. I do woodwork.
Thank you.
And robots. Anybody else? No? All right. Next question.
Yeah, so I have two questions not really related to one another. But first is related to gestures and stuff. I know with older versions of MRTK, you could create custom gestures for input. Is that something that's going to be handed off to Unity's input system, or is that going to be more specific to MRTK?
So I know in V2 we had a hand gesture recorder. That is something we have not yet ported to MRTK v3. I think we do have an interest in, being able to let users define their own gestures. I think in V2 it was definitely a little bit difficult. I say that because I had to write some unit tests for it, and I was like, oh, I have to put it on my headset and save the JSONs. It was yeah, it wasn't the prettiest. But I do think we would. That's something I would like us to do more in V3. Just kind of have a better way to define gestures, create more gestures. As far as handing that off to Unity, that is something that I think we'd like to discuss with them. It's something that I think is relatively in depth because hand joints are not the same as inputs, or they're not like having a pose is not necessarily recognized as a input by the system. We have some of our things that let you. One of our subsystems translates the hand joints positions into a pinch. And that is, that pinch gesture now gets recognized as an input. But obviously that's just a one-off kind of extension of one of our subsystems. And it's something we would like to expand out, but it's a very, I think understandably abstract space. There's a lot of different ways to approach it. It's something we're thinking about, but I don't know if there is, it's up there on the orders of magnitude difficulty compared to some of the other lower level stuff we're trying to ensure currently as far as developing an open standard on Unity side. Anyone else have a comment?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it's definitely been an evolving story, right? Obviously Hololens 1 had, just a navigation manipulation, and air tap was just about all you could do with your hands, and then Hololens 2 and and a handful of other devices have now added actual hand joint articulated hand support, and so it definitely becomes an opportunity for being able to create kind of that ability to sort of train a model based on hand poses and that sort of thing. It's something that we've found to be successful in some cases, and still need to work on it for others for more very specific poses of hands. For things I'm just looking at two joints and trying to see if they're near each other, becomes a little bit more straightforward. But if you're trying to detect the Spider-Man pose or something like that, still sort of noodling on the best ways to do that across devices and runtimes and things like that. But
I'll put my business hat on this, and that the two different points. One is we are backed by a massive organization of intelligent interaction designers and user researchers, and I mean, we as an org, we're only a small part of it. And we have so much talent in this org that is thinking about all of these things, and they're constantly experimenting with what's intuitive, what works, what solves this problem, what doesn't work, what works across a large variety of demographics, and what doesn't, and what works across cultures and what doesn't. And so, thinking big, we're very careful about what we introduce. And then the other perspective is there's an education component. If you come out with a device with 25 different gestures, it's going to fail because people are going to be so confused, not knowing how to use this thing. And it's going to be like, what does what? Oh, delete is this? Oh, and then, you would, and I don't know if you remember the journey of the iPhone. The iPhone had literally one thing you could do the first generation, second generation had 2, third generation had 3, and they just layered in one at a time so they could very slowly and carefully educate the user. But behind that also was the same thing I was just saying before, which is they're doing all that really hard research to make sure that every single thing they introduce meets all of the needs of so many different dimensions of requirements. And so we're kind of on the early part of that journey with mixed reality. And yes, over time, we are going to introduce new gestures officially, but that doesn't mean that there won't be a lot of experimentation along the way.
Yeah, so user-defined gestures, I think, very viable, but it's one of those things where it's there's a large space and a lot of different ways you can go. You have a second question?
Yes. So my second question is, I know there's a lot of emphasis on remote rendering and stuff, but a lot of that depends on having a more unified or good Wi-Fi connection. And so I'm just curious if there's more emphasis on performance. So I know Unity is working on a system called ECS, and I'm curious if there's been any experimentation with the MRTK and ECS.
I don't think we've done any active experimentation with ECS, but it is absolutely sort of the whole dots tech stack is definitely something that I'm personally am trying to keep on top of and make sure that I'm aware of when that whenever they have their Unite videos and panels on certain pieces of that stack, I'm always very interested in keeping on top of that. Yeah, it's kind of something we always have in the back of our mind, but I don't think at this point we've done a ton of direct experimentation with it with MRTK just yet. But starting to think through opportunities to bring some of those things in, but very much early days. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, we also have like weekly calls with Unity and their PMs. So when they're ready for us to really push into that technology, there's a lot of communication back and forth between them and us. So we will, when they're ready for us to really start pushing into that and making sure we're adopting where they're trying to go for this kind of stuff, there's avenues for them to have those communications with us. To a question from the online chat, are there plans to integrate tooling for MR services into MRTK, such as ARR, ASA, or Azure Remote Rendering, Azure Spatial Anchors, and Azure Object Anchors?
Yeah, I mean, I can say there's a good balance between sort of we've been starting to think of MRTK as a much larger set of packages, and we do work with those teams to help them with their Unity integration and get their things packaged, and a handful of those services that you mentioned are already present on the feature tool, and whether they have the big MRTK banner or are directly shipped by like this team, we are always in conversation with those teams and working to make sure that those packages do work well in Unity. So it's always it's always the interesting dance of being like at least in the MRTK2 world, where we were like, oh, we want to write a data provider for something, right? It was always the interesting dance of like, well, what value does a data provider add that just like making just kind of that feature work really well in Unity would be the best option, and then you don't have to bring in all of MRTK just to get one of those things working. So, we're definitely working with those teams and making sure that those experiences work really well in Unity.
Yeah, and I just also want to add that with MRTK3, we are introducing this new subsystem-based architecture. With that architecture, actually, it would be far more easier for example, other Microsoft teams to release, for example, a Azure-related service that can be easily slotted into MRTK3. I guess just for an example, I'm currently testing integrating Azure speech related some Azure speech-related services into MRTK, and we already have a prototype working. All you need to do is to install a package. Like currently, we ship the Windows Speech package that is based on Windows Speech API exposed from Unity. But for example, if we in the later, right, the Azure team ships a Azure Speech SDK, you can just easily install that package maybe from the mixed reality feature tool, and then in the subsystem list, a new subsystem will just show up. And if you want to use it, you simply check a checkbox and maybe add a config to it. But that's it. So I guess I just want to say that with our new subsystem structure, that would be pretty easy.
And another perspective is that I'm always on the lookout for any opportunity, something that's missing. And one of the things that I had realized at Object Theory was like authentication is actually really hard to do well and do it highly securely. And it's like, wouldn't it be cool if there's an MRTK drop-in component that lights up all of our servers, center multi-tenant, and just makes all the different multi-factor and the device-assisted authentication, all that just magically works because we've done the heavy lifting and figuring all that out. And there's certainly a motivation too. Like the easier we make it to drop in these services, hopefully the more traction they get, and eventually they generate revenues for us. And so those are the kinds of opportunities that we are looking for too, to fill in the gaps of things that aren't actually already being done by other teams at Microsoft, and also just to make them easier to embrace and easier to use. And so authentication is one that I keep coming back to because I remember how hard that was, and I would imagine that a lot of you out there struggle with that as well. But that doesn't mean that's the only opportunity, but that's one that could tie all those together.
Another double.
Hey, I had a question about, well, I want to tell you an opinion that I sort of have, and it's that like text input is something that is sort of holding back adoption of a lot of the mixed reality XR devices. And I know that with MRTK3, there's been this concerted effort to like solve a lot of the headaches around UI. And I was wondering if you feel like that's something that can be solved through, smart and better UI design, or is it really something that is just going to have to be solved by hardware or just using speech? Like that's just the best way to do it.
Okay, so I guess I got this one. So I'm the person basically working, is a person on the team working on keyboard related stuff and also speech related stuff. So I guess I'll start with this. So mixed reality is really a new frontier for all of us. And on this whole new platform, right, like how do you do input is something that we have always been thinking and experimenting with. And with with Hololens 2, right, for example, the input story is actually much better if you look at the Hololens 1, where your hand tracking is basically limited to just doing air tap. But for Hololens 2, you can actually like type somewhat more naturally. But yeah, I agree with you that input remains, or text input remains, a very difficult problem we are trying to solve. And from my perspective, I would say first, we are just trying very hard to continue to provide a good keyboard-based text input experience, because there are times when you need to use a keyboard. For example, if you are typing in credentials, right? Like it doesn't work that I just say, hey, my password is 12345. That's apparently no good. So there are circumstances where keyboard is not going away. Like we will continue to support our users with a good keyboard experience. And just to touch a little bit on the topic, it's not only us, but we actually work closely with Unity and with the holographic OS team. We all work together to make sure that you have a good keyboard experience. So so that's one front. And on the other front, the speech input. So I feel like in the recent years, speech input has definitely become way more accurate than before. I was, I recently was trying some Azure-based speech recognition service, and I was like, oh, this thing is so accurate. So yes, this is something that we are thinking about as well. As I have mentioned with our subsystem infrastructure, we can easily just add a subsystem that handles speech recognition, speech to text, things like that. So that is also an avenue that we are pursuing. If you ask me if I have a preference, I would say, right, it all depends on your use case. So for certain use cases, a virtual keyboard would still be the preferred way. But for some other use cases, speech to text has definitely come a long way that can, be a preferred method under certain circumstances.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on maybe some other considerations as far as like text input and selection. So it's not just us on our MRTK team. We have also lots of partners, as Hoff mentioned, in our broader MR org, which are looking at things like this. But have you ever considered on your phone how hard it is? Well, back on the original phones, right? It was really hard to say highlight a word. Now things are much more intelligent. You hold on to the word, and that word is highlighted. It's easy to do things copy paste, and those problems are also being tackled and solved and investigated internally. We have a lot of new things, and I think on MRTK, a lot of the new input modes that we're enabling, such as gaze and gaze pinch, should make a lot of that a lot more intelligent. Definitely ease up a lot of things in there. So I just wanted to point out there's a lot of other things regarding to text input, just interaction with large corpuses of words and characters that is, whether it's on MR or other devices, they're still being learned, still being investigated. I think swipe on mobile keyboards is only something that was invented in the last 5-ish years. So we're always improving everywhere. It's not like the keyboard has always been the best and will always be the best. But yeah, we are investigating just different ways, and I think because of how MRTK will let you interact with a virtual world in so many more different ways, we have a lot of opportunities to investigate and figure out what works best.
Yeah, and I also just want to say, Max mainly took this question, and I just kind of want to, toot his horn a little bit, because text input on HoloLens 2 and HoloLens 1 over the years, especially when you're, triggering the APIs from Unity, the OS makes advances, Unity makes advances, and sometimes we, misalignment a little bit. And over the last, while now, if you try out this experience in sort of much more recent versions of Unity, it is, I think, a much more cohesive experience around, getting text input into a Text Mesh Pro component and that sort of thing. And a lot of that has been thanks to this guy right here working with Unity and helping identify just various scenarios that we've seen that could be better on either side, whether it's on the MRTK side or the Unity side or the OS side. Max has been looking at it all, so it's I think has been much improved from previous iterations. But yeah, always still room for improvement. But
we have another person who's been waiting patiently. Thank you for your patience.
Hello, my question has two components. One is the first one is synonymously for MRTK. It's actually MRTK for Unity, but everybody uses it nowadays just saying it MRTK, almost everybody. There's also MRTK for Unreal, so, for example, right? My question to the team is, what is your vision on providing similar experiences or advancements for other platforms, be it Unreal, be it Stereokit, Xamarin, be it Babylon.js? What are your design goals inside Microsoft to provide value there also? The other part of the question is, as you said, you're backed by a big organization, so you have tremendous amount compared to others in engineering resources to work on something like that. How does it impact the community third-party toolkits that may also provide value? Are there any cool things happening that are not super platform specific, but also support mixed reality, for example, that are on your radar that you may be also supporting or that we should also look at to complement MRTK?
Well, I just want to, before entering any of the deeper questions, reinforce that we are open source. So we do really enjoy our open source community and appreciate the contributions they make, and we like working together with them. We actually love working together with them because they help us, improve MRTK in ways that we don't even have the capacity for. The original Quest support for MRTK was largely driven by an open source community member. So, we are accepting any sorts of contributions. We are down to collaborate and address any sorts of needs on that front. But I think for the deeper questions, I'll leave it to Hoff.
Yeah, and I would even go further and say this company is highly supportive of open source. We just happen to be the ones actually out there passionately doing it. But there are plenty of other teams across Microsoft that are as well. I mean, I think all of you could probably answer what I'm going to answer, but I mean, we already are using the MRTK moniker for our Unreal offering, and we're kind of spearheading the MRTK initiative, and it ends up following. But Unreal is trying to maintain parity with what we're doing, and it just one of those ongoing journeys on that side as well. I don't think I mean, Stereokit has such a good brand of its own. I don't think we would put it under our moniker, but it certainly is offering similar types of capabilities. And it ties back to the whole, one MRTK philosophy of, shared design language. The mixed reality design language is currently being put into MRTK Unreal. So yeah, we feel like we've got a good brand, and we do want to continue to spread the goodness.
That answer your question. Anyone else? We have another person up front.
Are there any nuggets you can share about MRTK 3 and support for the Mesh SDK? And while we're on that topic, HoloLens 3 or new hardware? Everyone's thinking it, so I might as well ask it.
We cannot talk about future.
that is not my area of expertise.
That is not my area of expertise.
Yeah.
That's above my pay grade. Any one of those, take your pick. There's really nothing we can say on those fronts.
So another one from the Learn TV audience. Is there any plans to give better access to the MRTK hand mesh to drive that from other data sources?
Well, there's two aspects to this, right? There's the hand mesh generated by Hololens, and then there's...
we've kind of got in MRTK 2, right? We and yeah, I was looking at Roger because he's actively working on bringing some of this to MRTK 3. Right, in MRTK 2, we had sort of the rigged hand mesh for devices that don't directly provide a tracked mesh, but is something that can be driven by the hand joint data, right? Some devices like HoloLens 2 actually provide like an active mesh that you can query every frame and kind of render, update a Unity mesh with that new data every frame. So yeah, it's sort of a piece that fits into the greater puzzle of just visualization of input, right? Which I think controller render models fit under as well, and just kind of arbitrary visualizations of data. And so yeah, we're kind of working on a slightly more sort of extensible version of that for MRTK3 that should open the door for potentially you. Sorry, I don't remember if the question was they wanted to put their own data in or if they wanted to use that data for other reasons, but I think it should support kind of both, whether you have your own opinion of what the mesh data should be driven by, or you just want to access that data and do something novel with it.
Yeah, rigged hand meshes, like that's being brought back into MRTK3, so you will have your rigged hand in the scene. It should be improved a bit actually, so a little bit less janky in some ways is what we've been trying to do. But I think one thing you'll appreciate about the MRTK rig in general is that a lot of the things you want in the scene are going to actually be inside the actually Unity engine. You won't have to hope that your model pops up and hook into some visualization script that we prescribe. So that should all be a lot smoother. I think in MRTK2 in our latest update we introduced some controller models. Those will also be brought into MRTK3. And all of that stuff is all in service of making life easier for the developer to just get started on your application and feel like, yes, I am in the scene. These things in my hand that I'm wielding around are things that exist, rather than I hope they exist. I hope nothing broke.
So we're getting close to the end. Does anyone have any final questions? Oh, Sean over here.
Easier question this time. So OpenXR. So if I developed a eye tracking application, let's say in a year, MetaQuest comes out with eye tracking on their Quest, would that automatically be supported as far as you're aware?
So eye tracking is something that has a cross-vendor approved extension in OpenXR today. And so if they add that support to their hardware, they connect that feature extension through their runtime. We are just reading data out through the Unity input system from that OpenXR extension. And so, yeah, any data that flows through there should just light up in MRTK3. Yeah.
And not only will your eyes be tracked, you'll be able to, interact using our nice eye gaze interaction. So, you can force grab even more better than you can currently.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like I try to emphasize this in the previous talk as well, but that is just one of the pieces that I am so excited about our adoption of the Unity input system and OpenXR is that when there is this approved OpenXR extension for something like eye tracking, it doesn't matter what hardware exists at the moment you publish that app. Like as long as future runtimes and future devices conform to that existing spec, it just works. It's cool.
One more? Okay. Oh boy, I love overtime.
Just kind of in the same vein of just like these interaction profiles. So something I haven't really heard much about at this conference, or maybe just because the hardware is not there yet, is like haptics. So like vests, data gloves, things like that. Does MRTK plan to have any support for things like that? Like in the future, or like like even like body track, like Slime VR, or things like that. Like, are those part of OpenXR even before we can even talk about MRTK?
Yeah, I think definitely stuff like that. I'll say we haven't today done a ton of investigation into things like that, but I think as stuff like that comes online, like that 100%, like anything that can add a bit of that, like whether it's tactile feedback or whatever from the interactions that we're enabling, like I think 100% it makes sense for us to look into getting that like physical feedback on your finger when you poke a button or something like that. I can't speak specifically for the OpenXR spec and where things are whether they're supported today or not in certain vendor runtimes or where that's going, but I think we are always on the lookout for things like that when certain hardware comes online or certain things start happening in the industry. Anything that can accrue value to these interactions, I think, is definitely something we are interested in. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're at time. Thank you, everyone. We'll be outside after the session if you guys have any more questions. And for our online viewers, just reach out to us on Holo Developer Slack, GitHub, or Twitter if you have any follow-ups. We're really excited to hear from you guys.
And thanks for all your awesome questions. You weren't too hard on us.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
So we just wrapped up the really great Access Anything panel with the MRTK team, and a lot of good questions, and I hope you all got a lot out of that as well. In addition, we also just had a panel a session that was also being held with the Babylon JS team. And I know, Cassie, you had a moment to sit in on that. How were the points that you were able to go see?
I only got to catch a little part of it, but it was really cool to see what they're doing with React Native. So Babylon JS Native supports React Native and some of the different ways that they're progressing with OpenXR and WebXR. And so it was a cool update, and then I had to dip out, but I'm excited to see the rest once it's online.
Yes, absolutely. And so that session, as well as all other sessions that were only held in person for Mixed Reality Dev Days, will be available on demand next week. So definitely make sure that you check for those. But here's going to be our final conversation for today. Joining us is going to be Andrew London. He is a PM for Azure Remote Rendering, and you held a session earlier as well where you got to share some updates for remote rendering, right?
Yes.
So we're going to go into a bit of a deep little session of remote rendering, what's new as well, what are some good use cases, and let's see where the conversation takes us.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
With that said, could you let the folks know a bit more about what is remote rendering exactly?
Sure. Yeah. So Azure Remote Rendering entered general availability last year, and it's a way that you can upload high poly models, point cloud models to Azure, convert them into your blob storage, and then render them on the Hololens or Windows desktop. And the reason that exists is because the Hololens itself has only so much processing power. It can render about 250,000 polygons locally. And so that can be a blocker for key mixed reality use cases.
Okay.
Obviously, designers, engineers, they have these insane poly count models that are sometimes hundreds of millions of polys, or they have these point cloud files that are sometimes billions of point clouds. And so we created Azure Remote Rendering to get around the limitations of local edge devices so that you can see this like insane level of quality, this really valuable engineering level asset on a HoloLens.
Okay. All right, cool. And I've done a little bit of dabbling with remote rendering. I think it was last year or so. I co-authored the Learn module that we have for remote rendering, which really provides a nice little intro with regards to what that service entails, as well as some of the benefits. And fidelity is a really big one.
Absolutely.
Being able to ensure that if we are rendering something, you're not losing that quality of whatever the model is you're viewing. And this is an experience that, more than one person, it's a multi-user experience essentially. If someone joins the session, they can also view the model as well, correct?
Yeah, so every device would join its own session, but they're treated as just a normal game object in Unity. So you could use like some sort of networking utility at that point to network those in sessions to network those devices' experiences together, but each device is starting its own session with Azure Remote Rendering.
Okay, gotcha. And then currently, with regards to file types, are there any limitations that are in place in terms of like my models that I could
Yeah, so we support FBX, GLTF, and GLB.
Okay.
And the big news for everybody here was the point cloud support.
Okay.
Which is insane because you can take your LiDAR scan and like a laser scanner from Faro or Navis, one of those industrial grade scanners, or your iPhone, right? They're kind of becoming ubiquitous, those laser scanners. And the data set doesn't have to be converted. You don't have to do any artistry to like triangulate a mesh from that scan. You can take the raw output and throw it up to the cloud and then render it with Azure Remote Rendering. So the time savings is pretty incredible.
That's so cool, because I saw in the keynote you were showing some like scans you said that took like 15 minutes or something to create.
Yeah.
Was that with your iPhone or?
No, I did. I mean, some of my first testing was with it.
Yeah.
But the scans I made for the keynote, I got really lucky. I got to go see the tree houses on campus, which
jealous.
That was so cool. And it was funny. I just had to set the scanner up, and then I just sat on a bench and like read my phone. Like, oh no, I'm working. But it took about 15 minutes, and some of those scans are like 30 to 40 million points.
Wow.
And so from there, you literally just convert it with our conversion script or using the art tool. I don't know if you're familiar with the art tool. It's the Azure Remote Rendering tool. It's a desktop application that kind of serves twofold. It's open source on GitHub. So it's a great example of how to start your own desktop application that's going to use Azure Remote Rendering, but also like does everything you'd want to do. So you can upload to your blob storage, you can convert, and you can do rendering sessions from within that tool. I don't know what I was talking about, but it's a great way to get started.
that will help you integrate with different devices in order to get that stuff up to the cloud,
it's
kind of
just
like
such a
Azure
good
Cloud
quick
Storage,
start.
but with more tooling and things
Yeah,
like that.
exactly.
The emulator, the storage tool that you use for that. So.
Yeah, I think there's a version of it that connects to the emulator so that you can navigate all of your Azure storage from within it too. Yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
And so with regards to point clouds or minus, what's the main benefit of now having that available, that feature?
Well, I would say twofold. One is the visual accuracy, right? No longer do you need to convert to a polygonal mesh, and like that takes a lot of artistry. It takes a lot of pain to figure that out. One of our partners who was in early private preview with us, they said it took their workflow down from weeks to minutes, which is crazy, right? And so you can take this scan and then just have it running on a HoloLens very quickly. You know, sometimes under 30 minutes, you can do the whole workflow from the scanner to HoloLens, which is kind of unprecedented.
That is. Could you use the like Azure Connect too? Because I have an Azure Connect at home. And
Yeah, I think there's a way that you can export point cloud files from that. So yeah.
Awesome. Like, how do I start? Because I've seen like the really cool ones. You have a really cool scanner at home.
Yeah.
You have a LiDAR scanner?
Well, I have the RevoPop. There's a scanner.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I have that, and then of course I have my phone too.
Right.
But I feel like there's a lot of innovation happening in this area of being able to get scans and good 3D models of existing things, because it's so needed and it takes so much time to make this stuff, to do the modeling like you've been doing in Blender. And so being able to scan quickly and then be able to remote render and leverage the power of the cloud on something that wouldn't be able to do that is like, it adds so much value and it removes so many of these constraints that we've had.
Yeah, absolutely.
And could you give us some examples of use cases? Like, when would I use remote rendering? When would someone use it?
Wow, there's so many. Like, I'm still learning about it by seeing how people are using it. But some of the main ones that pop into mind are like the AEC industry, so architecture, engineering, and construction.
Okay.
A lot of them already have these like troves and troves of LiDAR scans that they've been doing for surveying, for a construction site, inspection, and walkthrough. That all is super easy now for them because they don't need to go to that polygonal mesh and take that time required. So for those industries, it's really huge. Another cool one is education. I've seen people create scans of these World Heritage sites, and then you can go visit them in their full quality and detail, which is really kind of mind-blowing, right? It's the quality of it and the speed of it that I think is going to bring a lot of power.
We've come back to like XR and museums and education a lot throughout our streams because there's just so many cool applications, like being able to visit a place like that in an actual realistic 3D model, high quality, and being able to bring that through a device and enrich like just the learning about something by going there, and you don't have to get on a plane.
Yeah.
And so it's really cool to see another way that we're starting to push forward education.
That's totally true. We support 2.5 billion points. Which,
that's a lot.
Yeah, one of the biggest scans I've seen was Mount Fuji, and it was 2.2 billion points. And it's exactly like that because at first you're looking at it as like a tabletop. And then it's like, oh, that's really cool, okay, Mount Fuji. But then you zoom in, and the detail remains as you zoom in.
Oh my gosh,
and like
really
you can
cool.
see the cone, and then there's like research facilities that are up there that I had no idea existed. And it's all stuff that as you get closer to it, that remain high fidelity because of the nature of a point cloud scan. And we also did a lot of subjective implementation in the way we represent the points and the sizing. One of the coolest things I think is, I wouldn't even call it a, that's not fair to say, but sometimes point clouds are made of circles and sometimes they're made of squares.
Okay.
And we decided to split the difference and go with squircles.
Okay, okay.
And the reason we did that is because it's the best blend of accuracy of scan, but also a complete looking visual surface, right? So things look solid if you'd like them to be. And we also added a new runtime API that you can change that. So there's a scalable factor to your point sizing. So if you have a low density scan, but you really want high visual surface continuity, then you could up that number and increase the squircles and get a nice surface out of it.
I think you just want to say squircle.
I am going to say it as many times as I can.
That's what the squircle.
Squircle.
Yes. And so Mount Fuji is not small. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around, from even a scanning perspective, how does that even work? Like, what do I need to go out and say, I'm going to scan Mount Fuji?
This is where it gets really cool, right?
Yeah.
A lot of that is done with drones.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So you have
Yes.
these drones flying around and they're doing LiDAR scanning in a sweeping way. But one of the coolest things I've seen is I've seen a partner who put a Leica scanner on a Spot robot dog.
Oh.
And that Spot robot dog just walked around and got Leica scans from all over the site. And so when you think about the turnaround time, that almost automates your capture of data.
Yeah.
And there's, I mean, at that point you start to think about having a daily update of your site, right? And then if you can get it up to Azure Remote Rendering to render it that quickly, then every morning you could have a fresh scan.
Right.
You can understand what's changed the day before. You could use that for kind of those site inspection use cases we were talking about.
So I haven't done any of this type of scanning. So when you have like a robotic dog going around, do they, if they go over like the same spot twice, does it matter? Do they have to go through a certain pattern? Do they program it to do a certain pattern so that it doesn't overlap? Or like, I don't really know how that works.
There's a few ways you can approach that.
Okay.
Most of the time, if it's covering the same area twice, you're just adding density to the points, right? So there's just that many points to build that portion of the scan. So yeah, I guess you can have just one spot and scan as much as you can, but the issue there is a lot of times there's like shadows because it's light. So it's like shining a flashlight on, let's say, a chair is in front of you and you just get a scan from one source, then everything behind that chair wouldn't get scanned. So the best approach is to kind of triangulate your scans, get at least 3 locations around so that you can cover all those different angles.
So basically, the more I go over it, just the more quality I'm going to get.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I came in here on Monday and I scanned one of the rooms that I gave my presentation in, and it was a 40 million point scan, and it took 4 scans. I could have sat there and just like kept doing it from different locations in there and gotten it to like 100 million. So it also depends on the quality that you're looking for in the end.
Right, because it does take some time. So even the models or the real life objects I've scanned to then bring into the computer to create models, I use a turntable, and because my models are smaller, and so therefore, as the turntable goes, the camera just stays in one spot, and I just let it spin and spin and spin, and the software that I use also happens to give you an idea of like what has been scanned. And then once you get that one angle, then you turn the model a different direction. Because if, let's say, I was doing like a Funko Pop, and so starting out, the Funko Pop was just like standing straight up. Well, if I brought that into my computer to make the model, all we have is just this kind of awkward looking, just this part of the Funko. You don't have the top, you don't have the bottom. So now you have a hole. So then you start moving things around so that way you can capture more images. And so I've done it with that. I've also done the option of more so just taking a bunch of photos. And likewise, the more photos you have, the better you're going to get. Likewise with the scan, the more times you go around and get scans, the better the quality is going to get. And you do notice that difference if you don't do a lot, I would say.
And so you're probably playing with like, what quality do I need, and then what's the size and performance that I need, right? So you want to get enough scan to have the detail that you need to have a good experience, but you want it smaller so that you can, well, I guess it sounds like it supports quite large. What do you say, 2 billion or something?
I don't know how many other services out there that can render that much. I mean, that even exceeds the local compute capabilities of most machines, unless you've got kind of something crazy.
That's so cool. So like, I've been playing with the Looking Glass.
Oh yes.
And they have
display.
So like,
cool
I've
looking,
been,
isn't it?
it's so cool. So it's a holographic display, and I've been thinking more about like how they have some really cool tooling to create like holograms with it. Like you use Azure Connect and they have tooling and that brings that together.
That's awesome.
But now I'm like, how do I connect this to Azure Remote Rendering now?
Right,
and I
right.
got me thinking about how I can start using it, because I've actually never used Azure Remote Rendering, but I've seen now some really amazing demos and learning more about the scanning that you're doing, and that just seems really
Well, let's talk about how to get started real quickly, because it's so easy, right? We've got amazing documentation, and including that amazing documentation, there's a quick start, there's a showcase app, and those are kind of 2 different levels of entry for getting something off the ground. But if you've got a model or if you've got a point cloud scan, you can literally deploy that quick start and have something running from Azure Remote Rendering within like 30 minutes.
That's awesome.
And so it's really approachable. I recommend all of you go check out the documentation on GitHub. I chose it with the wrong camera.
It's okay. I feel like they felt that the call to action. They're like, I'm ready. They're like
call to action.
They're on the docs already. They're like, yes, sir.
Right. Well, I'm gonna plug another call to action, aka.ms/ARR feedback. That's our Azure user feedback. So if there's anything that anybody wants to know or wants to recommend that the service has, that's something we're always paying attention to, because feedback from our customers is always number 1.
Okay. And so you mentioned Mount Fuji. What other interesting examples have you seen with using point clouds? Trying to get terminology.
I saw a museum scan, which was incredible, because you can see all the different exhibitions in the museum. So it's like you're kind of at the museum, The other thing that's cool is you can integrate point clouds and meshes at the same time. So they're not like one or the other. You can load multiple, like previously before point clouds, you could load multiple models from your blob storage. But with the point cloud edition, there's a lot of companies out there that have these troves of polygonal meshes, not just point cloud meshes. And so you could take something that's like a polygonal mesh of this table, and you could place it in a point cloud scan of this room. So another cool use case and thing I've seen is people using it for layout, fit, and kind of understanding the spaces better.
Okay.
I love that. So I can like design my house virtually.
Absolutely,
with this,
I mean, you could run around it with an iPhone. Create the LiDAR scan, and then you could get any models from Sketchfab or any of these places that are the open markets for models, and then just throw them in there. How's this gonna look?
Yeah, that would actually be really cool. And so, even if we back up just a little bit, by definition, can you define what a point cloud is? Because we learned about like why it's important to have, but exactly what is a point cloud?
So a point cloud is it's a bunch of different file types. It can be an E57, an XYZ, or a .ply. I think there's even a couple more, right? But it's the output of a laser scanning device. So that laser scanner, it's literally just shooting lasers all over the room. And it measures how far each laser has an impact. And then a lot of times it'll take a panoramic picture to add as the texture on top of that, so that each point has kind of an RGB value as well. So it's really, the files are actually insanely simple. It's like an XYZ file. It's almost like a CSV file, right? Where it's really just a list of coordinate XYZ axes, and then the RGB color value associated with it, and that's it. So that's the output of those point cloud scans.
Okay, all right. So then from an education perspective, we talked about museums. What other uses could we potentially see, or maybe you've seen for use with remote rendering?
Well, so because it's so high density, if you wanted to show somebody the inner workings of an engine or of a car, you could scan the car and then show that. You don't have to have somebody, in a Blender or some other program model something up. So in terms of the ability to capture and then show, I think that rapid ease is probably one of those, opens up that use case.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think that would actually be pretty cool. Because I've done scans beyond just smaller scans that I've had things at home. I've also tried larger things. I think one time I tried like my couch at home, and it actually came out pretty well, I would say, from when I had scanned it. But I'm just still so new to just the concept of scanning objects, if you can actually view them, virtually. But I'm more excited to be able to scan something and then also someone else also be able
to get the value out of it.
Yeah, especially I know for some of the imagery that like we even have in our own Microsoft Photos, where there may have been, I think there's one where there's like a doctor and some of the folks that are around the operating table with like a heart model, I think it is, and things like that. I know we've seen in a previous video we had for HoloLens, the ability to view the parts of the car engine. I've seen that as well. So it's just really cool when you're able to actually get that. You're able to also kind of like bypass the whole, now someone needs to create the model.
Yeah, exactly.
Part.
That's that artistry part, right? Because that requires a very specific skill set.
It does.
Right? And that person is making trade-offs when they're doing that, because they're saying, okay, I'm going to lower this, or just to triangulate this, that's going to kind of obscure this corner.
Right.
So by being able to kind of cut that out entirely and go from scan to render, that's going to be beneficial.
Right, and even for instances where someone does need to actually create a model, you just brought up a good point, and this is how it was explained to me when I first learned about remote rendering, is that thanks to remote rendering, the artist doesn't necessarily have to worry about cutting out certain things that they know would make the model heavy. So if we refer to the medical field, if you are preparing for a surgery, but you want to test things out with an actual heart model, you probably need some of those things that are actually on a human's heart to like know that you're probably doing like surgery.
You don't want to retopologize a heart.
Exactly.
Right? So however that data comes out, if you can get that as a point cloud scan, that would be a very critical use case.
So I think that's pretty good. I think when, when we all venture back home from Dev Days, it'll be fun to try out some remote rendering.
I just see somebody at a computer and they're like, that artery's not important.
Can you imagine that?
And you're like, wait, I think that artery might be more.
Kind of need that one.
I feel like you guys are adding like more XR devices that I need to buy because I don't have I have Azure Connect. I'm like, I can scan with that, and I can make the quilt images for the looking glass, but these like scans that you have, and see, the thing is I love to like buy all the things, and then like the time to actually play with them doesn't exist.
They're two different things.
Yeah.
The energy to explore, and then, the energy to purchase the things that are needed to explore, and the energy to use them to explore. I run into that all the time. I've got like a lab full of toys.
Yeah.
I don't touch it.
Oh, same, my desk, and I have I got the Motion Leap controller. I got so many cool things on my desk that I don't have the time to play with, and now I think I have to get some.
Well, this shortens the time, so you have no excuse.
That's true, because see, it's going to save me time so that I actually can play with the devices and use Azure Remote Rendering, and I'm starting to think about what I want to build with it, because it sounds like such a cool service. So cost-wise, is there a free version that a lot of the different Azure services have you can try it out for free, that type of thing?
Yeah, when you sign up for Azure, if you're a new user, I think you get a certain amount of credits.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So that would be the way to go.
Okay, cool.
Because it's pay as you use it,
Okay.
right? So when you start a session on the either standard or premium service, then you just pay for the hour that you use it, right?
Okay, so in the paying using for how much. The storage is through Azure Storage, so you're actually paying for when you're actively using the service.
Yeah, when
almost
the session
like Azure
starts
Functions.
and for conversions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
So yeah, and then that Learn module that I mentioned earlier, we do have a sandbox environment in there, so that way folks could try out remote rendering. And if you do the module Learn, we set up the sandbox in there so you can give that a try.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it's something that you can definitely try out. Speaking about just devices accumulating a lot and then trying to find a time, I found what's been helpful for me is to try to tie it back in to creating content of some sort. I know we've talked about a lot of content today.
Yeah.
So having a need to tie it into something that we want to publish and put into the world, that's the way I get around doing that. But I too have a closet at home of
nothing motivates like a deadline.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
This thing I've been wanting to learn Unreal for a while, and then I had something to actually build with it. Yeah, so that's how I finally did it. It's having the goals and being able to tie it into work and things that you're creating is a good way to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so just before we close out with you, I'm just curious, because I know you're newer here for us here at Microsoft, but tell us a little bit about your background for a little bit.
Yeah, so I started as a developer in about 2014.
Okay.
I saw the Kickstarter for the first Oculus Rift, and that was kind of a moment in time for me. I knew spatial computing was obviously going to be the future of the industry, and so I started learning JavaScript, I started learning C#, became pretty proficient with Unity, and then from there I went to a startup where we were building healthcare focused applications, so we built things for Gear VR and other headsets, and that's where I actually started working on the HoloLens for the first time.
Oh wow, okay.
And from there I was a field engineer for a while supporting different AR SDKs, and got lucky enough to get this role here.
Yeah.
That's cool. So we have another non-traditional background on the show today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. My degree's in speech pathology. So.
Yeah, that's so cool. See, we're everywhere.
Yeah,
the non-traditional background, everywhere, you just don't know until we ask, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But that's so cool. So you were inspired by VR. So VR is what made you get into the field.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
I'll admit I loved computers, but I didn't have that thing to get me over the programming learning hump.
Yeah,
that's
fair.
And then I saw it and I was like, oh, that's the Matrix. Okay. I'll code whatever I need to code now.
Doing it.
And that really got me through it.
Because I know eventually I'll just be able to plug in and then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Jump into this world that we make. Yep. Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for the
Yeah.
background. Thank you for more information about remote rendering, though,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it's a really great service that I know I don't spend a great deal using it, but it's something that I have some familiarity now with point clouds. Now that we know more about what that is, why it's important, it's something that we can start doing a bit more with, I feel like. But I would say just overall, I'm excited to see what's to come, not just with remote rendering, but really all of our mixed reality services, because there's so much happening.
That's right. If you think about all of the things we covered over the last 2 days, all of the sessions that weren't even live streamed, there was even more than that. There's so much exciting things happening, and so many ways, things that have been made easier. Like you were talking about that programming like hump to get you started. Like when you started, it was still really hard to build things in VR. Like, and now there's so many tools that we've talked about.
Here's
like
a tool. Here's a tool.
Yeah, you get a tool. You
Yeah.
get a tool.
Everybody gets a tool.
Well, and the last point I want to make is that we're always really passionate about Azure Remote Rendering. It's not something we just built and shipped and walked away from.
Right.
We're constantly making improvements. We've lowered session times. We're always increasing the capabilities, improving hologram stability. So just there's more to come. We're going to stay on it, and there's going to be some really cool things.
Yes. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
This has been a super exciting past 2 days with Mixed Reality Dev Days, and I'm happy that we're able to have had this event hybrid, both in person as well as virtually online with Learn TV. I feel we've had a great chance to speak with folks from the Mixed Reality Toolkit, as well as just the Mixed Reality team overall, and we've definitely learned a lot. There's a lot still coming down the pipeline. MRTK3, as announced, is currently in public preview, so that's super exciting. You can definitely get those packages within the Mixed Reality feature tool, and that's where you can find all of the different packages that are available with MRTK3. Don't forget about the hackathon that kicked off yesterday as well. There are about $17,500 in prizes, and so ensure that you are taking part in that. It's open to everyone. We just really want to see what you create. In addition to that, all the videos that we have recorded, both in person as well as virtually, they are going to be available on demand. So next week, definitely follow up on our platform so that way if you missed a session or you weren't here to view one in person, you'll be able to check that out. But I will say we've had a really great Mixed Reality Dev Days. I'm so excited that I've had a chance to come be on campus with everyone. And until next Dev Days, take care and happy creating.